Chapter 1 Mr. Kaido's 6 Intensive Tutoring Lessons. The sky is filled with yellow sand, in a dry, hot desert. Crocodile staggered towards Luffy, and the scarlet liquid dripping from the golden hook evaporated instantly when it touched the sand. Straw Hat Luffy, let's die here today. Crocodile leaned over and stared at Luffy, with a slightly crazy smile on his lips and raised his golden hook high. Luffy struggled to get up, staring intently at the golden hook that was about to penetrate him. At the critical moment, strange phenomena occurred. It was sunny, but the blazing sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Not just Alabasta, but the entire pirate world. Ah! What's wrong? Is the end of the world coming? Everyone couldn't help but fall into panic. They all gathered outside with faces full of horror. At this moment, a giant screen suddenly appeared in mid-air. Under the horrified and panicked gaze, the giant screen lit up. Then, a picture came into view. One of the 4 sea emperors, Kaido. Kaido appeared on the huge screen, half holding the mace in his hand. Ghost Island. Admiral, Admiral. Look, it's the Admiral. The entire Beast Pirates group was in a state of excitement. No way! Isn't this a vision caused by Admiral Kaido? How is it impossible? Our Admiral is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. But what they didn't know was that even Kaido himself put down the wine bottle in his hand a little confused at this time, and looked up at his picture in surprise. The next second, a voice came from the giant screen. Kaido is the great villain of Wano who must be overthrown, but let's not talk about Kaido's stains. No one should first address Kaido as teacher or Professor Kaido. Nani. As soon as the video came out, there was something wrong with the style. Villain. Isn't this caused by Boss Kaido? Villain shouldn't be a compliment, right? That's well said. Marine Headquarters Marine Fando, Sengoku looked up at the giant screen. That's well said. Isn't this created by the government? Pora Salino, go up and have a look. Okay, Kizaru on the side agreed reluctantly, such a dark sky is perfect for fishing. But for Fleet Admiral, Kizaru's superficial skills must be sufficient, and he instantly turns into a yellow light and rushes towards the giant screen in the sky. Sparkling fruit. No doubt about the speed. A few seconds later. Bang! There was a loud noise in the headquarters square. Ah! Was followed by Kizaru's scream. General Kizaru! General Kizaru! The crowd around them inevitably exclaimed, General Kizaru has gagged. At this time, Kizaru seemed to have been struck by lightning, his whole body was scorched, as if he had been roasted. When you say it's slow, it's fast. The giant screen began to play again. False Master Rayleigh, real Mentor Kaido. Master Rayleigh. Mentor Kaido. One Piece Roger. Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates? Master? Who's Master? Tutor? 4 Emperors Kaido? Who is this? What kind of big shot is this? If he can be taught by Rayleigh and Kaido at the same time, isn't he going to be a great pirate in the future? At the same time, the giant screen continued to play. Straw Hat Luffy. Crocodile looked up at Luffy's picture on the giant screen, then looked down at Luffy. The golden hook that just wanted to kill Luffy couldn't help but pause slightly. Hiss. One Piece Deputy Pluton Rayleigh. The King of Beasts Kaido. Crocodile couldn't help but think about himself. If Luffy died here, let alone Pluton, I'm afraid the entire Alabasta would be destroyed. Of course the foundation is as important as the consolidation. I have to say that what Straw Hat Luffy figured out in Kaido is powerful, efficient, and the moves are gorgeous. The mystery is revealed. Straw Hat Luffy. Hiss. Who? Never heard of it. But someone has heard of it. There was a lot of Malin in the headquarters, and Sengoku looked at Garp who was still throwing senbei in his mouth carelessly with a resentful look on his face. Luffy? Master Rayleigh? Mentor Kaido? Garp muttered softly, "Sure enough, my precious grandson is so popular. Ha 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 ha." When Kaido lifted Onigashima. On the eve of the Onigashima rooftop war, Mr. Kaido was famous for his good wine, and he often drank drunkenly. However, after more than a year, Mr. Kaido's teaching ideas were very clear. What should be taught first, what should be taught later, that is very sober. Holding a potential stimulating stick in your hand has the magic power to turn stone into gold and make people enlightened. It can be called a little genius reading machine, it doesn't know where to click. The most ridiculous thing in the world. Kaido from Onigashima looked down at the mace in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Potential stimulating stick? Where won't you click? Where does this leave Kaido's old face? I'm going to sue you for defamation. Kaido shouted at the giant screen in the sky. The giant screen didn't care about Kaido's clamor, but continued to play on its own. The first lesson of the semester, let students clarify their positions. Kaido looked at the confident and arrogant Luffy and thought that it was time to quit his internet addiction. He knocked him unconscious with a stick and went back to reflect. Ah! Knocked to death with a stick. This teaching style. I have to say, a famous teacher really makes a good disciple. The next face-to-face between Kaido and Luffy will be on the rooftop of Onigashima. Teacher Kaido's second lesson, Ryu Sakura's actual combat consolidation lesson. Student Luffy gained courage after realizing his shame. He learned how to flexibly use flowing haki from Bien Yet, but he only practiced with iron plates and the like. On Onigashima, Student Luffy's move with the 3-speed fire pistol, this punch solidly injured Kaido's mentor. A little bit of skin, but it really knocked Kaido into a bit of a daze. Hurt Kaido. Crocodile looked at the dying Straw Hat Luffy lying on the desert, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Just him. Hurt Kaido. Has Kaido become weaker, or is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Tisk, 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 not a good review. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but take 2 cautious steps back. You know, Boss Cher has seen the world, and Crocodile is very clear about the gap between the 4 emperors and himself. I'm afraid that no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to hurt Kaido at all. Qualitative leap. This has already made a qualitative leap. Teacher Kai is very pleased that Liu Ying has passed the practical class. Compared to Crocodile, the one who is even more speechless is probably Kaido from Onigashima. Tutor. Potential stimulating stick. Lesson 1. Lesson 2. Chapter 2 Nika Fruit Awakening. The short video played on the giant screen is eye-catching. Everyone in the entire pirate world looked at the short video curiously, unable to move their eyes at all. Under the gaze of everyone, the short video on the giant screen continued to play. The third lesson of foreseeing the future and strengthening the lesson. Kaido, who was scratched by the Karma Fire pistol, quickly stood up and responded with a thunderous 8 trigrams. This time, Student Luffy is smarter. Luffy knew he was in pain, and he also knew how to hide. Although his scalp was still scratched a little, his ability to foresee the future is almost complete. Teacher Kaido couldn't help but praise him verbally. Seeing and hearing the domineering power. Taking advantage of Crocodile's panic, Luffy quickly opened a few hundred meters away from him. Breathing heavily, he looked up at the video on the giant screen. The next 5 extremely evil eras officially started a war with the double 4 emperors, and the rooftop of Onigashima was in chaos. 5 extremely evil times. 2 4 emperors start a war? Some people are watching the excitement, while others are worried. Warring States raised his head and stared at the giant screen, stroking his braid with one hand, his eyes flickering, and he murmured softly, "This kind of incident may change the outcome of the entire world." Sengoku Fleet Admiral, this video may not be true. Akainu on the side warned. Warring States was slightly startled but did not refute. Authenticity? The Warring States period feels real. Student Luffy's main target is still Teacher Kai. As usual, Mr. Kai will be beaten passively first, and let student Luffy stretch his muscles and legs first to avoid cramps. Kaido took almost all of Luffy's punches and fell down many times, but with Teacher Kai's health bar, it can only be regarded as giving Kaido acupuncture and a slap on the back. Hiss! Everyone looked at the video, where Luffy kept hitting Kaido in Gear 3 and Gear 4, and the surrounding buildings were in ruins. They couldn't help but gasp, and secretly gave a thumbs up. Kaido! Teacher Kaido! It truly deserves to be called the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Teacher Kaido's 4th lesson Batang Enlightenment class. Look at Luffy having fun. Kaido-sensei blew Luffy away. I thought, okay, let's take a break and I'll teach you something fun. Then Kaido-sensei transformed into a human animal form to be more flexible, and took advantage of the situation to hit Luffy with a stick. Luffy couldn't dodge, so he had to hit it hard. After a duel, Luffy appeared again and blocked the second move. The same symptoms as before. If you can't fight with the weapon colors, your hands will be swollen and painful, but at this time, Luffy has already grown up with a lot of bleeding, and this situation still happens. Luffy was being beaten, screaming, and thinking. Kaido-sensei must have something up his sleeve. There are definitely other formulas on Mr. Kai's stick. Student Luffy was distracted, and Kaido defeated the third world with one move. Naraku fell from the sky. Student Luffy fainted on the spot. Wonderful! Excellent! The video of many people staring at the giant screen is amazing, their eyes are shining. This is simply wonderful. Ordinary people may never see such a spectacular and gorgeous battle scene in their lifetime. Even some pirates, marine learned a lot from this battle. Under the gaze of everyone, the video continues to play. Student Luffy slowly stood up under the gaze of Instructor Kaido. After taking one of your potential stimulating sticks, teacher, the students understand that conquerors can also be used as weapons, right? Teacher Kai smiled happily, and he couldn't help but be a little frightened. I thought, is it because I teach too well, or because your foundation is too strong? Kaido slowly calmed down from doubts and anger. He couldn't help but weigh the potential stimulating stick in his hand and murmured. I also have the potential to become a famous teacher. Then, I just heard a bang. Jack on the side was beaten straight away, his mouth full of blood, and he shouted in the air. Admiral, this is absolutely impossible. The video continues to play. After the epiphany, Student Luffy's domineering combination punch beat Mr. Kaido until he vomited blood. Teacher Kaido's fall to the ground this time is valuable, but learning to dominate is only enough to give him the capital to fight Kaido. After Kaido tutored Luffy one-on-one, it was still difficult to change the real situation of the student Luffy being suppressed by Kaido's mentor, and he was quickly knocked off the Ghost Island and passed out. Conqueror's domineering. Conqueror's domineering entanglement. Who is Straw Hat Luffy? Why is he so powerful? In the video, although Luffy was beaten by Kaido until he vomited blood, he was Kaido. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Kaido, the top fighter in the world. Just those few punches are enough for Straw Hat Luffy to gain a foothold in the new world. And he also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Only one person among millions of people can awaken. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the video on the giant screen continued to play. After student Luffy recovered and returned, he switched back and forth between the 4th gear Snake Man and Spring Man to deal with Mr. Kaido. But in the end, Kaido's more powerful Thunder 8 trigrams hit him and he was deflated, and he fainted on the spot. Kaido. Garp looked at the short video being played on the giant screen with red eyes. He was so angry that the senbei was crushed. I will fight you to the death. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. This is his grandson. On the side, Akainu, Aokiji and other senior generals of the headquarters couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw Garp's reaction. Did Lieutenant General Garp see empathy? I don't usually see Garp wanting to work so much. Kaido Sensei's Lesson 5, Fruit Power Awakening. Teacher Kaido's potential stimulating stick really works every time. With just a few blows, student Luffy awakens and increases Gear 5. The Nika form that had not awakened for 800 years was born out of nowhere. Nika form. Bang. Bang. New world. Shanks stared at the video on the giant screen in shock. Nika form, has it really awakened? There are many Marines in the Marine headquarters. Warring States looked at the video on the giant screen, his pupils dilated infinitely, his expression was so dull that he couldn't speak at all. Holy place! The 5 elders stood in front of the window, looking at each other, but there was no sound. In a high tower, a momentum soared into the sky. Nika fruit. Okay. Mr. Kaido was also confused. Every time he hit the stick, it was like opening a blind box. What did he knock out again? The two immediately staged a Tom and Jerry style battle. After all, Kaido-sensei also wants to be Joy Boy, and the fight between the two is more than joyful. Maybe Kaido-sensei feels that he can't hold on for much longer, so he hastily said a final speech, Truth Teaching. Chapter 3 Entering the Sun God Form. Current Speech. Truth Preaching. Come on, don't stop. People watching the short video are getting more and more excited. The gorgeous battle scenes and excellent explanation are indeed fascinating. The giant screen did not disappoint everyone and soon started playing again. Kaido-sensei Lesson 6 The Truth That Exists in the World. Truth? The truth taught by the 4 emperors made ordinary people, pirates, and even Marines swallow their saliva and watch the video on the giant screen with anticipation. Just listen to what Teacher Kaido has to say. Roger is not a person with fruit abilities. This shows that fruit abilities are not a necessary element for becoming a king. Only domineering can be superior to everything. The fighting power that surpasses all, domineering. Almost 90% of people opened their eyes wide. Except for the New World, not to mention the 4 Seas, even in the first half of the Grand Line, many people may not know the existence of Haki. And Kaido has truly become everyone's mentor. Whoever we meet in the future is not allowed to be addressed as Teacher Kaido. Student Luffy, watch carefully, I will demonstrate this time. In the video, Mr. Kaido is waving the potential stimulating stick. Shouting loudly. Great Mighty Thunder 8 trigrams. This is one of Kaido's master's most unrivaled skills, and now facing the talented student Luffy, I can't help but want to hide it. The move hits student Luffy and sends him flying into the sky. But student Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed Kaido's teacher's chest tightly. Luffy's body gradually disappeared in the clouds. Teacher Kaido shouted with concern, let go, you will only expose your position. See here. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but burst into tears. Staring at Kaido in the video, he clasped his hands and said, Instructor Kaido is so dedicated to his duties. Yes. It's about time. Instructor Kaido is still teaching. Still teaching, still teaching. Soon, a huge fist comparable to a Nagashima appeared in the clouds. It's time to make a break. Seeing this scene, Kaido's mentor in the video was already numb. But Master Kaido has a clear conscience, and he has already given everything he has to teach. At the moment when the huge fist was about to hit Kaido hard, the scene stopped abruptly. But soon, it went out and the black screen flashed again. A brief summary. A great disciple emerges from the cudgel of mentor Kaido. A lesson in shame leads to courage. 2 terrifying Sakura. 3 sticks to strengthen your knowledge. The 4-stick epiphany dominates. 5 stick fruits awakening. 6 sticks remember the truth. 3 colors of domineering and fruit awakening and illuminating the truth. I have to say that what Instructor Kaido teaches is really everything. Potential stimulating stick. Well-deserved reputation. Teacher Kaido. Well-deserved. New World Ghost Island. Groove, Ku, Kaido took a big gulp of strong liquor into his mouth. He looked up at the giant screen angrily. The people around him were staring at Kaido eagerly. To be precise, he was staring at the potential stimulating rod in Kaido's hand. 6 sticks and 1 sea emperor. Who doesn't want to try it? But only Jack, who was unconscious not far away, knew that this was absolutely impossible. Roar! In an instant, Kaido's whole body entered the form of a blue dragon and flew towards the giant screen in the sky at high speed. The sky, originally covered in darkness, seemed to be on fire. Kaido spits out flames, and the giant screen is burning. After a few breaths, the flames stop. But the giant screen is intact. Next second, a thick bolt of thunder fell from the sky and completely enveloped Kaido. Ah! Kaido was watered ruthlessly by the thunder. By the time the thunder disappeared, Kaido had basically lost consciousness. Compared to Kaido's teacher's anger, there are many Malin at this time. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was still eating senbei heartlessly, with a solemn expression. Sengoku naturally knows about Luffy. Originally, Sengoku didn't take Luffy seriously, but now, it's different. Everything has changed. The sudden exposure of the Nika fruit. For the weak Luffy now, this is definitely a disaster. And how will Garp choose at that time? The fact is as expected by the Warring States period. Holy place! The 5 elders have opened the towering iron door. I'm sitting on the throne. The 5 elders knelt before the throne, not even having the courage to look at I'm. You know what to do, go ahead. A cold word seems to penetrate time and space. The 5 elders couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Clear. 5 people answered at the same time. Alabasta at this time. Crocodile looked at Luffy, who was still breathing heavily not far away, with a suspicious look on his face. His expression became playful and indifferent again. He has truly felt that Luffy is definitely not that strong now. Moreover, Crocodile has already seen it in the video, Luffy will definitely not be Kaido's apprentice. And there is absolutely no way Kaido can be Luffy's mentor. Then today, Luffy will definitely die. However, the next second, accident happened again. A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Luffy. Crocodile squinted and stared at Luffy in the bright light, and saw that Luffy's muscles all over his body were swelling. Crocodile couldn't help but bite the cigar with all his strength. Strength. Crocodile can feel that Luffy's strength is rising. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful dark red haki swept out from Luffy's body. But Crocodile actually felt such a powerful force that he couldn't help but sink his feet. Take decisive action. Crocodile knew he couldn't wait any longer. His whole body turned into yellow sand, and he appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, stabbing Luffy with a poisonous golden hook. Unexpectedly. The next second, Luffy turned slightly to one side. A golden hook passes through it. The domineering power of seeing and hearing is awakened. Crocodile's eyes suddenly shrank, and the next second, Luffy's fist was in front of him. Bang! A loud bang. Crocodile was hit hard and flew out. Conqueror's haki awakens. Before Crocodile could stabilize his body, Luffy entered Nika form. Come to him in an instant. Punch out lightly. The next second, Crocodile no longer knew what happened. Has completely lost consciousness. Ha 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 ha. All that was left was Luffy's cheerful laughter. The surrounding area was like a spring mattress, with Luffy jumping up and down on it. Nika fruit awakens. Sun God Nika form. It was so easy for Luffy, who had awakened his Nika form, to beat up Crocodile. Chapter 4: The identity of the Straw Hat Pirates is revealed. It turns out to be a group of officials, second generation, traveling overseas. Not long after Luffy crushed Crocodile, the Straw Hats go to sea again. The giant screen in the sky started to flash again. Everyone looked up at the giant screen expectantly, their faces full of excitement. I don't know what news will be broadcast this time that will shock the world. Soon, a black title appeared on the giant screen. The identity of the Straw Hat Pirates was revealed. It turned out to be a group of second-generation officials traveling overseas. Straw Hat Pirates. It's the Straw Hat Pirates again. I've definitely never heard of it. Is it awesome? Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but talk about it. For them, they had never heard of the still unknown Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone looked up at the giant screen with doubtful eyes. The life experiences of 8 members of the Straw Hats have been confirmed, and their backgrounds are not simple. I originally thought that one piece described the dream-seeking journey of struggling young people, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be a group of officials from second generation traveling overseas. Official second generation goes out to sea for fun. What? Does second generation need to go to sea and become a pirate? Someone quickly asked a question, but someone quickly answered it. No matter what second generation does, it should be done. Well. Hey, that makes sense. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates Monkey D. Luffy. Grandpa is Marine Hero Lieutenant General Monkey D. Garp. What? Lightning strikes at the opening. Marine Hero, Garp. Luffy is actually his grandson. And he went to sea to become a pirate. Marlene is abundant. Outside Fleet Admiral, Sengoku looked up at the giant screen, couldn't help but slap his head, and couldn't help but yell at Garp, Garp, look at the good thing you did. Not far away, the generals, lieutenant generals, and soldiers also stared at Garp in surprise. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Garp's rebuttal. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it to be exposed. Unexpectedly, Garp touched the back of his head and admitted it openly. Alabasta is not far from the coast. The Mary wandered the sea. Zoro, Nami, and others stood at the front of the deck. Staring at Luffy in shock, the most surprised among them was Nami. Others may not have any idea about Marine Hero Garp, but Nami is different. What? Luffy, Garp is actually your grandfather. Luffy sat cross-legged on the sheep's head of the melee, clasped his fingers and said, yes. Although I don't really want to admit it, that bad old man is indeed my grandfather. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasped and opened their mouths wide. Surprise. Garp. The Marine Hero is probably the top position of Marine. His grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, actually chose to go to sea and become a pirate. Luffy, then who is your father? Soon, everyone realized that the Monkey D family might not be that simple. Luffy tilted his head and didn't think of it for a long time. But soon, the video answered this question for Luffy. Dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Ah! Shocked again. At the same time, people all over the world are fighting against Luffy and his family. Grandpa Marine Hero. Dad the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Luffy the big pirate. Hiss. Soon someone thought carefully and thought with horror. The entire 3-party faction in the pirate world is occupied by the Monkey family. CO authoring a family. Black, gray, and white are all in one. No matter which side is powerful, it can guarantee to remain standing. Everyone couldn't help but sweat secretly. Make up your mind. If you see the Monkey family in the future, you will definitely run away. Especially Monkey D. Luffy. If you really offend him, won't you face retaliation from the 3 parties? And this doesn't end there. The video is still playing. The guide on the pirate road is red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 Sea Emperors. MD. MD. This background, isn't it invincible? New world, an unknown sea area. Ha 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 ha. Captain, look, that kid in Windmill Town is really famous. The red-haired Shanks looked up at Luffy in the video, then looked down at the slightly swaying sleeves, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The information continues to be exposed. The eldest brother is Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 sea emperors. The second brother is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sob. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates Fire Fist Ace. Sob, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. These 2 pieces of information are indeed inferior to the above. But Sob. At the same time, in different time and space, 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Luffy and Ace were stunned for several seconds before they came back to their senses. Sob. Sob is still alive. Revolutionary Army territory. I was watching the video of Sob when I saw this. Suddenly he covered his head and whined in pain. The next second he fainted. But the second sister-in-law was so worried that after being inspected by Bai Long, she felt relieved and returned to the house to rest with her sickly husband in her arms. This powerful background is so incredible that it's hard to believe. In addition, Joey Boy, Sun God Nika and the original rubber fruit enter the form of the human fruit fantasy beast species Nika. Blessed Wang Lafei with a stronger background. Nika the Sun God. Joy Boy. The human fruit phantom beast Nika form. Every single one of them is enough to cause a huge earthquake in the world, but now it appears on Luffy at the same time. Everyone in the entire pirate world is now shocked beyond words, just looking up at the video blankly. Boss Mao Mao once said, in ancient times, slaves believed that one day a legendary warrior, the sun god Nika, would appear to rescue them, and he was a warrior who could liberate everyone from their hardships and rescue them. A warrior who brings smiles. Since Luffy went to sea, the Straw Hats have been helping their friends who are suffering to be liberated from their suffering, and the indispensable banquet afterwards has also cleverly dealt with the word pleasure. Straw Hat Luffy has undoubtedly inherited Joey Boy's will. Inherited Joy Boy's will. I don't know where. Vegabank raised his head and stared at Luffy inside the giant screen in shock. During the previous duel with Kaido, Luffy entered the Nika form, which had already shocked Vegabank and made him suspicious. And now? Vegabank raised his head and said in shock, God. It's exactly the same as the legendary god. Rubber fruit. There is no record of rubber fruit in the ancient devil fruit encyclopedia. Same. Robin on the Merry looked at Luffy beside him, sweat dripping from his forehead. The liberating warrior who always makes people smile, Joy Boy. There is also another name, Sun God Nika. Chapter 5 Nami suspected of Uranus. The video does not have too much explanation, but comes to the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro. Second generation vice captain, Zoro. Vice captain. As soon as this statement came out, some people laugh and some people cry at Melly. Zoro said to Sanji's pretended disdain, "Did you see, I am the deputy captain, the perverted cook." Ba ba ba. Sanji was the first to refuse, but yelled at Zoro, "You are a fart." Zoro shrugged his shoulders and did not continue to refute, but looked like facts speak louder than words. Zoro was not directly introduced in the video, but the figure of Hogora appeared. The moment I saw Zoro, I remembered Shimotsuki Jayamaru. The silhouette of Shimotsuki Jayamaru in the memory, it looks exactly like Zoro. Therefore, Zoro's biological father is probably Shimotsuki Ushimaru. Shimotsuki Jayamaru is a member of the Shimotsuki family and the last daimyo in Wano country. Father. Zoro, who was still competing with Sanji for the vice-captain, couldn't help but murmured softly, "Wano country? Shimotsuki Jayamaru." Zoro doesn't know who his father is, and he never even cared about it. And now, Zoro secretly wrote down the name of Shimotsuki Jayamaru, and the country of Wano seemed to be Zoro's destination. The pictures flashed by one. The Straw Hat Pirates' existence is full of speculation. Navigator Nami. Nami. So beautiful. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at Nami's photo on the giant screen, and their mouths were watering. Aboard the Merry. Ah! Is there still me? Nami instantly clasped his hands together and kept praying, "Please, give me a way to survive. The video on the giant screen didn't seem to hear Nami's prayer. Nami. Suspected to be ancient weapon Uranus. Nanny. Nami's pupils instantly dilated infinitely. He pointed at the giant screen in the sky in shock and said plausibly, "Slander, I'm going to sue you for slander." Uranus. Nami chuckled helplessly, "Me? Am I worthy?" But the video is still playing on its own, regardless of the life or death of others. Pluton is the battleship that conquers land. Poseidon conquers the sea. There is a high probability that Uranus will be used to dominate the sky. Hiss. I'm afraid many people have heard of the reputation of the three ancient weapons. When they looked up at Nami, the fire in their eyes had almost been extinguished. Uranus. This is Uranus, one of the three ancient weapons. Who dares to make a mistake? Do you still want to kill me? Nami is extremely gifted in Tianhe and geographical knowledge. Even the great sea routes that are difficult to predict and change can be predicted by physical perception. It can be seen that Nami is very likely to be like Poseidon, whose talent comes from family inheritance, and is also a certain king who had an agreement with Joyboy hundreds of years ago. Hiss. King. The king who made a promise with Joyboy. On the merry, Luffy yelled at Nami, "Nami, you are also a king. And I also made an agreement with that boy, so I said, you will be my navigator." Nami held her chin, and she even had some doubts, am I really Uranus? Who is not a king? But the video is not over yet. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper Usopp. Ah! On the merry, Usopp covered his face and ran around on the deck. Why am I still there? No. Jamako didn't even give Nami face, how could it possibly give Usopp face? Usopp is several levels higher than the previous ones, Luffy, Zoro, Nami. Usopp's identity suddenly seems too simple. Simple. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Finally someone with a clean life experience is here. Each powerful background can scare people to death. Usopp's father is the third in command of the red-haired pirates, Jesus Bulletin. MD. Father, the third in command of the red-haired pirates. You want to simplify this background? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Wow, it's so scary. Many pirates sailing on the sea couldn't help but look up to the sky and howl loudly. Mom, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. This pirate seems to be incapable of being a pirate without any background. Pirate, this is a pirate. Can't everyone be a pirate for 2 days? Isn't he a pirate with a very low threshold? Is the threshold so high now? My father is the third in command of the red-haired pirates, so he has a simple background. But I have to say, think carefully about the life experiences of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. This is indeed a bit innocent. Jesus Bulletin, an almost invincible sharpshooter. At the same time, Usopp's talent in this area was also passed on to his son. However, Jesus' optimist character did not really affect his son. On the contrary, because Jesus abandoned his family in pursuit of his ideals, Usopp developed a lyre from an early age. New World, Jesus Bulletin, who looks a little proud, can't help but feel a little disappointed when looking at the introduction in the video. Man. Dream. Family. What a difficult relationship to balance. Then, Usopp from Mary's eyes filled with tears and opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. But Usopp, the most ordinary existence among the Straw Hats, has opened a way for his partners to survive in crisis after crisis. Similarly, compared to the great vows made by the partners when they entered the Grand Line to become one piece, to become the world's best swordsman, to draw a map of the world, and to find Ulu. Usopp just wants to be a sea warrior. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at Usopp in the video, inevitably feeling a little sympathetic. But he was soon scolded by the people around him. Cry, You are crying. Is your father a leader of the red-haired pirates? Hiss. It's not a good review, it's really not a good review. The video does not pause, but continues to play. The Straw Hat Pirates see Chef Sanji, a veritable lecherous prince. He is the little prince of the Vinsmoke family, the only maritime royal family in the world, and also the prince of the legendary evil army Germa 66. Army of Evil. Gemel 66. Isn't this a legendary existence? Does it really exist? War experts, Evil Army. Germa 66 is a household name in North Blue, an evil organization that can make children stop crying. Aboard the Mary, Luffy, Nami, and others looked Sanji up and down. Sanji's face was gloomy. At some point, he had a cigarette stuffed in his mouth, and he was staring at the video on the giant screen with a gloomy face. Chapter 6 The Straw Hat Pirates are exposed. Artificial Man. The video continues to play. When Sanji's father, Judge, questioned the researcher, he made it clear that Sanji was a failure and just an ordinary person. Judge completely gave up on Sanji and became an outcast of the Vinsmoke family. But since Sanji put on Germa's special battle suit, he actually showed the characteristics of an artificial human body. Give up? Abandoned son? The picture in the video continued to flicker, and Sanji's whole body couldn't help but tremble crazily. Gemel's special battle suit. Put it on. There is no way I can put on the Germa battle suit. I have nothing to do with the Vinsmoke family. Sanji almost shouted these words. No matter how violent Quinn attacks Sanji, Sanji's body can withstand it all. Also, Quinn once questioned why Sanji could use ham. And Quinn also mentioned the new race Lunaria. There is no doubt that Quinn, as a member of the Mad Scientists, can see from various clues that Sanji is not very human. Judge thought that Sanji was the most failed child, but he never thought that Sanji was actually the child who really succeeded in the experiment. What? North Blue, the heavily guarded Vinsmoke family. Judge stared blankly at the video on the giant screen, his whole body trembling continuously. The experiment was successful, the child who really succeeded in the experiment. But now, Sanji is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Luffy's strong background, even the Vinsmoke family has to weigh it. If you dare to touch Luffy, I'm afraid there will be an earthquake in the world. The Straw Hat Pirates ship's Dr. Chopper. Ah! Chopper looked up and stared at the giant video in surprise, and said with some surprise, "Is there me too? Didn't I just join?" What Chopper didn't know was that even those who hadn't joined yet were all in the video, not to mention those who had just joined. Compared with Luffy's human fruit Phantom Beast, the human fruit Chopper ate is slightly ordinary. As for Chopper's identity and background, there is nothing particularly outstanding among this group of officials, second generation. It's like a blue-nosed reindeer who was racially profiled for eating the Renren fruit by mistake. Then when he tried to change his direction and integrate into humans, he was rejected by the panicked people. In the end, after meeting Dr. Ciruluk, I learned the moral character of a doctor, and under the care of the witch Doliniang, I learned the skills of a doctor. Hiss. Civilian. Are these the real civilians? Kind. Really gracious. Who would have thought that one day, people could have empathy with a deer? Wow, it turns out that we, are ordinary people. Straw Hat Pirates archaeologist Robin. Robin, O'Hara's surviving scholar, like her mother, has extraordinary attainments in archaeology. You can interpret historical texts at the age of 8. The reason why Robin and his parents are so smart is that they may be from the Yi people of the kingdom who were wiped out by the world government 800 years ago. Hiss. Robin-chan. So beautiful. How can such a person really exist? Beautiful and smart. Robin-chan, I want to marry you. One Piece ship repairman Frankie. Frankie is the only man in the Straw Hats who has met Odin and Roger before they were alive. And almost became the crew member of One Piece. First of all, Frankie is the child of a pirate. According to Mr. Tom, Frankie told his parents that they thought he was an unruly kid, so they threw him into the sea from the boat. And after Mr. Tom said this, he laughed and sighed, he really looked like some bad pirates. So Mr. Tom also knows pirates who are similar to Frankie's description, but maybe the object he associates with Frankie's life experience is also related to a certain extent, so this is why Roger, after hearing Frankie's deeds, I came up with the reason why I want to take him with me. One Piece musician Brook. It is known that Luffy's grandfather Garp, a man who was active in the Rocks era, is 78 years old, and Brook, who is now a skeleton, is 90 years old. Brook's seniority is above that of his own captain's grandfather. Hiss! How many? 90 years old. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but take a breath. This is really the existence of Grandpa's generation. A long time ago, Brook was just the captain of a certain country's guard. Later he joined the Lombard pirates and became the acting captain after the captain left. Finally, he died under the enemy's poisonous weapon. But because Brook ate the underworld fruit before he was alive, his soul wandered around the world and returned to his original body. Brook's life journey in the first half of his life can be simply summarized like this. Yellow spring fruit. The soul wanders around the world and can return to its original body. The fruit of eternal life. Isn't this possible for eternal life? Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Melly. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and others looked at each other. Brook? Huang Chuan fruit? Straw Hat Pirates? Aren't we the Straw Hat Pirates? How come I haven't met Brook? One Piece helmsman Jinbei. In his childhood, Jinbei began to learn Fool's Karate, and Jinbei soon became a member of the Ryugu Kingdom. It's just that after Tiger bravely broke into the Celestial Dragon's residence and liberated the slaves, Jinbei, who admired Tiger, resolutely gave up his duties in the army and joined the Sun Pirates. The original Jinbei hated human beings just like the original Eren, and often treated humans with a vengeful attitude. However, as a bystander, Jinbei also calmed down after witnessing the princess's ideas and Big Brother Tiger's persistence. Later, Jinbei joined Shishibukai for the future of the Fish People, and subordinated the Sun Pirates to Big Mom. But in order to help the Whitebeards he admired, Jinbei also tore up the virtual relationship with the government. For such a reliable and loyal Big Brother, who can distinguish right from wrong, Jinbei's life experience is the most powerful background. Jinbei. Shishibukai Jinbei. Ah! He's also from our pirate group. Chapter 7 Exposure The 13 Tables of the East Daxia Sea. The video on the giant screen slowly ended. Everyone in the pirate world has not yet recovered from the shock. Official second generation. A large group of officials, second generation. Who dares to provoke this? If you offend Marine, you are only offending Marine headquarters, the world government. And if you provoke Luffy, you will offend all the powerful forces in the pirate world. Marine headquarters. Revolutionary Army. Emperor of the Sea. I would rather mess with the Celestial Dragons than Straw Hat Luffy. Someone's words in the crowd have become an eternal saying in everyone's mind. Aboard the Mary. Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and others looked at each other, feeling familiar yet unfamiliar to each other. Fortunately, we really got to know each other today. Right now. Several extremely dazzling rays of light fell from the sky, all falling impartially on Zoro and others, completely covering them. Luffy stood in front of Nami and the others. Feel the changes in the strength of Zoro and others. A few seconds later, the muscles all over Zoro's body swelled, and he exerted force on his feet. He was instantly in the air, and half of his arms were covered with armed domineering. Swing out a sword. The black and green sword energy is completely natural, and the turbulent sea seems to be cut off. Sanji pushed both feet at the same time, and the whole person stepped on the moonwalk and was instantly in the air. Under the light curtain. Zoro and others have obtained the combat power of Wano Kingdom in advance. When people are strong, it will change a lot of endings. The Grand Line. Ace landed on an island and seemed to be looking for traces of a group of people. Old enemy. Destiny. It's all inevitable. But this time, Luffy, who has the fighting power of Wano, is about to land to fight the war. The sun god Nika form will bring liberating laughter to Malinduo. With the combat power of the Quasi-4 Emperors, the Straw Hat Pirates intervene. It seems to be more lively at the top. Before Zoro and others could recover, the giant screen in the sky began to flicker again, as if another shocking secret was about to be revealed. For a moment, everyone in the pirate world held their breath again. Looking forward to this video. Under the eager gaze of everyone, the black title came into view. The 13 Tabos of the East Daxia Sea. Stomped on Straw Hat Luffy, smashed the wine bottle and hit 4 Emperors' red hair. As soon as the title comes out, it aroused heated discussion among everyone. Stepping on Straw Hat Luffy. Smash the redhead with a wine bottle. Hiss. Is this still the East Daxia Sea? Isn't it said that it is the weakest sea area? 13 Tabao of the East Daxia Sea. One man is the king of thieves. Fighting saint. Axe emperor. Great girl. Jahao. Football. Knife smith. God of swords. Juggernaut. Near Poseidon. Wufu. Everything is possible, Ajin. Credit Deo Lang. Names and images flashed one by one. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but swallow their saliva. King? Saint? Emperor? How? God. Just listening to the name, it seems to be more domineering than those 4 sea emperors. Is there really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the East Daxia Sea? Becoming the Emperor of the Sea is just the ticket to meet the 13 Tabos of the East Daxia Sea? The video did not drag on forever, but continued to play. Bandit King Sig. Possessing the supremely sharp sword Hakuma Sword, he unified the bandit world more than 20 years ago. I once made a bold statement, the water has Roger One Piece, and I am the king of the Red Earth continent. After Sig single-handedly slaughtered 8 million pirates, there was a bounty of 8 million. Bandit world. Hiss. Red Earth Emperor, I am the king. I killed 8 million pirates to get a reward of 8 million. Everyone could not help but murmur softly, arrogance, simply too arrogance, and killing 8 million people for only 8 million bounties? Sig has killed 56 pirates like Red Hair before. Because he has killed 56 of the original 60 sea emperors, which is why we have the current situation of 4 emperors. Nani. Killed 56 sea emperors. 60 sea emperors. For a moment, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 60 sea emperors had never been heard of. New world. In the territory of the red-haired pirates. Ha 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 ha. Captain, look, Sig is actually the bandit king. Ha 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 ha, I was laughing so hard. Killed 56 sea emperors. The surrounding leaders of the red-haired pirates looked at Shanks and shouted. Even Shanks laughed a little and shook his head. Windmill Village, I miss it so much. I don't know if I miss the wine of Windmill Village or the people of Windmill Town. Later, when Sig lived in seclusion in Windmill Village, he even threw a wine bottle and hit 4 emperors' red hair because he stepped on Straw Hat Luffy. In the end, he was eaten alive by Poseidon, and the Bandit King fell. It's not an unjust death. Indeed, after provoking the biggest official, second-generation Luffy and 4 emperors, the redhead still wants to live. It's just a foolish dream. Boxing Saint Dodin. Dodin and the boxing god Garp are brothers and sisters, coming from the same lineage of the Iron Fist sect. Ah! In Windmill Village, there are many Malins. Dodin and Garp looked at the introduction on the giant screen and exclaimed at the same time. Brothers and sisters. Iron Fist Gate. Is there any? I fought alongside my senior brother Garp in the Valley of Gods. I almost beat the 4 Emperor's aunt to death when she was young. After becoming famous in the first battle, she was hailed as the strongest woman in the world. Ah! Now there is one more person who said ah, New World Cake Island, Big Mom. Beat me till I lose my wits. Is it me? Dodden, I will live in seclusion in Windmill Village soon to take care of Ace and Luffy for my senior brother. And taught his 2 brothers Fire Fist and Rubber Fist respectively. It turns out that Fist Saint Dodden is Straw Hat Luffy's first master. No wonder I was so thoroughly inspired by Kaido's potential stimulating stick talent. It turns out he has a good foundation. When Garp returned to Windmill Village after the battle, the angry Dodden broke Garp's invincible iron block with his iron fist and beat Garp to a bloody head. This shows Dodden's high level of boxing skills. Beat Garp's head to pieces. Windmill Village. Inside the tavern. Everyone unconsciously started to move 10 meters away from Dodden and took a sharp breath of cold air. Hiss. Beat Garp until his head is bloody. This strength is more than enough to be a Marine general. Dodden stood in the middle of the crowd and looked down at his fist. Fist Saint, is it her? Then, Dodden didn't know when he came to the wall and punched out. Ah! A scream came out, and at the same time there was a curse word. XXX, IXUX, you lied to Lao Z. Chapter 8 The Guardian Saints of the East Daxia Sea Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph. Axe Emperor Menka. He once challenged Captain Hawklow of the 10 Swords Claws and failed and lost his chin and right hand, but as a blessing in disguise he was recognized by the Pangu axe, so this supreme sharp sword became his right hand. Axe Emperor. Pangu axe? The supreme sharp knife? I have never heard of it. At this time, someone quickly became suspicious. Is it true? Why do you feel like this video is nonsense? Soon, the person who questioned received a slap from the person next to him and pointed at the still flashing picture on the video. There are pictures and there is truth. Can videos also be used for PN? That makes sense. Then it must be true. Currently there are only 3 people who have broken Garp's invincible iron block. Boxing Saint, Dodden. Grandson of Garp Straw Hat Luffy. The third person is the Axe Emperor, Menka. A generation of Axe Emperor was born. He has escaped from Marine and may be on his way to challenge Claw Ho Kluo. So scary. It seems like New World is safer than the East Daxia Sea. Never go to Donghai again. The playback of the video has caused countless losses to the tourism industry in the East Daxia Sea. Great Girl Arita. Yamato's biological sister, Kaido and Big Mom's eldest daughter. Nanny. Kaido? Aunt? 4 emperors having an affair? This is really shocking information. They were sent to the most ferocious East Daxia Sea for training since childhood, and they fought their way through with an ancestral mace. After eating the slippery fruit, the lubricating mace became even more invincible. Defamation. New World. Kaido and Big Mom shouted at the giant screen, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Big Mom, repay my innocence. Kaido, repay my innocence. Hoo-hoo, Big Mom? Ugh, my innocence. At some point, 2 lines of clear tears fell on Kaido's face. The boys around him stared at Kaido with suspicious expressions, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. They couldn't help but be curious. Big Mom. That's Big Mom. How did Boss Kaido eat it? Clawhow Cielo. The only 10-sword swordsman in the world, holding the most unique and supreme sharp sword 10-claw blade. Marine creates 6 styles of shaving based on his silent steps. I defeated the Axe Emperor Menka before he became famous and cut off his right hand. 10-claw blades. The supreme sharp knife. Another big sharp knife. And look, he is actually the founder of Marine 6 styles. Yes, he also cut off the Axe Emperor's right hand. He is another peerless strong man. football GP. It was once as famous as Garp as Fist and Kick. Nanny. An existence with the same name as Lieutenant General Garp again. One of them slapped his head. I think about it, isn't Lieutenant General Garp also from Donghai? Could it be that there really is an Iron Fist Gate? I feel there is, otherwise how could there be so many strong people? The people around him nodded seriously when they heard this. How about we all go to the East Daxia Sea to become apprentices? Join the Iron Fist sect. There is a legend in the world that Garp is the best in boxing skills, and GP is the best in kick skills. Marine 6 Styles, the founder of Lanja. Everyone in the world thinks that the slipper mark on the dragon's face was left by Garp, but in fact it was made by Garp when he taught Long Feng Shen's feet. Ah! Lanji. Another founder of 6 Styles. Did Marine learn all 6 moves from pirates? Revolutionary Army Base Area. Sabo and his second sister-in-law, who had regained consciousness, looked up. Take a closer look at the tattoo on the dragon's face. Have to say, the more I look at it, the more it looks like footprints. The two of them were mumbling, but still didn't dare to ask. At this time, Long's intestines were already turning green. Why did he get such a tattoo in his head? Knifesmith Kojiro. Kojiro, on the surface he is a dojo master, but in reality he is the strongest swordsmith. Through the secret method of the Shimotsuki family, I inherited the forging fruit of my father Kozaburo, and gained the ability to forge all things. I once created 6 supreme sharp swords. 6 supreme sharp knives. Aren't there only 12 in total in the world? Half of it came from Kojiro's hand. The video is narrating at this time. Among them are Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight, the Bandit King's Sun Bear Sword, Axe Emperor Menka's Pangu Axe, the 10 claw blades of Claw Hawkrow, the dragon-slaying knife of Johnny the Sword God, the heavenly sword of Sword Saint Joseph. Because of this, under the protection of these 6 strong men, Shimotsuki village became the second Yamato Terra village after Windmill Village. Hiss. Apart from Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight, are there really any records of the others? Isn't it possible that the Supreme Sharp Sword has not 12 skills, but 17 skills? Zoro on the Mary looked at Kojiro on the giant screen, then looked down at the saber in his hand, with questions on his head. 6 big sharp knives? Why don't I have one? Sword God Johnny and Sword Master Joseph. Where there is a sword god, there must be a sword master. The supremely fast dragon-slaying sword and the heavenly sword held by the two of them are both made by Kojiro, the strongest swordsmith in the world. The sword is dipped in the blood of a true dragon, and the sword is forged from meteorite iron. One sword has caused countless bloody storms in the East Daxia Sea, making many pirates and villains frightened by the news, and making many swordsmen and swordsmen long for a battle. Hiss, true dragon's blood. Hiss, meteorite from the sky. Then how strong is this sword? Kaido and Big Mom, the 4 emperors once jointly invaded the East Daxia Sea, but were repelled by the sword master in the upside-down mountains. Kulokas, the person involved, recalled that he vaguely remembered that 4 conquerors haki collided for 3 days and 3 nights. The upside-down mountains were flattened by 3 meters, and the sea was covered with the wreckage of ships and pirates. The 4 emperors' pirates were known as an army of 100,000. The regiment was almost wiped out. The 2 men, covered in blood but without any scars, stood on the top of the mountain with swords in hand. Watching Kaido escape in embarrassment, he shouted out a sentence that still makes his blood boil. Ahead of the East Daxia Sea, the 4 emperors are prohibited from entering. It's a pity that the truth of this war was covered up by the world government. But in order to commemorate these 2 East Daxia Sea gods of war, Kurikas built 2 lighthouses next to the Gendeo Mountains. This is the origin of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. Hiss. Kaido, Big Mom, why is it me again? Feng Chong was greatly hurt. Invading small Donghai, and being stopped by 2 people. Kaido and Big Mom have a hard time that they can't express. But others take it a little seriously, because the Grand Line does have Twin Points Lighthouse. So this is the origin of Twin Points Lighthouse. East Daxia Sea. The people in Donghai who were watching the video at this time couldn't help but feel their blood boiling when they saw those 8 words. I couldn't help but raise my arms and shout loudly. Ahead of the East Daxia Sea, the 4 emperors are prohibited from entering. At this point, the bounty hunter looking for pirates on the deck of a ship. The Sword God, Johnny, and the Sword Master, Joseph, have become the patron saints of the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 9. Have you ever heard the story of the credit card man? Later, when Hawkeye slashed Zoro in the East Daxia Sea, he accidentally saw the Sword Master drawing a sword next to Luffy. He was so frightened that he almost carried the boat and swam away. Fortunately, Luffy caught them both in time, so Hawkeye fought on top to help Luffy. He also taught Zoro the blind swordsmanship of closing one eye can reduce half of the enemy. Fujitora could hear it outside the window. Clear and clear. Hiss. Is the world's greatest swordsman going to change hands? Latest headlines: Eagle Eye saw the God of Swords and the Sword Master, and was so scared that he was PD off. King of the Offshore Sea. Black Moon. The King of the Offshore Sea has a dispute with Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island. Because I was born 1 second later than Shirahoshi, I lost the throne of ancient weapon Poseidon. But he still gained a power similar to that of Poseidon, so he was called Near Poseidon. In order to save Luffy, the 4 emperors Shanks reluctantly invited Poseidon to eat the bandit king Sig alive at the cost of sacrificing a left arm. Hiss. King of the Offshore. Shirahoshi, Black Moon. What a wonderful fight. What a terrifying Poseidon it must be to have the red-haired Shanks sacrifice his left arm. But some people are obviously more concerned about another piece of information. World Government, Marine Headquarters. Ancient weapon Poseidon. Shirahoshi. Check immediately. The 2 orders were issued almost at the same time, and the mighty team began to move towards Fishman Island. Wufa Crick. The Grand Admiral of the East Daxia Sea Fleet, the most promising overlord to unify the East Daxia Sea, wears golden armor with hidden weapons, is a Grand Master with 18 kinds of martial arts, and holds a supremely sharp sword that rivals the white-bearded Kong Yunkai, battle gun. I once fought with Whitebeard, who was passing by the East Daxia Sea for 7 days and 7 nights with no outcome. In the end, both sides were injured and left. Only then were they picked up by Hawkeye and chased all the way. Creek, who had already lost his health, was defeated by the protagonist Luffy. This time it's changed. Whitebeard calls out the criticism for being ruined. The battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. But what the people seem to care more about is the supreme sharp knife, the battle gun. Another supremely sharp knife that I have never heard of. 16 jobs. There are already 16 supreme sharp knives. Everything is a Jin. A Jin and a Jin man who ate the Ajin fruit. A Jinran, a Jinhun, and a Jin are all mysterious people. Anyone who doesn't show his face can be regarded as a Jin. He often incarnates into various big bosses to play games in the world. I knocked down Sanji, the descendant of Jeep, with a few moves, and knocked out the martial arts warrior Crick with 1 punch. They are all cruel people. Arkan fruit? Is this Paramecia fruit? He is the marine monster Green Bull General. He is the most powerful brain Vegapunk. He is the legendary pirate Rox. He is Joyboy, the son of prophecy. He is even the king of the world I'm Sama. He once left a prophecy to Luffy, see you again on the Great Line in the future. I wonder what identity Akin will appear in front of the Straw Hats. When everyone heard that Akin had so many titles, they couldn't help but murmur to themselves, General Marine, the most powerful brain, king of the world. Ajin, who is he? Mysterious, indeed a mysterious person. No way, no way. At this time, a Wolong said excitedly, could it be that the Akin fruit, this fruit has the ability to disguise itself. As the saying goes, where there are crouching dragons, there must be phoenix chicks. Could it be that these people are all the same person, Jin? Never thought that now, no matter what you say, people will believe it, it makes sense. Credit Deo Lang, Ippon Song. The strongest man in Rogue Town is not Smoker, but Ippon Matsu, who lives in seclusion in a weapons store. No one knows the true age of this bald man, but he knows the secrets of the D family and the truth that has been blank for 100 years. He is responsible for subverting the mission of the celestial dragons to rule Rogue Town. Ippon Matsu, who was still looking at the giant screen with interest outside the weapons store, suddenly looked up and saw his name appearing on the giant screen, and couldn't help but panic. What's there to say about selling weapons by yourself? But who would have expected? The direct words are shocking. Do you know DS family? Ippono exclaimed in a loud voice, D? Is it D from ABCD? What secret does D have? This isn't over yet. The truth about 100 years of blank time. Everyone around looked at the bald man with surprise. And a Matsumoto person is also full of confusion. What is 100 years of blank time? The mission to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. The last sentence was like a heavy blow. The people around him dispersed quickly as if they were escaping from a virus, leaving only Ihan Matsu alone in the center. Celestial dragons. This is the real God. The God who controls this world. Subvert their rule? Ippon Matsu swallowed on the spot, as if all the strength in his body had been taken away, he slumped on the spot. But the video isn't over yet. What is a credit card man? It is a mysterious profession inherited from the Gigo lineage that suddenly disappeared 800 years ago. He will give the target person a famous sword or devil fruit on credit, and leave a mysterious prophecy by the way. When the prediction comes true, the target person will definitely pay the price will be paid back to the creditor. What ability is this? The people around me were not too busy eating melons and started talking one after another. This kind of profession is a bit scary, isn't it? Is he still a prophet? As the 18th generation swordsman of the Oni Valley Gate, Ippon Matsu can strategize and win thousands of miles away without leaving home. Roger, Whitebeard, Luffy's father Ryu and even Zoro are all his pawns. And the person he was playing against was the king of the world Im-sama. Ippon Matsu once killed thousands of CP assassins sent by Im in one night, leaving only the weakest one, Phosfu, to go back and report the news. Poor Phosfu was thrown into the underwater prison by the angry Im because he failed to escort the rubber fruit before. Ah! Is this the real strong hermit? Roger, Whitebeard, Dragon. Who is not a legendary figure who is famous throughout the ages, but can only become Ipponitsu's chess piece. Play chess with Im, the king of the world. As for the word Im, no one even dares to mention it. Strong man. Real strong man. Only Ippon Matsu looked up at the giant screen with his face ashen as death. Soon, the video began to explain Ippon Matsu's glorious deeds. Before Roger set out from Rogue Town, Ippon Matsu gave him the ace, the supreme sharp knife, on credit and predicted that he would reach the final island and become One Piece. Finally, when Roger was executed in his hometown, the era of great pirates began. Monkey D. Long met Ippon Matsu during Roger's execution and obtained the most violent Logia fruit, the Feng Feng fruit, from him. After learning that he would become a great thinker and revolutionary leader, Long made a decisive decision. I gave up the future of General Marine and embarked on a revolutionary path to lead the people to resist the rule of the celestial dragons. Zoro came to the weapons store to buy a knife by chance. Ippon Matsu could tell at a glance that Zoro was the embryo of a sword fairy that could not be seen in a century, so he deliberately set up a trap to let him get the demon sword 3rd generation Kaiditsuo and Ryokai Toyuki, and prophesied he will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Hiss. Soon, the entire weapons store was surrounded by marine soldiers. Ippon Song swallowed helplessly. A strong wind blew up. After calm down, there was no trace of Ipponmatsu. So far, the legendary story of Ipponmatsu has been circulating in Rogue Town. A first-class big shot. Chapter 10 Inventory of One Piece 4's Top Reckless Men. One-on-one battle with generals, hand-to-hand 4 emperors. The video on the giant screen slowly comes to an end. This time, the giant screen did not shoot any light beams. Time passed little by little. After the giant screen played the 13 tables of the East Daxia Sea, it became silent without any movement. The world of pirates is slowly returning to peace. The capital of 7 waters. In a tavern, Luffy was immersed in the food in front of him. The old man wearing a dog head hat stretched his legs like a cross and slowly approached like a thief. Fists raised. Swing it down hard. Bang. A loud bang. The wooden round table instantly shattered, and Luffy was only a fraction of a second away from this iron fist. Ah! When Luffy turned around, he no longer cared about the meat in his mouth. He was dozens of meters away in an instant, looking at the old man with a dog's head and hat in horror. Grandpa? Grandfather? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused. Garp scratched the back of his head in embarrassment for a moment. Hello. However, Garp soon reacted and shouted at Luffy, Luffy, you really stole the show, you are on the video, and you are causing trouble on Judiciary Island again. Having said that, Garp stopped hiding and his right hand was instantly covered with armed domineering energy. Like a cannonball, it rushed towards Luffy. Grandpa, let you see me now. And Luffy didn't have any hidden clumsiness. Armed and domineering. Liu Ying is domineering. Conqueror's domineering entanglement. Use them all. Punch out. 2 fists collide. The huge shock wave generated turned the surrounding buildings dozens of meters into ruins. Moment. When the collision ended, both of them retreated tens of meters. Today's Luffy is definitely among the top ones in terms of strength. Of course, Garp didn't try his best. He just wanted to test it out and didn't want to kill his precious grandson. Pirates. Marine. The war is about to break out. Fu. But who knew that at this moment, Luffy and Garp snored carelessly in front of everyone. Asleep. Just fell asleep like this. What woke them up was the sound coming from the giant screen. Take stock of the top reckless men in 1 PIECE 4. One-on-one battle with generals, tearing apart the 4 emperors. Who do you think I am? Move the boat over. The long-awaited giant screen lights up again. A critical hit at the opening. Challenge a general. Hand tier 4 emperors. I lost it. This must be another big news that shocks the pirate world. Pa. Listening to the comments of the people around them, both grandfather and grandson came over, rubbed their sleepy eyes, and looked up at the giant screen. There is Jack in front of the boat, and there is Kid with a broken arm in the back. There is such a special profession in the world of pirates. It is unstoppable and its achievements are all based on recklessness. Occasionally it is a little bright, but most of the time it is defeated. Of course, this kind of talent is rare, but it's definitely not impossible. Jack. Jack, one of the 3 major poster boards of the Beast's Pirates. Kid broke his arm. Who is Kid? Haven't you heard? The most powerful supernova with a bounty of 315 million. 315 million Baileys. The strongest. I don't accept it. In terms of strength. Who can compare with Straw Hat Luffy? Soon, along with everyone's discussion, the video on the giant screen began to play. Top reckless man Jack. Jack is the weakest sign of the Beast's Pirates, but with that sentence "Who do you think I am?" he pulled the ship over and became the spokesperson for the courage and spirit of the Great Line. New World. On the Ghost Island. What? As one of the 3 weakest signboards, Jack immediately went crazy when he saw the introduction of the video on the giant screen. The weakest. I am the weakest. Quinn, am I the weakest? Jack looked at Quinn with a frustrated look. Moment. No answer. Yin, am I the weakest? Jack turned to look at Yin again. Still no answer. In desperation, Jack could only place his hope on Boss Kaido. Boss, am I the weakest? As Jack's close brother, Kaido naturally cannot ignore Jack. Yes. That's a crisp and clear answer. Ah. There may be several One Pieces, but there is only one Piece. Although Jack is the younger brother among the three disasters, he dares to directly challenge the Marine Fleet with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, General Fujitora, and General Staff Crane, and single-handedly fight against the power of destroying the country. Nani? Quinn, Yin etl. Even Du Kaido looked at Jack in surprise. You kid are tired of living. Warring States period. General Crane. Even Kaido himself has to consider this kind of lineup. But at this time, the members of the 100 Pirates were all reckless, and like crazy, they raised their weapons and shouted to the sky, "Ship King Jack! By Jack the Ship King!" Those who don't know better think that the king of ships is really a king. Jack became famous in one battle and reached the pinnacle of his life. Long-term dominance in the ranking of the top reckless men in the pirate world. In terms of strength alone, compared to Quinn and Yin, Jack doesn't have anything particularly outstanding, but his physique is extremely tough. Jack, a person with the ability to take the form of an ancient mammoth from the elephant fruit. It is an ancient species and a mammoth. It gives Jack the vitality of thick skin and flesh. At the same time, it is also a saddle-stone Madara fishman. The saddle-stone Madara fishman is a powerful carnivorous deep-sea fish. Jack's recklessness is engraved in his bloodline factor. The Fishmen tribe. Jack, one of the three main posters of the Beast Pirates, is actually a fishman. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but look at Jack in the video carefully, and even widened their eyes. This doesn't look like it either. You don't look like a fishman at all. The fishmen are also representatives of powerful vitality in the world of pirates. As an esper, Jack can survive on the bottom of the sea for this reason. With so many buffs, Jack can't stop being reckless. Can't stop at all. Isn't it? Could it be? Could it be that Jack has done something even more outrageous? Everyone couldn't help but twitch their throats, and stared at the video being played on the giant screen without blinking. After challenging the Marine Dream Team, I challenged another strongest creature, the Elephant Lord. As a result, Jack was slapped by his old man's nose. Elephant Lord. This kid Jack even dares to challenge the elephant owner? Kaido looked at Jack as if he were a fool. Lost heart disease. This kid Jack is definitely suffering from mental illness. Later in Wano country, while Jack was catching pirates, he bumped into Comrade Ashura for no apparent reason. He immediately started talking trash and then got stabbed. When it came to the decisive battle on Ghost Island, Jack directly led a group of younger brothers to fight against the Moonlight Lions. In the end, all his teeth were knocked out and his worth plummeted. However, after all this, Jack still didn't give up. He used tape to tape up his teeth and started to duel with Inuarashi again. In the end, he was kicked. Who is the most reckless Jack that he has ever defeated? Hiss. Who have you defeated? No wonder it's the weakest among the three major signboards. Everyone who was watching the video couldn't help but say, it's really a bit weak. Why does it feel like I can slap him twice even if I go up? Ghost Island. Ship King Jack. Boat Jack. FK. Jack. Those little fans who were originally Jack's fans couldn't help but shout, FK. Chapter 11 Little Red Hair Kid. The second of the four top reckless men, Badgers. Badgies is one of the bosses of the Blackbeard Group's entrepreneurial team. Blackbeard has been hunted from the beginning, and those who are chasing them are the Whitebeard Pirates, the world's #1 pirate group. You can imagine what kind of ruthless people are willing to follow Teach in this situation. They must be very muscular and simple. Blackbeard group? The first half of the grand line. Thieves, ha 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 ha. The rugged-looking Blackbeard, who was wearing jewelry, looked up at the video being played on the giant screen. Blackbeard Group Entrepreneurship Team, thieves, ha 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 ha, I like it. But Badgers on the side couldn't help laughing. Muscular and simple. Using Jack as an example earlier, Badgers knew that this reckless man was definitely not exaggerating. New World. Seeing the fleeting scene of Blackbeard on the video, Whitebeard's expression instantly turned gloomy. As Whitebeard's most caring son, Marco immediately said, "Dad, Ace must be fine." Whitebeard still said nothing, just nodded slightly. The grand line. Ace raised his head and stared at the Blackbeard on the giant screen, his eyes becoming cold and stern. Blackbeard, who betrayed and killed his family, must die. And he, Ace, had to catch it with his own hands. "Teach, I will find you." When I first appeared, I ran to Demon Valley Town alone and challenged my opponents very arrogantly. I was a fighting champion and directly caused a wave of hatred. If Nami hadn't stopped me, I would have been beaten up by Luffy and Zoro. The City of Water. Marine and pirates sat in a row in harmony. Luffy and Garp were sitting at the front, and they were eating senbei happily. It turns out that this stupid guy's name is Badgers. Garp was eating senbei while looking at Luffy. Just one hit. Garp has already sensed the change in Luffy's strength. Powerful. Powerful. A kind of strength that even Garp has to admit. Luffy, who was specially trained by Kaido's mentor with the potential stimulating stick, is indeed a bit scary. Even if Akainu is standing here, he will not be Luffy's opponent. The video on the giant screen continues to play. Badges met Ace later. Before Ace could finish his words, teammate Van Oka took action directly. Badges also came to join in the fun. He lifted up the house and wanted to hit Ace, but was severely blocked by Ace. The pillar of fire rebounded directly. The opponent missed it, but it almost blew up Blackbeard. Looking at the scene in the video, Ace was slightly startled. Encountered. He met Blackbeard. At this moment, the outline of a small town appeared in Ace's eyes. Ace took out the permanent pointer, looked at the map and murmured softly, "Banaro Island." Badges has been associated with Shasheo fruit ever since. 2 years later, Badgers single-handedly attacked Dressrosa and wanted to capture the burning fruit in the arena. Dressrosa? Burn the fruit. New World. Dad, there is only one devil fruit, right? Marco looked up at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly shrank, and in an instant, the calm sea became rough. But soon, the sea became calm again. "What should we do, Dad?" Mark's voice was urgent. Whitebeard laughed heartily, "Gla la la la, no matter what you say now, Ace will not stop." Marco was slightly startled. The grand line. Burn the fruit. Ace whispered softly, and suddenly his whole body stiffened. I'm dead. No matter how brave and fearless a person is, when faced with the news that he is about to die, he will probably have a moment of fear. Moment. Ace looked up at the island not far away, his eyes becoming more determined. In the face of persistence, death does not seem so terrible. The City of Water. Luffy looked at Luffy on the screen with an excited look on his face. For Luffy, who lacks common sense in life, he doesn't know about it. How deep is the doorway? Garp on the side was in a daze, and his Zonghung face showed more and more vicissitudes of life. As a result, Badgers met Sabo this time. In the first fight, Badgers was beaten to a pulp by the Dragon Claw Fist. In the second fight, Badgers was blown away again by the Flame Dragon Claw Fist. Badges, the reckless man, has been frustrated ever since he met these three brothers. Buster. Nemesis. People in the pirate world who didn't know what was going on couldn't help but look at Badgers in the video with some helplessness. If you say it's fine, who can't you offend? You must provoke these 3 second-generation ancestors, whose identity and background is not enough for badgers to drink a pot of. I thought it was time for badgers to stop and stop. Badger's most brilliant operation so far is here. Badges, who was seriously injured, was stuck on the bottom of the Revolutionary Army's returning boat and successfully reached the Revolutionary Army headquarters, the island of White Earth, Baldigo. In the end, badgers brought the Blackbeard pirates and completely destroyed this place. At this point, the feud between badgers and Sabo was finally forged. MD. With Sob's Liangzi. It's obviously Liangzi from the Revolutionary Army. Long, with a face full of indifference, stared at badgers on the giant screen with eyes like sharp knives. Quickly, retreat. He gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. The base of the Revolutionary Army was exposed like this. What is the alternative but to retreat? At the same time, several warships set sail at the same time, and the target was naturally the base of the Revolutionary Army, Bardigo. Admiral, how is it? Badgers raised his head and looked at Blackbeard with excitement. Can I do it? Blackbeard could only nodded helplessly, scolding Badgers countless times in his heart. What the hell can you do? No one has ever been beaten. In the end, Lao Zi earned the hatred of the Revolutionary Army, so FKUXXX. There are 2 red-haired men on the Grand Line. One has broken his left arm, and the other has also broken his left arm. Kid as one of the 3 captains leading the new era, his rank and skill are extremely high. Back then, he was a supernova. On the Sabayati Islands, the one with the highest bounty and the highest level of danger was Kid. The limelight even overshadowed Luffy's in the tavern, just because Abdul glanced at him. Bang! Kid exploded. He rushed out and was about to have a fight with APU. Kid, with his bad temper, would be the kind of guy who wouldn't survive 2 levels if placed anywhere else. A fully open-air glass pub. A group of people drank wine and looked up at the video on the giant screen. It was a kind of comfort. And this kind of open-air glass tavern has just emerged. It's convenient to drink and watch short videos on the giant screen at the same time. Bang bang bang. At this moment, several loud noises were heard in the tavern. Where is Lao Zi's arm? The initiator is one of the 4 top reckless men, Little Red Hair Kid. Bang. Several more wooden tables became shattered. Young minion? Who is the little minion? People around looked up at the giant screen and down at Kid. He quickly started running away in all directions. While running, I was still thinking, sure enough, he is indeed a reckless man. Chapter 12 King Mang Luffy. But I forced Kid, a reckless man, to find a way out. Conqueror's domineering. Magnetic fruit. The unique nickname, Captain, is just like someone's nickname being Dad. When every pirate calls Kid's nickname, he will be taken advantage of without knowing it. Someone's nickname? Dad? Hiss. You might as well just reveal my ID number. New World's Whitebeard couldn't laugh or cry. In the 2 years since the Straw Hats disappeared, Kid has done a lot in New World. Kid's moves are almost all high-end games. Kid directly picked on the 4 emperors. He once made Big Mom's General Star, destroyed several ships, and made Big Mom suffer a big loss. Later, he recklessly challenged the red-haired pirates, but without even seeing the red-haired face, Beckman chopped off his left hand. Reckless. In terms of recklessness, this kid is as good as Jack. Challenge 4 emperors? You are really brave. As everyone marveled, the video on the giant screen continued to play. Kid, who didn't have the chance to become a second-generation official, took the second-generation script because he was so reckless and worked so hard, and finally he met Kai Dakai's mentor. Kid faced the threat of the strongest creature. APU jumped directly. Hawkins was forced to surrender, but Kid chose to fight. Soon, everyone in the pirate world started talking. APU. Hawkins. Aren't they all supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million? One jumps back and the other surrenders. Judging from this, Kid still has some courage. Of course, Kid was tortured by Kaido's mentor without any surprise. Sent to the Wano country quarry for transformation. At this time, Kid is wearing sea-carved stone handcuffs and he still doesn't want to stop. Kid played various devil muscle competitions with another reckless man in prison, and finally formed a group to go to Ghost Island to challenge the 4 emperors. After defeating Big Mom, Kid successfully proved himself and his confidence is overwhelming. Defeated Big Mom? Nanny. This is 4 emperors. Did this fool really succeed? Wano country? Another fool? Hiss. I seem to have an answer in my heart. After Kid came out of Wano country, he plunged into the Dragon Kingdom Elbaf, and then met the red-haired Shanks again. Kid faced the red-haired pirates at their peak, the giant pirates who catered to the 2 captains, and countless pirates under the Red Group. This time even Kira started to worry. I didn't expect Kid to start scolding me directly. Who do you think I am? Oh, I'm sorry, let's wait until we lose and then think about the consequences. Then, not surprisingly, I was stunned by the red hair. Ha 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 ha. Kid. This is a complete selection of 4 emperors. I really hope to take over the legacy of King of Ships and become King of Ships 2.0. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but start a heated discussion. Jack. Badgers. Kid. These 3 people are so reckless, so who is the winner? How reckless is that? Is there only one word in your mind? Do it. The answer is yes. The last of the 4 top reckless men in the pirate world, Luffy. Luffy. It's Straw Hat Luffy again. This guy's appearance rate is a bit high. I'm convinced to let him be the winner. Do you dare to refuse to accept it? Official 2nd generation. You dare to refuse to accept it? Monkey D. Luffy. Grandpa Monkey D. Garp is a macho man who has been riding a tiger for fun since he was a child. Daddy Monkey D. Dragon is the most dangerous criminal in the world right now. Luffy did not hesitate and decisively carried forward this family culture. Hiss. Not a good review. Look, Lieutenant General Garp has had abdominal muscles since he was a child. Pa. The person I just talked about had his head slapped by someone. Is this the point? The point is, who has a good family but a whole family of reckless people? Windmill Village equals Mang Village. 2.5 of the 3 major structures of the Celestial Dragons were destroyed by Luffy. Oni Ace Hall, which is in charge of justice and trial, was made a fuss by the team led by Luffy, and was brutally called by Buster, which ultimately led to destruction. The Deep Sea Great Prison advances. Because Luffy's prison escape dream team was completely broken through, the defense collapsed to this day, which also led to the escape of prisoners who advanced to the 6th floor, and they are still providing talents to the pirate world to this day. The Marine Headquarters, which symbolizes the highest combat power of Marine, has gathered 100,000 Marine elites in a top battle, as well as monster-level combat power like Shishibukai, but the newcomer Wong Luffy dares to interfere in this battle, completely ignoring the buggy behind him. How loud the scream was! At that time, I'm afraid that if any pirate fell on the battlefield, the bounty would be higher than Luffy. Starting from Alabasta, every battle Luffy has is a real high-end game. Luffy's opponents are either Shishibukai like Crocodile, bugs like Enel, or Luchi, who is known as the strongest agent in 800 years, but none of them are fuel efficient. As a member of the Monkey D family, Luffy had no fear and was full of confidence when he went to sea. He immediately chose the hell difficulty and relied on a lot of blood to pass the level and defeat the enemy. For a moment, the whole world was silent. The City of Water. Even Garp, who was sitting next to Luffy, opened his mouth wide. Any Ace Hall? Impel City? There are many Marines in the Marine Headquarters. Garp knew that Luffy had a talent for causing trouble, but he didn't expect that he would be so capable of causing trouble. Bang! Without any hesitation, Garp punched Luffy on the head. This time Luffy didn't move away, but jumped up and down holding the big bag on his head. "What are you doing? Tell your kid to hold it back." No matter how rich the family is, they cannot tolerate Luffy going through such trouble. Luffy wasn't awakened until the Sabayati Islands. He realized his lack of strength and started practicing with Master Rayleigh. Luffy has completely changed after returning 2 years ago and has become even more reckless. Before arriving in the New World, he officially declared war on Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, and then shut down Doflamingo's business in one breath, making Kaido-sensei so angry that he burst into tears. Wang Luffy felt that this was not enough, and even brought a few friends to break into Big Mom's territory. A man singled out the angry Candy Army, and then he was beaten up as expected. Luffy is so reckless just so he can eat Sanji's food. Luffy, he is really... I cried to death. Reckless plus greedy equals no solution. Luffy has been causing trouble ever since he set foot in Wano country, directly disrupting the original strategy of Law and other partners. Battled against Kaido alone, leaving behind the legendary 8 trigrams of thunder. In the decisive battle on Onigashima, Loyal learned his lesson. With Luffy and Kid in the team, these 2 reckless men can directly break through. Note: there is absolutely no such thing as attracting fire fools. Luffy and Kid also completed the mission very successfully. After all, this is their nature. I acted in my true colors directly. Ha 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 ha, there's no 300 taels of silver here. A fool who attracts firepower. Sure enough, my talents are bound to be useful, and my recklessness also has its uses. Chapter 13: A complete list of Pluton Rayleigh's 11 shots. The remnants of the old era that you can't afford to offend. Banaro Island. What a shame, Ace. Blackbeard stood in the center of the island, with the endless darkness produced by the dark fruit behind him. Die in the darkness. Great flame ring. Ace, who was covered in scars, shouted angrily, and the blazing flames rolled up layer by layer, completely wrapping Ace, and instantly turned into a great fireball. Flame, hot, bright. Dark water, cruel, dark. The 2 forces collided on the island, and shock waves destroyed all the surrounding buildings. As for the ending, it seems nothing has changed. I don't know how long it will take. Luffy sat cross-legged on the little lion, and the Wanli Sunshine headed towards the next destination of the permanent pointer. There are bubbles all around the island. Sabayati Land Islands. Luffy and his friends encountered the place where Uncle Kizaru arranged special training, but now Luffy possesses 3 colors of Haki and awakens the form of Sun God Nika. Zoro and Sanji are as powerful as the 3 disasters. It's really not certain who is afraid of whom. The moment Luffy and others landed on the island, the giant screen in the sky lit up again after being silent for a long time. Just a few seconds. Everyone in the pirate world gathered on the street, on the ship, in a position where they could watch the giant screen. This is big news. Every time it's big news that shocks everyone. And the giant screen didn't seem to disappoint everyone. Under the gaze of everyone, the black title slowly emerged. Repelled Marco with 1 finger. Defeated Blackbeard against Kizaru. Pluton Rayleigh took all 11 shots. The remnants of the old era that you can't afford to offend. Sure enough. As soon as the title came out, it caused waves of exclamations. Pluton Rayleigh. One Piece Roger's deputy. Kill Marco off with 1 finger. Isn't Marco the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Against General Kizaru. Hiss. Shocked back Blackbeard. Blackbeard? Who is he? I've never heard of him, but he can be compared with Marco and General Kizaru. In fact, we can't blame everyone. Blackbeard is not famous yet. But it's coming soon, Blackbeard will soon be famous. Then he was killed by the three parties working together. Amid everyone's discussion, the picture on the giant screen began to flicker. How strong was the right hand of the former king? Rayleigh followed Roger and fought all his life, but when decades passed, many past events were either buried in history and became secrets, or were erased, and the world was almost about to forget Pluton's reputation. But trouble always comes. Even Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, who have withdrawn from the world for decades, have to fight again for their descendants. I can't help but intervene in troubled times. Sabayati Islands. Outside a pub. A silver-haired old man and a beautiful woman with an attractive figure were fighting side by side. I can't help but intervene in troubled times. Pluton's reputation? Rayleigh, I give you a very good rating. Xiaoqi looked at the young Rayleigh in the video and couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckled. Rayleigh looked at the video on the giant screen, and the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Grandma, it's best not to look like me now, otherwise I. Coincidentally. Rayleigh's words haven't finished yet. In the video, Rayleigh stands proudly, facing Blackbeard. Is Daughter Island forcing Blackbeard back, or is Rayleigh taking his last shot? Rayleigh immediately became furious. There is nothing I can do. The people around looked up at the giant screen, and their bodies immediately became stiff. Almost all of these people are regulars in the tavern, and this old man is too familiar. Drunkard. Gambler. There is no such thing as a regular old lady, right? How did he transform into Pluton Rayleigh? There were also many people who made fun of and insulted Rayleigh's existence. With a cry of surprise, everyone ran away, leaving only Rayleigh and Xiaoqi alone. In desperation, Xiaoqi and Rayleigh could only shrug their shoulders. Under the white eye sockets, Rayleigh's eyes gradually changed from cynical to serious. Xiaoqi, have you noticed? Since this mysterious video appeared, the sea seems to have become more interesting. Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh, who looked like an old man next to him, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "What? You want to be born?" Rayleigh couldn't help but sneered. Did you see the title this time? The remnants of the old era. I'm already old, and I still have a new life, haha. After that, Rayleigh drank the bottle in his hand. Along with the conversation between Xiaoqi and Rayleigh, the picture on the giant screen continued to flicker. The answer is obviously no. When the huge war predicted in the future is coming, I'm afraid no one can really stay away from it. The Great War. All of a sudden, 4 emperors, world government, marine headquarters became cautious and frowned. The higher the status and the higher the power, the more afraid of war. War is a game where there is no owner, but the one in power only needs to maintain it. The Revolutionary Army, Shishibukai, and several pirates couldn't help but get excited. Before that, let us experience the power of Pluton that threatens the world. So far, Rayleigh's performance can be divided into 2 major stages: before retirement and after retirement. The power of Pluton. What a domineering title, as famous as the 3 ancient weapons. And domineering, of course there is a reason to be domineering. Before retreat. Rayleigh, one of the pillars of Roger's group. The King's Deputy. A total of 4 brilliant achievements. 1. The Battle in the Valley of the Gods. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Genie will hold a massacre competition with the celestial dragons using fruits as prizes. Dragon people. Once the video is played, it caused an uproar. Dragon people. With devil fruit as a reward? Hold a massacre competition. For a time, all the people began to talk, but due to the absolute authority of the Tianlong people in this world, everyone's voices were extremely low. What a tragedy! Could it be that the lives of us ordinary people are worthless in their eyes? Yes. Some people even had red eyes, clenching their fists and staring hard at the backs of several celestial dragons on the giant screen. Gritting teeth. Sabayati Islands. The 5 elders stood by the window, their faces bloodless, and their extremely sinister faces were reflected in the spotless mirror. The news spread to the outside world, eventually attracting the Rocks pirates. Roger pirates and other pirates to attack, and then a war broke out with the Knights of God and Marine forces. In the end, Rocks was defeated by Garp and Roger together. What? For many people, these giant melons are beyond their comprehension. Roger and Garp team up. Pirates and Marine join forces. Almost everyone couldn't help but have a strong interest in the history of that period. What exactly happened at that time? Let One Piece and Marine hero Garp join forces. Funny. Chapter 14 Defeat Marco with one finger. Rayleigh is the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, and the team deputy with the most say outside Rocks is none other than Whitebeard. But at that time, Whitebeard was too young and may not have reached his peak period, and the leaders of the Rocks Pirates had different ideas. I don't want to say whether Rayleigh defeated Whitebeard, but at least he delayed Rocks until the moment of defeat. Sabayati Islands, New World. Rayleigh and Whitebeard's thoughts went back to that day in the Valley of the Gods. Dad, did you win that battle? Marco on the side saw Whitebeard lost in thought and couldn't help asking. At the same time, everyone looked at Whitebeard. Curious. Who can not be curious about this? This can be said to be the pinnacle of the battle? Gula la 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 la. Whitebeard's thoughts were brought back to reality by his sons, and he laughed loudly. Moment. Whitebeard still didn't answer. Win or lose between them? Doesn't seem that important. Whitebeard only remembered the scene of that battle. There was smoke everywhere, broken walls and ruins, and the smell of blood almost broke through his nose. 2. Showdown Bullet. Rayleigh dueled with the 15-year-old Bullet in the name of being a mediocre teacher. Out of respect for his talent and wanting to teach him, Bullet and Rayleigh drew a draw. The name of a mediocre teacher. Rayleigh didn't have a good temper for being exposed on the giant screen, and now he is even more angry. Why have I become a mediocre teacher? Just because of that video? Kaido's muscular idiot became a mentor, and I became a mediocre teacher. The law of heaven, where is the law of heaven? Luffy. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and said, it's best not to let me meet you. It depends on whether I teach you or not, and you're done. Ah. Rayleigh. The words haven't finished yet. Below the tavern, an exclamation came out. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi both looked down. Wearing a straw hat. Green algae head. Yellow curly hair. Hiss, devil figure. Hiss, perfect match for the royal sister. Pervert wearing only underwear. Skull. Long nose. Civet cat pet. The next second. Luffy, I will fight with you. 3. Duel with the Golden Lion. 27 years ago, the Golden Lion led a large number of warships to hunt Roger's ship. He wanted to get Roger's information about the ancient weapon, and invited Roger to join the conspiracy in the world. Golden Lion. Another great pirate, a remnant of the old era. Yes. If they had peak power, how powerful they would be. The ship's doctor, Kurikas, had already boarded the ship at that time. After knowing that Roger was terminally ill, the Roger pirates were still preparing for the final voyage. How could they have time to follow you, the Golden Lion Moji? Before Roger even spoke, his companions, including Rayleigh, had already guessed the captain's answer. The Roger pirates start fighting against the Golden Lion pirates. But Roger was in a desperate situation because he was terminally ill and outnumbered. Fortunately, a huge storm hit, which caused heavy losses to the fleet under the Golden Lion, allowing Roger and his gang to escape. Under the giant screen, everyone opened their eyes and watched everything that happened on the giant screen. Magnificent scenery. Peak combat power. A battle of this level is worth watching once and for all. Especially for these ordinary people, if they were standing at the battle site at that time, I am afraid that the aftermath alone would be enough to kill them many times. What a magnificent era! When the video ended, everyone couldn't help but sigh. 4. Showdown with the White-Bearded Thieves. Only 1 year later, 26 years ago, Roger and his gang met the Whitebeard pirates on a certain island. In this battle, Odin was the first to enter the island. Rayleigh and Jabba wanted to fight, but Roger, who was itchy, got the better of him. Later, the two sides launched a fierce battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Rayleigh immediately performed a series of superb stunts of cutting melons and vegetables, and Marco, the rookie of the Whitebeard pirates, stepped forward to challenge in the form of a phoenix and a beast. 1 finger. Just 1 finger. Rayleigh blocked Marco's all-out attack with 1 finger, and smiled contemptuously and said that he had always been serious. This battle was Captain Roger's final peak. During the final voyage in the next year, Roger's health deteriorated day by day. The Roger pirates never had such a high-intensity battle again. Arrogant. How arrogant! You dare to take Marco's attack with just 1 finger. And you smiled contemptuously. Sabayati Islands. Outside the pub on the 2nd floor. Luffy's group, Rayleigh, Xiaoqi, and others fought in a row. Luffy on the side glanced at Rayleigh and curled his lips. Is he that strong? I don't think he can either. No matter how you say something to anger a man. Just 2 words. No. Rayleigh looked at Luffy. If looks could kill, Rayleigh would have killed Luffy long ago. As for why he didn't take action, Rayleigh really felt that Luffy's ability was indeed not weak. As a team that has been traversing the sea for decades, it is finally the first team to complete the feat of traveling around the world and landing the final product. Rayleigh must have experienced more than 4 battles with the Roger pirates. Roger and his gang have had dozens of duels with Garp alone. There must have been fights when we were fighting for the main text of Auntie's history, but the past happened with the wind, and those fights were eventually lost in those glorious years that can never be returned. The glory days that can't be returned. Just a few words. Whitebeard. Warring States. Garb. How many memories have been brought back to Rayleigh and others? After retreating, Rayleigh has been living in seclusion on the Sabayati Islands since Roger was executed. IXUXXXX. Rayleigh looked up at the giant screen in the sky and output, is Laozi's retreat also going to be exposed to Laozi? Leave a line in everything you do so that we can meet each other easily in the future. Do you understand? Obviously, the giant screen doesn't understand. Marine turns a blind eye to this. Rayleigh took 7 shots in total after retiring. 1. The Sabayati Islands slave shop is unveiled. Who would have thought that the famous Pluton would sell himself out because of gambling money? Nanny. Ha 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 ha. What a cruel person. I bet on myself. Rayleigh saw the owner Diskin abusing Zyoba's friend Kemi in the backstage of the slave shop. And he had no choice but to release his domineering power and stun these bastards. Afterwards, the Straw Hats made a big fuss at the auction. Pluton and the giant Jambalo took advantage of the chaos to come from the backstage and used conquerors to stun the celestial dragons, Carulia Palace. Sure enough, it's Pluton Rayleigh. Not even the celestial dragons are afraid. A role model for us. Especially since the video above just showed the celestial dragons playing a hunting game with devil fruit as bets. It turns out that Rayleigh had already planned to rob the buyers at the auction and use the money to continue gambling. Unexpectedly, his acquaintance Zyoba was also at the scene. No one needs to explain. Rayleigh had roughly guessed what happened when he saw Kemi. The next moment Rayleigh released Conquerors, instantly suppressed all the Draco attendants, and even removed the self-destruction shackles for Kemi. It is worth noting that when Rayleigh released Conquerors, he did not bypass the Heart Pirates and Kid Pirates. Both parties were affected to some extent. This is probably a kind of deterrence during the first meeting, reminding them not to mess around. On this basis, Rayleigh Senpai said, I still want to live in seclusion, and I will leave it to you. The Heart Pirates and Kid must have no objections. Disrespecting the elderly. Rely on the old and sell the old. A gambler. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it. Chapter 15 Duel with Kizaru, Fishing Sword Technique. 2. Duel with Kizaru. According to Rayleigh's original plan, find a secluded place to coat the sunny. The Straw Hat Pirates will find a way to survive for 3 days and then reunite with his life card. But this time it's different. It's just Kizaru who leads the team. The pacifist army is also here. The Straw Hat Pirates encountered one as soon as they arrived at the amusement park, and then they were beaten by Jean Momomaru, and finally Kizaru came on stage. In order to protect the buds of the new era, Rayleigh had to show up to fight the general at the critical moment. It can be seen from the exchange between Kizaru and Pluton that the two parties are old acquaintances. Rayleigh pleads for the Straw Hat Pirates. Kizaru frowned and said that if he doesn't catch them, Marine will not be able to hold his head up in front of the celestial dragons. The battle between Rayleigh and Kizaru was far less intense than sword killing. The two of them fought very conservatively, just hoping to stop Kizaru. Both of them are good at fishing. Rayleigh and Kizaru, one uses health swordsmanship, and the other fishes. While fighting, Momomaru and the pacifists were watching as they besieged the Straw Hat Pirates, probably still thinking about how today's events would end. The bear finally appeared suddenly and sent away all the Straw Hat Pirates. The battle between Rayleigh and Kizaru is over. Don't look at what Kizaru said at the time. Pirates like members of the Roger Pirates can never erase their crimes. But Kizaru actually empathizes with Rayleigh's desire to live in seclusion. Kizaru later captured 500 pirates and did not proceed with the task of dealing with Rayleigh. Hiss. Why do I feel something is wrong? Health-preserving swordsmanship. This is the general. Why do you feel so fishy? 3. Beat up the Poseidon class. After the war, the Heart Pirates temporarily docked on the coast of Daughter Island to treat Luffy. One day, Xiaoqi and Peijin were excitedly watching the nearby Poseidons fighting in a group, but they saw Pluton Rayleigh climbing up from the sea. According to Rayleigh, his ship was sunk by a storm and he had to swim across the calm zone to get here. But as we all know, there are no storms in the windless zone. This shows how far Rayleigh has swam. Everyone in the entire pirate world couldn't help but be shocked. Swimming through the windless zone? And there are so many Poseidon types in the windless zone. Is this something ordinary people can do? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, not to mention that Rayleigh must have encountered more than one Poseidon species along the way. The windless belt is the Poseidon nest. It's really tough to fight all the way there. Pluton can actually find the direction of Daughter's Island without even having a boat. Hey, it seems that I came here a lot when I was young. This is probably related to the last Empress playing chess. Who is young and not romantic? Outside the tavern, Xiaoqi glanced at Rayleigh without hesitation. Presumably, I can't go to bed today. 4. Attack the marine base. There is a high probability that it was Xiong who originally suggested that the Straw Hat Pirates train for 2 years and suggested that Rayleigh go to Daughter Island. After reaching a consensus with Luffy, Pluton and Jinbei returned to Marine Fando with the Straw Hat Kid to take over the throne to mourn the passing of Whitebeard and Ace. What? The shocking news was revealed inadvertently. The passing of Ace and Whitebeard? Gone? Dead? Ace and Whitebeard. Shock. The whole pirate world was shocked. New World. Whitebeard stands proudly on the Moby Dick, holding a cloud cutter. There are countless nutrient solutions hanging on the body. This broken body has been through too many battles and is about to fall. Whitebeard has always relied on his strong will to get where he is today. Dead. This news was an earthquake to the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, he is dead. How is that possible? Even Whitebeard himself was completely shocked, looking at himself falling down in the video. No one can accept his own death. No matter how powerful the existence is, it is the same. Just when Marco and others were about to speak, Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, "Goo la 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 la, sons, have you seen this title? The remnants of the old era. There are no ships in New World that can carry me. Marco and others stared at Whitebeard's back. I can only stare at Whitebeard's back. Marine headquarters, there are many Marines. Sengoku, Akainu and others looked up and stared at the video on the giant screen. Whitebeard. Dead. A war. Sengoku murmured softly, can Marine really win this time? The whole world was in an uproar. The fall of the Whitebeard pirates will change the pattern of the entire world. On this trip, Luffy conveyed a new promise to the Straw Hat members scattered around the world to meet again in 2 years. In terms of reputation, before this invasion, there was a lot of noise in the Marine headquarters, attracting worldwide attention. But in terms of difficulty, it's really not difficult. After the war, the main force of Marine has been withdrawn, and Marine has been used as a new branch repair site. It didn't stop Rayleigh and Jinbei from joining forces with the enemy. They hijacked the warship and circled the island, and successfully escorted Luffy to the square to complete the task. Ceremony, and then retreat. Invade Marine headquarters. Malinfan. New branch repair. Is the battle in Malinfan? Sengoku looked up at the explanation on the giant screen and murmured in a low voice, invade the headquarters, Ace. There is only one possibility for Whitebeard to invade Marine headquarters. It's Ace. Blackbeard takes credit for Ace from Marine headquarters. While everyone was thinking, the video continued to play on the giant screen. 5. Demonstrate domineering power and become an elephant in seconds. Following Marin's trip, Rayleigh began teaching Luffy how to practice haki on Ruscana Island. The reason why he chose this place is because there are so many ferocious beasts here. Rayleigh first locked the position of a giant elephant with the haki of the seeing color, then used the haki of the seeing color to dodge its attack, and then neatly knocked down the giant elephant with one punch of the haki of the armed color. Finally, conquerors demonstrated the pressure from Pluton, which can easily knock the giant elephant out. This time it's all a tutorial level, there's nothing much to say. Is this the origin of Mr. Rayleigh's mediocrity? Hiss. Soon someone began to complain, I have to say, looking at it this way. You are indeed a mediocre person. Instructor Kaido uses his potential stimulating stick to teach in person. Look at teacher Rayleigh, she can only demonstrate, what can she learn? Agree. The reputation of a mediocre teacher is well deserved. Chapter 16 Rayleigh's longsword draws the line between life and death, forcing thousands of troops to wear white robes. 6. Sabayati Islands block Marine. In fact, it can be seen from Kizaru's statement that he has received information about Rayleigh's presence in the Camuti Islands many times. In fact, Rayleigh's seclusion is a tacit understanding on Marine's side. Don't make trouble, I am too lazy to care about you, a legend. Information about Rayleigh is generally suppressed by Garp. Garp said there is no need to report such trivial matters to Sengoku. In the Sabayati Islands, Rayleigh was sitting in the distance watching the grown-up Luffy and others fight Marine. It seemed that he had no intention of taking action. After all, the Straw Hats were very strong at the time. But if you think about it deeper, Rayleigh watched Whitebeard's fall during the war. The ship of the new era cannot carry the remnants of the old era. This feeling of loneliness is enough to arouse a person's ambition. The ship belonging to the remnants of the old era has gone away. Student Luffy will always remember Rayleigh's kindness in his heart, his sincere farewell and his declaration that I will become one piece. Let Rayleigh burst into tears and go climb to the top. How could Rayleigh allow his apprentice to be chased by the Marines and leave in a hurry? He has already become a disciple, his passion surges again, and his faded memories are vivid again. The next moment, Rayleigh's long sword drew the line between life and death, forcing thousands of troops to wear white robes. My apprentice is about to set off, so please give me some face. I don't know why, I want to cry. Yes. A mediocre teacher is indeed a mediocre teacher. But it seems to be pretty good to Luffy's students. How come Luffy can meet so many good teachers? 7. Daughter Island persuades the Blackbeard pirates to retreat. As a retired veteran, Rayleigh's first 6 shots can only be described as a small test of his skills. When he finally rushed to rescue Nine Snakes Island, Rayleigh really prepared for a turbulent battle and was ready to fight with his life. When Marine was encircling the daughter's country, the Blackbeard pirates intervened strongly and captured the Empress. However, 2 of his men finally selected 2 cotters who were petrified, which made Blackbeard embarrassed for a while. Judging from the case of seizing the real fruit, stealing the power of the devil can be carried out shortly after the death of the person with the ability. After a struggle, I was about to abandon my men and kill Hancock, but unexpectedly Pluton entered the scene with unlimited killing intent. I think back then Mark was just a junior who could be retreated in front of Rayleigh. Not to mention Teach, a little intern. Even though Teach has become the emperor now, the fear of his elders is still there. Just like he was so frightened that he begged for mercy when he was controlled by Whitebeard during the war on the summit, we really want him to be an emperor and challenge Pluton alone without his subordinates. Blackbeard decisively refused and immediately agreed to release the Empress and immediately withdraw from Daughter Island. 4 emperors are like this, with only a lieutenant general leading the team. How dare Marine dare to make a mistake? A war ends here. But Pluton is old after all. During the post-war review, he personally admitted that he is no longer Blackbeard's opponent. The era of Roger, Pluton, and Marine hero Garp has really passed. The only people who can create this era are the people living now. People in the old days were always so full of pride and ambition. Even though the giant screen has been closed, everyone still cannot calm down. 4 emperors. Blackbeard. The ability to steal other people's fruits, what kind of ability is this? Everything changes so fast. But the powerful people at the top who were involved in this incident seem to have understood a lot. Dad, look, Ace's life paper is almost burning out. Diamond Josie ran to Whitebeard anxiously. Whitebeard looked down and thought of the content of the video on the giant screen. It seems, very soon. Something big is about to happen in this world. An event that shocked the entire Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line, an unknown island. Blackbeard, Badgers, and others stared blankly at the video on the giant screen. Shock. Happy. Laugh. These expressions keep appearing on Blackbeard's face. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard's death means that he will possess the top fruit, the power of the shock fruit. 4 emperors. The video says that he will soon become one of the 4 emperors. Admiral, what are we going to do next? Badgers on the side was also extremely excited, and he knew he had seen the right person. If you follow Blackbeard, you will definitely become famous. But I have to say that success may not be possible, but Tenga will definitely. Original plan, impel the city. Blackbeard bared his teeth and laughed wildly. Since the ending is so good, why not do it? Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral, there is no need to hesitate. In a conference room, Akainu held a cigar in his mouth and stared at Sengoku with a determined look on his face. The fall of Whitebeard is worth it no matter the price. Is it worth it? Warring States drummed his fingers on the table and kept thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Warring States turned to look at he. He slowly said, this headquarters will become a new branch. It can be seen that our losses will be huge. Then, he changed the topic. However, I also agree to continue to implement this plan. If any of the 4 emperors are eradicated, it will be a great encouragement to us Marine and even the world. Be more cautious. Soon, Akainu spoke again. Fleet Admiral, what about islands like Sabayati? If Rayleigh is here, I'm afraid Kizaru alone is not enough. Let Kizaru stop moving. Sengoku said calmly. At this moment, the headquarters combat power must remain strong. After all, this is the opponent they will face. The Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard Pirates. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. But no one noticed. A white light shot down from the giant screen and headed straight towards the Sabayati Islands. Chapter 17 Inventory of the Strength of the Four Emperors Blackbeard Pirates. 3 days later, Marine Headquarters, Malinfan Duo. Public execution of Captain Whitebeard's 2nd Division ace. A piece of news that shocked the world spread like crazy. New World. Whitebeard's territory. One pirate ship after another, headed by the Moby Dick, lined up. The pirate ship is wrapped in layers of transparent film. Set off. There are many targets, Marin. Whitebeard stood at the front of the Moby Dick, waving the Kong Yunkai in his hand. Full of energy. For a moment, ripples appeared on the calm sea surface. One by one, all the pirate ships dived into the bottom of the sea. Sabayati Islands. The Sunshine Mile slowly sails away from the Sabayati Islands. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others are all on the boat. As the video plays on the giant screen, the pattern of the pirate world has already changed. Head to war. This time, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates will be dispatched, and the four emperors will reach their peak combat power. Among the crowd, there was also a middle-aged man holding a sharp sword in his hand. The first half of the Grand Line. Revolutionary Army New Base Area. Chief, I have to go to Malinfan. Sabo had recovered his memory after being in coma, and all the memories of that time in Windmill Village had already appeared in his mind one by one. And now, Ace will be executed in Malinduo. Sob has no excuse not to go. Long looked down at Sabo with firm eyes. You know, what he is going to this time is not other places, but Malinduo. Marine Headquarters. Absolutely unlucky. Seeing that Long didn't respond, he turned around and left the room without any words. Even if you are single. Even if you die. Sob is a must-go too. Long looked at Sabo's back, and his calm but penetrating voice echoed throughout the conference room. Sob, I'll go with you. Sabo's figure suddenly froze, and unknowingly, his eyes turned red. Marine Headquarters. Major General. Lieutenant General. General. Fleet Admiral. All the generals who were performing missions outside gathered at the Marine Headquarters. In the square, all the soldiers are busy, making full preparations for the upcoming war. In addition to these forces, other forces are also waiting and watching. The red-haired pirates' ship is slowly leaving New World. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates are also about to make a move. The atmosphere in the whole world is extremely gloomy. As the eve of the storm was approaching, the giant screen that had been silent for a long time began to play again. Suddenly, the world became active again. They all raised their heads and stared at the giant screen, looking forward to this big information. The most abnormal ability. The most inflated ambition. Heir to the will of rocks. The most dangerous force in the Grand Line. Inventory of the four emperors Blackbeard Pirates' strength. The opening was a lightning strike. It seems that the information on the giant screen recently is all about the Blackbeard Pirates. New four emperors. This recent wave of traffic can be said to have given Blackbeard enough. But black and red, I'm afraid it's easy to overturn. In this world, dangerous dark forces are coming one after another. In the tragic battle of the Summit War, Blackbeard quickly replaced Whitebeard. And Marshal D. Teach brought a dark storm to the Grand Line. Blackbeard replaces Whitebeard. War on top again. Marine Headquarters, many Marines. Sengoku and he stood outside Fleet Admiral, staring at the giant screen in mid-air, frowning. On top of the war. What happened? Can Blackbeard replace Whitebeard? Did the man who claimed to be the strongest in the world really fall? With confusion in their hearts, warring states and others stared closely at the giant screen, hoping to get more information. Blackbeard is constantly growing like Nika's old enemy, and the intertwined fates of one black and one white are about to collide fiercely in the battle. The Blackbeard pirates have a very special 3 skulls as their logo, which is one of the reasons why they were immediately suspected of having 3 souls or 3 hearts. It may be because of this reason that Blackbeard Teach is able to stay awake. 3 souls? 3 hearts? For a moment, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but marvel. Being able to do it without sleeping means that Blackbeard has twice as much time to practice as ordinary people. Under everyone's speculation, the picture on the giant screen continued to flicker. The captain's style will affect the style of the entire pirate group. As the Blackbeard pirates, most of the cotters are powerful ability users, and they are ambitious and naturally rebellious. The relationship between the members is not maintained by blood like the Big Mom pirates, nor is it maintained by benevolence like the red-haired and white-beard pirates. The leaders of the Blackbeard pirates are more like a group of ambitious people who have gathered together because they have common interests for the time being. This is very similar to the Rocks pirates back then. As soon as this statement came out, Marine headquarters and the world government have begun to focus on the Blackbeard pirates. Rocks pirates. This department and the world government will not allow it to appear again. Blackbeard Teach's actions have always inherited Rock's will. The pirate ship is named Jybec Sword, and the name Jybec comes from Rock's D. Jybec. The main ship of the Blackbeard pirates is very similar to Rock's. The headquarters of the Blackbeard pirates is also the Pirate Island Hive in New World, which was also the headquarters of Rock's. Hiss. Blackbeard seems to want to be the second Rock's. Immediately offer a reward for Blackbeard. Pay attention to the signs of Blackbeard. Warring States immediately ordered. Rock's is definitely the opposite of Marine headquarters and world government. No one can touch it. After Blackbeard occupied Beehive Island, he engaged in slave trading, allowing them to accumulate capital for hegemony. In addition, the Blackbeard pirates are also constantly hunting for ability users. Dark Fruit. Teach mastered the method of capturing devil fruits and plundered many powerful devil fruits, causing the strength and bounty of the Blackbeard pirates to soar rapidly. The Blackbeard pirates have many similarities with Kaido's Beasts pirates, but what the Blackbeard pirates get are real fruits, and they can never be compared to those fake and shoddy products. If Blackbeard wants to build a real army of ability users, the threat level will be quite astonishing. Slander. Kaido shouted angrily at the video on the giant screen, "Grandma, fake and shoddy products? Your whole family is full of fake and shoddy products." Kaido has said the word slander so many times. To others, this giant screen may be exposing information, but to Kaido, it is just rumors, slander, and insult. It seems like it's all for him. Kaido's mentor. Potential stimulating stick. The second idiot's subordinate ship King Jack. Having an affair with Big Mom. Defamation. Pure slander. Chapter 18 The Pinnacle of Devil Fruit Double Fruit Power User. As Kaido cursed, the video screen on the giant screen continued to flash. The Blackbeard pirates are following the path of pure pirate plunder. Blackbeard just built a number of giant wooden warships, and each warship is captained by a core cotter. Blackbeard is indeed a man who has experienced the Whitebeard pirates. He has learned something. The model he chose is the captain system of the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard himself is called the Admiral by his subordinates, and this powerful fleet is supported by the core combat force. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the introduction about Blackbeard on the giant screen, as if they were witnessing the birth of a new maritime overlord. The pure path of pirate plunder. Unexpectedly, many people became interested in it. The video on the giant screen begins to introduce the members of Blackbeard one by one. Shocked from the beginning. Admiral of the Blackbeard Pirates Marshal D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard. Has the most vicious Logia ability, Dark Fruit. At the same time, he possesses what is known as the strongest paramecia, the Shock Fruit. He is the only person with dual fruit abilities in the entire pirate world. The pinnacle of devil fruit users in the entire pirate world. The total bounty is 3.996 billion Baileys. Shock. Super news that can shock the world. MD, Lao Zi's little wealth has been revealed to you. A pirate ship made of wood is sailing on the calm sea, and its target seems to be the great prison under the sea Impulse City. Blackbeard stood on the wooden deck, clenching his fists, staring at the picture of himself being played on the giant screen, clenching his fists, and veins popped out on his face. But the next second, Blackbeard's face also showed a little shock. Zhen fruit. Then there was uncontrollable excitement. Ha 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 ha, it's successful. Could it be that Lao Zi succeeded? Zhen fruit, this is exactly what Blackbeard has been planning all along. Marine headquarters. Dark fruit. The ability to steal fruits. Double fruit ability user. Each piece of news is more shocking than the other. Devil fruit, a fruit that can sell hundreds of millions of Baileys, can change a person's destiny. Marshal D. Teach, can actually have two at the same time? Warring States Fleet Admiral, I think Blackbeard is a great potential threat to us and must be eradicated. Akainu on the side bit the cigar in his mouth and said in a cold tone. Warring States on the side nodded slightly. Pirates plunder the road. Two fruits. Huge ambition. Betray Whitebeard. All signs indicate that Blackbeard is definitely not an ordinary person. New World. On a pirate ship that was slowly sailing towards the Grand Line, Shanks stood at the front of the deck. The scar on his face seemed to be aching. Teach, has your ambition finally been exposed? Dark fruit and shock fruit? Is this the purpose of lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years? Seabed. The coated pirate ships were moving quickly. The pictures on the giant screen can pass through the sea water and be reflected in the sight of everyone on the seabed. Zhen fruit. Whitebeard held Kong Yunqi in his hand and murmured softly, am I going to die in Teach's hands? Gu la 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 la, secret fruit, Teach. Just for a possibility, can hidden for decades. Dad, it's too dangerous to go to Malinfanduo this time. Marco behind Whitebeard said slowly. I can't just watch my son being executed. Whitebeard said firmly, it would be the same for any of you. Under the shocked gaze of everyone in the pirate world, the pictures on the giant screen flashed one by one. In front of Teach. Any ability user is helpless. The dark fruit can easily control various devil fruit abilities. The shock fruit gives Teach the destructive power to destroy the world and destroy the earth. He can easily destroy an island and stir up the entire sea. In addition to the fruit's ability, Teach's own physical skills are also very extraordinary. In the early days of the Whitebeard pirates, he used sharp claws as weapons, and his battle with the red-haired Shanks left scars on his face. Blackbeard, being able to gain the upper hand in a duel with red hair is also a proof of strength. An existence that can have the upper hand with the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. Are you willing to be the younger brother of a pirate group? Not even the captain. Before this, I'm afraid these people didn't know who Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was. The flag of the Blackbeard pirates has 3 skulls. 3 skeletons may represent 3 abilities. The first skull, self-study skills. The second skull, dark fruit. The third skull, shock fruit. In addition, Blackbeard currently possesses 3 colors of domineering power. Judging from this information alone, if Blackbeard really has the darkness fruit, he can indeed become one of the 4 emperors. The strength is completely enough. Blackbeard's eyes were full of cold light, staring at the giant screen in the sky indifferently. But soon, Blackbeard laughed and said, "Thief, ha 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 ha, so what? Just like the dark fruit, if it belongs to Lao Zi, it belongs to Lao Zi." Under Blackbeard's voice, the picture on the giant screen continued to flicker. Captain number 1 of the Blackbeard Pirates, and helmsman, Badgers. Fighting champion, one of the founding team of Blackbeard. In the Battle of Dressrosa, I tried to seize the burning fruit, but I was beaten up by Sabo and ended in failure. Badgers? Everyone looked at the scene in the video and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Badgies, I know this person well. The successor to the King of Ships. One of the 4 Mang Kings." After that, I got a very abnormal fruit, which belongs to Paramecia and can give people with unimaginable strange powers. As a fighter, Badgers happens to win with strength in every move, and this fruit is a perfect fit. In the battle with Luo, he easily moved a mountain. He is also very aggressive and has a very tough body. He seems to be on par with Diamond Josie of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha 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 ha. Beside Blackbeard, Badgers couldn't help laughing excitedly, every piece of fruit. Ha 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 ha, Admiral, am I about to make a career? Admiral, you have indeed become the 4th Emperor of the Sea, and as the founder, am I not the deputy of the Emperor? Viceroy? Blackbeard doesn't know where Badgers got the courage. But it's not easy to extinguish the enthusiasm of this founder. The Blackbeard on the side could only nod helplessly. How could a fool like this know that once this video was broadcast, their next journey would probably be difficult? Now Blackbeard just wants the video on the giant screen to stop being exposed. Leave him a way to survive. But the giant screen obviously didn't listen to him. Chapter 19 Sanji, is this how you use transparent fruits? Captain of the 2nd ship of the Kuroko pirates Shiryu. The former warden of Impel Down City was cruel and murderous. He liked to kill prisoners indiscriminately in prison. He was once imprisoned on the 6th floor by Magellan. He is the representative figure in the jailbreak model on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Personal name Shiryu of Rain. The nickname Shiryu is related to his sword Thunderstorm. The scabbard is bright red, and the sword flashes with red blood. It looks like a murderous demon sword. Shiryu's cruel and ruthless character is more like the second in command of the Blackbeard pirates. Nanny. Badgers shouted at Shiryu of Rain on the giant screen, "Second in command? Why are you the second in command? Are you the founder? Admiral, tell me, who is the second in command of our pirate group?" Blackbeard on the side obviously didn't want to talk to Badgers. "Admiral, tell me." And Badgers has no intention of giving up. Blackbeard remained silent. "Admiral, tell me." But Badgers still questioned Blackbeard unwillingly. You. In desperation, Blackbeard could only satisfy Badgers. 2 years later, the Blackbeard pirates killed Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit ability, and the ability of the transparent fruit was absorbed and obtained. Become a transparent swordsman who comes and goes without a trace. He can attack opponents silently, and everything he comes into contact with will become transparent. Push outside the city. The warden, Magellan, looked up at the information on the giant screen. Face full of cold light. Prison break? The 6th level of jailbreak? I had never heard of Shiki except the Golden Lion at that time. This also makes him proud to promote the city warden. How will he get around in the Marine headquarters in the future? My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't either. Shiryu of Rain, it seems that I really can't keep you. Magellan's eyes were cold and his tone was fierce. Being able to become the warden of Impel City is certainly not an ordinary person. Killing decisively is just basic. Aboard the Wanli Sunshine. What a waste of natural resources. Sanji stomped his feet angrily on the deck. What a waste of natural resources. Is this how the transparent fruit is used? Come and go without a trace. And you chose transparent swordsman. Surprise your opponent silently. What a waste of natural resources. The use of this transparent fruit made Sanji so angry that he shouted to the sky. What a pity. Unfortunately, the more you want it, the less it belongs to you. Blackbeard Pirates Captain of Ship Number 3, Sniper Van Oka. One of the founding members of the Blackbeard Pirates. His bounty was 64 million Baileys 2 years ago. His nickname is Otatsu. Possessing extremely fast shooting speed, he once shot multiple vital points on Ace's body in a very short period of time. Fan Oka has very high sniper skills and can silently target targets kilometers away. 2 years later, Fan Oka ate a very buggy teleportation fruit again. Unlike Logia's elementalization, the teleportation fruit can complete the movement of spatial positions in an instant, and it can also bring other people with it. The teleportation fruit and Van Oka's identity as a sniper are a perfect match, and can help him find the most suitable sniper position. Lao Fan, you are not bad at teleportation fruit. Seeing that the introduction about Fan Oka on the giant screen was not so exciting, so powerful, Badgers consoled him thoughtfully. Fan Oka, on the other hand, had an expressionless face and held the spear tightly in his hand. But it has to be said that the teleportation fruit coupled with the identity of a sniper is enough to make Fan Oka a strong person. Blackbeard Pirates Captain of Ship No. 4, Aparo Pizarro. One of the 4 giants promoted to level 6 jailbreak. Nickname, the King of Evil. The King of Evil used to be a tyrant of a certain country, with a strong desire for control and ambition. After being recruited by Teach, the King of Evil also repeatedly expressed his ambition to become a captain. In addition, the King of Evil is a user with the Island Fruit ability. With the ability given by the Island Fruit, the Evil King can integrate his body into various buildings on the island, and can also make huge rocks speak. When he attacks, it is easy to ignore the importance. The Evil King's moves have an amazing range and are extremely powerful. It can be called a walking place. No matter which island you fight on, it will work wonders. Tianchi. Great location. Hehe. In the Marine headquarters, he stood at the Marine Fleet Admiral and said softly, "Occupy 2 of them, and you can achieve great things." Sengoku on the side said, "The King of Evil? Shiryu of Rain? What happened in Impel Down?" Blackbeard Pirates Captain and Navigator of Ship No. 5 Lafayette. One of the founding team of Blackbeard, the bounty 2 years ago was 42.2 million Baileys. I was originally a security officer at West Blue. He became notorious there for using excessive violence and was eventually deported. He is a real ruthless person. Lafayette always looks cynical, but he gives Blackbeard a lot of ideas. It was Lafayette who helped Teach obtain the identity of Shishibukai. Shishibukai. New Shishibukai. Blackbeard. Blackbeard Pirates Captain of Ship No. 6 Catlin Daime. One of the 4 giants who advanced to the 6th level of jailbreak, nicknamed Swanyu Hunter. She is known as the most ferocious female pirate in history. She is interested in collecting the heads of various beauties. She once expressed her desire to collect Hancock's head when she invaded Daughter Island. She is a very dangerous guy. The Nine-Tails Fox form ability user of the animal-type fruit phantom beast species currently only shows the move of transforming into another person. Unexpectedly, the imitation fruit has also been imitated for a day. What? You're so ugly, and you want to collect the head of my empress and goddess. Katrina Butterfly and I are inseparable. Captain of the 7th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates San Juan Wolf. Giants. One of the 4 giants who escaped from the prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down City, nicknamed the Giant Battleship, likening people to battleships. The wolf is also one of the extremely rare ability users among the giants. It possesses the Paramecia expansion fruit, which can make objects expand to become huge. The evil wolf is already the body of a giant. With this ability, it can definitely become a super monster that breaks through the sky and is expected to surpass the Ounce family. Impel Castle. Is it Impel Down again? Isn't it said that Impel Down City can't even get a fly in? Why were the 4 most heinous pirates released one by one? As everyone discussed and doubted Marine and Impel Down, the picture on the giant screen continued to flicker. Chapter 20 The Immortal Legend of Pirate Peak. Laozi's name is Whitebeard. Blackbeard Pirates No. 8 ship Captain Basque Shote. He is also one of the 4 giants who advanced to the 6th level of jailbreak, nicknamed Big Wine Barrel. The clown-shaped hat and drunk face look like a salesperson in a circus, and because he looks drunk all day long, it always gives people a feeling of being confused. Jot carries a large wine gourd. He is a user with the wine fruit ability. He once threatened to burn down the entire street. Jot's ability is related to the properties of alcohol, which can ignite, intoxicate, and confuse the enemy, etc. Again, again, again. Another big pirate escaped from Impel Down City. What on earth did Blackbeard do? Did you go and loot Impel City? Did all the heinous pirates in Impel Down City escape from prison? Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates No. 9 ship Poison Q. Nicknamed Shinigami, one of the founders of the Blackbeard Pirates. Poison Q is also one of the most profound and powerful cotters. He almost killed Luffy back then. Poison Q always looks like he is about to die, but he actually hides very strong medical skills. Badgers, who was dying at the time, specified that Poison Q should be rescued. Persons with paramecia disease fruit ability can create all kinds of incredible strange diseases, and they are also contagious, which is a very evil ability. The most outrageous thing is that Poison Q also has a horse named Zhuang Zhuang, but he also looks like he is about to die. 2 years later, the animal type, horse fruit, fantasy beast species, and Pegasus form that were fed gained the ability to fly. Poison Q has therefore become a viral weapon that can move in the air. Although he is a ship's doctor, he is no less dangerous than other cotters. How? Really awesome. Really worthy of being a devil fruit group. Even a horse has devil fruit powers. It's a phantom beast species, and it even turned into a Pegasus. It's so enviable. The Veteran Four Emperors group has its own capabilities and characteristics. The Big Mom pirates are mostly paramecia, and the Beasts pirates are mostly animals. The Blackbeard pirates are more like a hodgepodge. There are strong ones from all 3 series of devil fruits, and a legion of espers with stronger overall combat power. The Blackbeard pirates form a strong contrast with the domineering red-haired sea group. The battle between red and black is even more fatalistic than the battle between black and white. Red and black for hegemony. The battle for supremacy between red-haired Shanks and Blackbeard. Blackbeard, the rise is unstoppable. Black and white struggle for hegemony. Whitebeard. After all the scenes about Blackbeard ended, the video on the giant screen did not end. Keep playing. A new black title appeared on the giant screen. The Immortal Legend of the Pinnacle of Pirates. Lao Zi's name is Whitebeard. The Immortal Legend of the Pinnacle of Pirates. After these 9 words appeared on the giant screen, the entire pirate world was in mourning. Looking at the entire pirate world, who can bear these 7 words? But the next Lao Zi's name is Whitebeard. Everyone in the pirate world was speechless. Who dares to say a word no? As everyone marveled, the video on the giant screen slowly played. In the pirate world, the sea is the source of everything. It is said that at the end of the Great Sea Route, the great secret treasure One Piece of Ravdru is hidden there. Whoever finds the One Piece can become the One Piece who rules the 4 seas. In order to obtain the illusory secret treasure, countless pirates followed one after another and spent their entire lives floating on the sea. Adventure is a very common theme in the pirate world, but in the seemingly romantic and passionate era, the reason why most people become pirates is more because of the pressure of life. A few sentences tell the facts of the pirate world. Pirates. Revolutionary Army. Who doesn't live a life of licking blood from a knife's edge? Who would be willing to risk death if they could live on? Whitebeard. Edward Newgate was the one who took the initiative to catch up with the wave. He was born on an island called the Sphinx on the Grand Line. Because of poverty. Can't pay heavenly gold. Can't join world government. Like most non-allied countries, this island soon became a lawless island. Pirates and human traffickers were rampant everywhere. The country was destroyed. Only the number of unfortunate orphans increased, and Whitebeard was one of them. Here, in order to survive, the orphans who lost everything hugged together tightly, and Whitebeard, who was born taller and stronger than ordinary people, became their leader. In such a cholera area, Whitebeard can only barely feed himself and other companions by stealing other people's food. Under the deep sea, Moby Dick is traveling in the sea area. Whitebeard looked up at the flickering picture on the giant screen, and everything in the past appeared before his eyes one by one. It is often easiest to recall things when people are old. Soon, Whitebeard's eyes became moist. And the entire pirate world is watching the video of Whitebeard's life as a child. It seems that I have a deeper knowledge and understanding of this maritime overlord. It was in this environment that Edward Newgate went to sea early when he was young and became a pirate born on the sea. After becoming a pirate, Whitebeard has always missed the land where he was born and raised, so he anonymously invested all the stolen goods and materials gained at sea into the construction of the island. Although Whitebeard has no family and no friends, that island is his hometown. Is this Whitebeard? Vicious pirate. The introduction of Whitebeard in the video has somewhat broken the stereotype of pirates in the pirate world. It seems, it's not bad to be a pirate. For adventurous pirates. With the longing for my hometown, I have been floating on the sea of Newgate for many years. With his bravery, Whitebeard's pirate group fought all the way and obtained many treasures, but no amount of treasures could make Whitebeard interested. Whenever others are busy counting the loot, Whitebeard will always lean against the side of the boat alone, staring at the sea in a daze. Whitebeard, as a pirate, has no interest in treasures. But in the eyes of fellow shipmates, people like Whitebeard are simply aliens among pirates. Soon, a picture appeared in the video. Chapter 21 exposed, Whitebeard's family history. In the screen, someone asked Whitebeard, "What exactly do you want?" Newgate. Whitebeard looked at the sea absent-mindedly, and after thinking about it, he slowly said, "I have wanted something since I was a child. So there is, let's talk about it." Whitebeard was lost in thought for 2 seconds, then smiled and replied, "Family." There was laughter all around. Almost everyone was laughing at Whitebeard's dream. For Whitebeard, who was an orphan since childhood, getting married is his biggest dream. Whitebeard does not resent his origin, nor has he become bad at all, and he longs for family affection in his heart. For others, Whitebeard is obviously a desperado, and what he wants most is his family. It's ridiculous. Under the giant screen, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but feel a little moved when they looked at Whitebeard's appearance in the video. As a pirate, what he wants is happiness. And some marines are greedy and corrupt, but what they want is the filth in their hearts. Whitebeard doesn't care what others think. In order to gain the power to protect his family, Whitebeard joined the strongest pirate group, the Rocks Pirates. Captain Rocks was the most famous and powerful pirate on the sea at that time. In the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's strength and fame have grown rapidly. Whitebeard, who possesses the power of the most powerful paramecia fruit burst, quickly became famous all over the world and became the top pirate at the top of the pyramid. Because of the crescent-shaped white beard that curves upward on his face, he is called Whitebeard. Whitebeard's name resounded all over the world, and gradually people forgot the name Newgate, and even he himself began to call himself Whitebeard. Become stronger for the sake of your family? Everyone watching the video couldn't help but shed some tears. Whitebeard. Before, to these ordinary people, he was just a ferocious pirate. He is one of the emperors of the sea, a pirate who kills innocent people indiscriminately and commits all kinds of evil, but now, Whitebeard has become flesh and blood. Whitebeard, Newgate, I don't know why, but I want to be your family too. For a time, Whitebeard gained a large number of enthusiastic fans throughout the pirate world. A bunch of fanatical sons. Soon, Whitebeard will gain the power to protect his family. But the Rocks Pirates are not Whitebeard's ideal home. There are constant killings of companions on the ship, and the relationship between the crew members is extremely bad. Captain Rocks has great ambitions to become the king of the world and is openly hostile to the world government. The Valley of the Gods incident came into being. In order to attack the world government, rocks attacked the world-noble celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. Ambition. Huge ambition. Rocks, king of the world. What a huge ambition this must be. How terrifying it would be for a pirate to become the king of the world. Everyone couldn't help but see Rock's powerful, arrogant, and huge ambition. A blatant attack on the celestial dragons. Sure enough, people only have confidence when they are strong. A kind of confidence to be the enemy of the world. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Garp, Staff Crane, Marine Hero Garp. Stand in a line outside Fleet Admiral. Garp threw senbei into his mouth one after another, as the main combatant in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Although Garp looks calm now, the images from that time are flashing in Garp's mind one by one. The cruelty of that battle was definitely ranked among the top 3 in Garp's experience. Blood? Human life? In that battle, he was even worse than a fool. Battle in the Valley of the Gods. In order to protect the celestial dragons and their slaves, Marine Lieutenant General Garp and the great pirate Roger, who were present at the time, teamed up to defeat the Rocks Pirates. The Rocks Pirates, known as the strongest pirate group in the world, have been destroyed. After the death of Rocks, the sea ushered in an era of heroes coming together. Whitebeard raised his flag and formed his own Whitebeard Pirates. As the scars on his body increase, Whitebeard gradually gathers many friends around him. Whitebeard regards them as precious family members. What I saw when I was in the Rocks Pirates made Whitebeard establish the only iron rule, strictly prohibiting killing his companions. The Whitebeard Pirates have gradually become one of the best pirate groups on the sea, and Whitebeard, Roger, and Shiki have become the 3 legendary pirates. A family history. Is this really the history of Whitebeard's fortune? The trajectory of life, the direction of destiny, and the choices of life. Everything about Whitebeard was exposed one by one on the giant screen. 3 legendary pirates. Many people in the pirate world couldn't help but secretly wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes and murmured softly, "It turns out that no matter how powerful the existence is, there is a soft side of ordinary people, and they are still ordinary people." Someday, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates meet on the sea. This is the first meeting between Whitebeard and Roger in the Valley of the Gods and after the war. After many years, the 2 great pirates came into contact with each other as soon as they met, and the 2 sides fought fiercely without giving in to each other. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After the battle, Whitebeard and Roger sat together, drank and talked, recalling the past. Aha! Stop fighting. Let's have fun over wine. This, what is the direction of this story? After pushing the cup and changing the cup, Roger revealed his true purpose. As long as we can reach the last island at the end of the world, we can complete the unprecedented achievement of circling the world. There is a legendary secret treasure hidden on that island. Whoever can get it will get one of the highest honors of One Piece. But if you want to reach the last island, you must decipher the historical text containing the detailed route. The historical text can only be interpreted by its makers, the Kojiki clan and the scholars living in O'Hara. And Kojiki Odin, the son of the leader of the Kojiki clan, is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. This makes people shout about the magic of fate. When Roger made a request to borrow Kojiki Odin for a year, Whitebeard was extremely angry at this attempt to rob his family. But at the request of Kojiki Odin, Whitebeard still reluctantly agreed to Roger's request. Family. Trying to rob your own family. Whitebeard truly treats every member of the pirate group as family. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the giant screen, looking forward to the direction of the story. From the video, it seems that Whitebeard is not a vicious pirate. Chapter 22 The D Clan. Not long after that, a piece of news shocked the whole world. The Roger Pirates successfully reached the end of the world and completed an unprecedented circumnavigation of the world. The ruler of the sea was finally born. Roger was crowned king on that day. But when the real secret treasure appeared in front of Roger, everyone laughed out loud. "Joy boy, the treasure you left behind is truly amazing. For this reason, Roger named the last island Loftru. All of a sudden, the whole pirate world is boiling. One Piece. The real secret treasure. How amazing! Endless treasures? Treasures that can never be used up in a lifetime. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the picture on the giant screen, and their expressions that were still immersed in emotion suddenly became fanatical. Treasure. This is a real treasure. Does One Piece really exist? It is conceivable that a new pirate craze is about to begin again. At a moment when the whole world is excited about it, One Piece Roger chose to retreat and officially announced the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. Roger then disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. It had been several months since Roger came to Whitebeard for a drink alone, and a few days had passed since the two of them sat opposite each other under a tree full of cherry blossoms. I have an incurable disease. You said you were going to die, Roger. Yeah, there aren't many days left. Roger had a drunken smile on his face. Do you want me to tell you how to get to Lockdrew? Whitebeard. I know, but I won't go because I'm not interested. Whitebeard declined politely. Roger. Dignified One Piece. Whitebeard. Now known as the most powerful man in the world. The tone of the conversation between the two was somewhat ordinary, like two old men reminiscing among old friends. But the output content is enough to shock the whole world. How to get to One Piece. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was dismissive. I'm afraid Whitebeard is the only being in the world who doesn't care about One Piece. This is also the last time Whitebeard sees Roger. After that, there is news that One Piece Roger will be publicly executed by Marine. On the day of execution, One Piece shouted loudly in front of the whole world, "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can take it all, go find it, I put everything in the world there." Roger, who knew he was about to die soon, used his life to promote the advent of an era. Since then, the world has entered the era of great pirates. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can take it all and go find it. I have put everything in the world there. This is the origin of the Great Pirate Age. More than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I am now the top powerhouse of the old era. Whitebeard, who has entered a new era, has become one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Recognized as the strongest man in the world. It is even called a living legend. But Whitebeard knows that no matter how strong a person is, he only has one heart after all, and humans will die one day. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the picture in the video on the giant screen. I couldn't help but slowly immerse myself in it for a while. It's as if he has become one of them. The images in the video on the giant screen were still flickering. Times have changed. And the Whitebeard that is about to turn 70 is no longer as strong as it used to be. Whitebeard can even feel that his life is really slowly disappearing. His tall body of 6.66 meters is no longer a weapon for killing enemies in battle, but has become a burden of aging. He must rely on infusions and oxygen tubes every day to survive. Under the care of accompanying doctors and nurses. But no matter what, the man with Whitebeard is universally recognized as the king of the sea. After Roger's death, people will call the new era the Whitebeard era. And Whitebeard is the one who has the most hope of finding the One Piece and becoming One Piece. But Whitebeard is not interested in the long vacant treasure. Now he has formed the Big Sea family of his dreams. Since the crew members are all people who are hated by the world, everyone is full of respect and gratitude to Whitebeard for treating the crew members as family members and sons, so they affectionately call him Dad. In the last period of his life, Whitebeard just wants to spend it with his family. Move. It's really touching. Is it true that there are people who are not interested in One Piece? One day, a super newcomer named Ace appeared on the sea. Ace quickly expanded his power as soon as he debuted, and even refused the invitation of 7 warlords of the sea. The newspaper published detailed information about Ace and the Spade Pirates. What interested Whitebeard the most was the word DD in this new name. This reminds Whitebeard of what Roger said about the secrets of the D family. In Roger's prophecy, in 25 years, a member of the D family will become One Piece and surpass all previous legends. The D family. There are too many secrets about the D family, right? Will people from the D-letter family become One Piece? Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but look at the video on the giant screen and started talking, beyond all previous legends. Could it be that an unprecedented and more powerful age of navigation is coming again? Clan D. Many people have also begun to speculate. Monkey D. Luffy, Marshall D. Teach, Trafalgar D. Ronaldo, Porgas D. Ace. Who will become One Piece? Who will surpass all previous legends? The whole world can't help but start talking about the selection of One Piece. Now that 20 years have passed, is this Fire Fist Ace who suddenly appeared the one Roger predicted? Whitebeard is not in a hurry to get the answer, because he knows that if he wants to surpass the legend, Ace will definitely challenge him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before that arrogant boy came to challenge with murderous intent. Curiosity, desire to fight, victory or defeat. Whitebeard knocked Ace to the ground with one blow himself. Seeing Ace's unwillingness, Whitebeard became interested in talents. Whitebeard decided to personally train Ace and guide him to inherit Roger's will and become the next One Piece. Whitebeard stretched out his hand to Ace. It would be a pity to let you die now, kid. If you haven't made enough trouble, just use my name to make trouble on the sea. Be my son. Seabed. Whitebeard, Marco, Josie, and others looked up at the scenes on the giant screen. It was inevitable that my thoughts were drawn back to that moment. Ace at that time could be described as young and frivolous. It can be said that the entire pirate group likes this child, who is full of heat and enthusiasm. And at the same time, a pirate ship heading towards Impel Down. Luffy looked up at the picture on the giant screen. Ben's tense, worried and anxious mood has eased. Ever since Ace went to sea, Luffy didn't know anything about Ace. And now, Luffy finally knows why Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates. Well, that old man with the white beard seems to be quite a nice guy. Chapter 23 Garp, my seniority is doubled. But at that time, the sudden action made Ace furious. Are you kidding? Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Garp's godson. I want to give you an old man as your son. But Ace, who was weak, could only roar and then fainted. Whitebeard brought Ace on board and announced that all members of the Spade Pirates would be under the Whitebeard Pirates' command. Unconvinced, Ace launched hundreds of sneak attacks on Whitebeard, but all ended in failure. During this period, Ace was impressed by the home-like atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates. Under the guidance of Marco and Thatch, Ace finally opened his heart and told Whitebeard his life experience. Life experience. Under the deep sea, on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki's hand with slight force and murmured softly, "Life experience. Didn't you expect that it even knew this?" After a while, Whitebeard stood on the bow of the boat and laughed wildly, "Gla la 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 la, so what if Ace's life experience is exposed? Ace. Always my son." At the same time, Marine Headquarters. Outside Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, Tsuru, and even Garp were staring nervously at the giant screen. Life experience. Garp naturally knows about Ace's life experience. And Sengoku, Tsuru and other Marine executives have only just learned about Ace's life experience. Such a shocking melon. Is this shocking life story about to be exposed? Ace's real name Gold Ace. The whole pirate world is talking about it. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Gold Ace. Gol. One Piece Roger, isn't his name Gold Roger? Could it be? Could it be that Ace is One Piece Roger's son? Roger. One Piece Roger. Shock. Everyone in the whole world couldn't help but fell into a huge shock. Roger. One Piece. The most evil bloodline in the pirate world. Has it been passed down? Marine headquarters. Marlene is abundant. In the huge square, almost all the soldiers opened their eyes in horror. Shocking. Looking at the picture on the giant screen in disbelief. Fire Fist, Ace, is Roger's son? One ship, the Wanli Sunshine, was heading towards the Marine headquarters. On deck. The expression on the usually calm Rayleigh's face has changed slightly. Ace. Gold Ace. The captain's son? Rayleigh, who originally just wanted to go to Marine headquarters to join in the fun, turned a little serious at this time. Not bad. But now that Rayleigh knows Ace's life experience, how can she remain indifferent? At this time, Nami, Usopp, and others opened their eyes in horror, their mouths almost reached their chins, looking at Luffy standing at the bow of the ship with a calm expression in shock. They all shouted loudly, "Luffy, your brother, Ace, is One Piece Roger's son. Sabayati Islands. Holy place." The 5 elders stood in the huge square, and occasionally a few Draco people wearing astronaut hats walked by. I didn't expect that the posthumous child actually survived. Yes. Obviously all the hidden dangers within the time interval have been eliminated. What now? Since there is going to be a public execution, we must win. Among them, the bald old man holding Guitetsu in his arms said firmly, ready to support Mal and Fanduo at any time. New World. Gold Ace. Red-haired Shanks looked up at Ace on the giant screen and murmured softly, "The captain's son." Beckman on the side also looked up at the picture on the giant screen. "Are you going to save him?" After a moment, Shanks said slowly, "Captain Roger, do you want me to take action?" Kaido, Big Mom, ha 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 ha, interesting, I didn't expect Roger's bloodline to be continued. And Whitebeard actually wants to be his father. Revolutionary Army Dragon, Whitebeard and I are equals. Doubled. Headquarters, Marine Hero Garp clapped his fingers and murmured. "Ace, my godson. Roger, Ace's biological father. Whitebeard, Ace's godfather. Then I equals Roger and Whitebeard's father." When he pulled off his white beard, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, it's super doubled." Warring States on the side stared at Garp with resentment, "You still have the nerve to smile? It's all the trouble you caused." Garp listened to Sengoku's angry remarks and ate the senbei in his hand without caring. "Garp, if the battle begins, I hope you understand your position." Sengoku had long been accustomed to Garp's appearance, but he still said in a very firm tone, "You are a marine hero, you represent more than just you." Along with the panic of all forces, the picture on the giant screen continued to flicker. Whitebeard drank wine and looked at Ace with a smile, "So that's it, it's really surprising. His personality is not like Roger's. You are enemies, aren't you going to drive me away?" Whitebeard laughed instantly and said nonchalantly, "Ace, you said you had something important, what did I think it was? It turns out that you are worrying about such a trivial matter. Little things." Ace is inevitably a little confused. Ace, Roger's son. The secret that he has hidden all his life and cannot express in words at all times turns out to be a trivial matter in Whitebeard's eyes. For a moment, Ace didn't know what to say. He could only raise his head and look at Whitebeard blankly. Whitebeard looked down at Ace. "No matter who gave birth to him, everyone is a child of the sea." Whitebeard laughed happily, "The new son is actually the son of an old friend." Thinking that Roger's bloodline has not been cut off. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the scenes in the video. One Piece Roger's son. This identity alone will make Ace abandoned by many forces. And it seems that only Whitebeard, who regards his family as his life and longs for family affection, is Ace's ultimate destination. Everything seems to be destined. For a moment, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but look at Whitebeard carefully. Originally a majestic and unforgivable emperor of the sea, now his curvy white beard actually looks a bit kind. This is great personality charm. Also impressed by Whitebeard's charm was Ace at the time. Chapter 24 The Battle Between Shanks and Whitebeard. Ace was impressed by Whitebeard's charisma and willingly recognized Whitebeard as his father. As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace was actively active on the sea. For a time, the Whitebeard Pirates' the reputation is even greater than before. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. 3 years later, the captain of the 4th Division was killed at night. The murderer was Ace's subordinate Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who was also one of Whitebeard's recognized sons. After killing Sage, Blackbeard stole Sage's darkness fruit and escaped from the Whitebeard pirates under the cover of night. For Ace, his subordinates killed his friend Sage, and he immediately decided to capture Blackbeard to avenge Sage. Strung together. It all ties together. Everything about Blackbeard has been clearly explained. For a time, there was a lot of abuse about Blackbeard. White-eyed wolf. JB is really a white-eyed wolf. You actually killed your own family for a devil fruit. Of course, even if there is abuse, many people will admire you. Ambition. With such ambition, how can it not succeed? Especially for Doflamingo, who was heading to Malinfandu at this time, it was like he had found a soulmate. Before leaving, Whitebeard stopped Ace. Forget it, only this time, I have an ominous premonition. However, the anger has made Ace lose his mind. Regardless of everyone's obstruction, he left the team and embarked on the road of revenge. Whitebeard looked at Ace's leaving figure, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. And Whitebeard isn't the only one who has this foreboding feeling. When the red-haired Shanks got the news of Blackbeard's defection, he immediately came to see Whitebeard in person. The meeting of the 2 Four Emperors. Just because of one person, Blackbeard. From this we can see how terrifying Blackbeard is. Ambition. Forbearance. Cruel. How could Blackbeard not become one of the 4 Emperors? Everyone in the pirate world stared intently at the picture on the giant screen. Shanks pointed to the 3 scars on his left eye and said, "Whitebeard, I have experienced various battles and bear countless scars, but this scar is still aching. The person who hurt me is Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard has been waiting for the opportunity, trying his best to hide himself, and will act immediately as soon as he gets the strength, without concealing his ambition. Such a person will definitely steal your position in the future." Whitebeard was silent for a moment. "What do you want me to do is the important thing." Shanks revealed his true intention: stop Ace. Although Ace is capable of serving as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates at a young age, reputation and trust will make things worse. Shanks knows that the current Ace can't defeat Blackbeard. Ace is Luffy's brother, and he visited me again. Shanks has a good impression of Ace. We can't just watch him fall into danger and ignore it. Don't let him fight Blackbeard. I just want to ask you to do this. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed. Blackbeard broke the iron rule by killing his companions. As long as he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is his Whitebeard's child. And betraying benevolence and justice is a road that cannot be crossed. Lei Chi, it is your responsibility as a father to teach Blackbeard this truth, do you understand? Whitebeard threw the empty bucket in his hand on the ground and wanted to tell me what to do. You are 100 years too early. Shanks also drank the wine in the bowl and pulled out his famous sword, Griffin. Fight. Everyone stared at the giant screen. Are the 2 Four Emperors actually going to fight? Don't dare to look away for a moment. Whitebeard, the most powerful being in the world today. Red-haired Shanks, the youngest rookie in 4 Emperors. What will happen from this collision? At this moment, ordinary people, Marines, 4 Emperors, Shishibukai, and even the Celestial Dragons all looked up and stared at the giant screen. This kind of fight between strong men. Once in a lifetime. Shanks, this era of violence will become unstoppable by anyone. Whitebeard held Kanjai-unki, one of the 12 supreme sharp knives, in his hand, and he was full of domineering. "It's not worth fearing at all, I am Whitebeard." Two sharp weapons collided together, and the powerful impact broke through the clouds and tore the sky apart. Two people who are both 4 emperors will not give in to each other. If they are not deciding between life and death, there is nothing anyone can do. The persuasion was fruitless. Shanks gave up the idea of persuading Whitebeard and left with the crew. Everyone in the pirate world opened their eyes in disbelief. Shocked and speechless. Is this the power of being 4 emperors? The power to tear the sky apart with one blow? What a powerful force this is! This vast world seems a little fragile at this moment. There are even some people who are just watching the fun and don't mind the big deal, saying, "Why is it just one move? Yes. Yes. A few more times? Look at Kaido, how unqualified he is to teach you." To this day, Kaido's mentor's reputation is still rising. A few months later, the ominous premonition came to fruition. Ace was defeated by Blackbeard, who had the power of the dark fruit, and was subsequently dedicated to the world government by Blackbeard. The world government imprisoned Ace at the bottom of the undersea Great Prison and announced to the world that Ace would be publicly executed at Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. For a time, everyone was talking about it. Ace should be executed in one day, right? Do you think Marine will execute Ace in advance? Hiss. Early execution. No risk. Eradicate the most vicious bloodline in the world. Marine Headquarters. Absolutely not. Senguo stood outside Fleet Admiral and said firmly in a low voice, "At this point, this hard battle is inevitable. If. No ifs." Warring States' tone was extremely firm, without any compromise. "If we execute the sentence early, then I'm afraid our reputation and the trust of the people will be gone. It will only make them think we are afraid. We Marines are afraid of pirates. We must win, Marine must win." The situation is progressing very much like it was before Roger was executed. Can Ace just repeat the same mistakes and end up with the same ending as his father? On the night the news was announced, all 23 Marine surveillance ships responsible for monitoring Whitebeard's main ship Moby Dick lost contact. At the same time, other pirate groups under Whitebeard are also starting to make moves. This is a signal to officially declare war. Declare war. Officially declare war. A formal declaration of war between the Sea Emperor and Marine Headquarters. Must win, Marine must win. During the Warring States period, under the leadership of a group of Marine senior generals, the voice of "Marine must win" slowly sounded in the headquarters square. Marine, who sounded the highest alarm, set up heavy defense lines in Marinefondue. 3 generals. 16 lieutenant generals. 7 warlords of the sea. 100,000 elite Navy soldiers. The biggest battle yet. No matter what the outcome of this war is, it will definitely change the situation in this world. Chapter 25 The Top War is exposed. Elite. This is simply the elite of the entire Marine. Under the deep sea. One pirate ship after another headed towards the Marine Headquarters. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, with Marco, Josie, and others standing behind him. "Dad, ha 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 ha, there are many Marlins attacking Marine Headquarters, I'm afraid we are the only one, right? Oh la 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 la, Marine actually takes us seriously. This is the entire strength of the entire Marine. Must win. Marine will win." The sound of encouragement is getting more exciting. Malin's numerous closed doors cannot stop the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. On the day of execution, Whitebeard ferried all the boats to the membrane and broke into the inner bay full of Marines from the seabed through stealth. Coding. Sneak. Warring States responded extremely quickly. Quick. Always monitor the situation on the seabed. Once an abnormality is discovered, fire immediately. Orders were issued by the Warring States period. The elite soldiers executed it in an orderly manner. Facing the horrified looks of the soldiers, Whitebeard slowly boarded the bow of the Moby Dick with a cloud blade in hand, and the blade reached the Marine headquarters. Behind him are 43 pirate groups from New World. 3 generals. 16 lieutenant generals. 7 warlords of the sea. 100,000 elite naval soldiers. vs the Whitebeard pirates are 43 pirate groups from New World. The war is about to break out. Everyone was holding their breath and staring at the giant screen. Whitebeard looked at Ace on the execution platform and asked, "My dear son, are you okay?" Seeing the familiar faces from the past appearing in front of him, Ace was completely panicked. He roared angrily, "I obviously ignored the advice and ran away. Why didn't you give up on me? It was my own willfulness that led to this." "No." Whitebeard interrupted Ace, "It was my son who asked you to go." The moment Whitebeard decided to let Ace go after Blackbeard, Whitebeard made a conscious decision. No matter how big a mistake his child made, it would all be borne by him as a father. Whitebeard. Newgate. He is indeed the most powerful man in the world. Everyone watched the conversation between Whitebeard and Ace on the giant screen and couldn't help but feel sour in their hearts. Family love that is blood thicker than water may not even be comparable. As a user with the power of the shock fruit, Whitebeard can shake the sea and cause a tsunami by swinging his fists. Under the control of Whitebeard, huge waves swept towards the Marine headquarters. This is Whitebeard's power enough to destroy the world. Seeing the huge waves sweeping towards Malin on the giant screen, everyone had a concrete perception of Whitebeard's strength. One hit. Just this one blow. I'm afraid I can destroy a small island at will? Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked solemn. He didn't expect that 50 years later, Whitebeard, with such an old body, would still have strength comparable to the natural disaster. The tsunami is about to swallow up the entire Marin Fandu. Marine General Aokiji couldn't sit still. Moonwalk walked through the air, activating the ability of frozen fruits. Ice Age. Kyuzen froze the waves into solid ice. Although the tsunami was stopped, the frozen ice became an excellent stepping stone for pirates. Under the command of Whitebeard, the pirates jumped off the ship one after another and rushed to the marine defense line on the ice. Admiral Marine and Shishibukai take turns attacking Whitebeard. Aokiji's ice spear was shattered by Whitebeard's casual wave, and Akainu's magma was easily hammered out like a candle. Embodiment. No comparison, no harm. Aokiji. Akainu. Which one is not General Marine? Which one is not the peak combat power of Marine headquarters? But now, their attacks are like scratching an itch in front of Whitebeard. Everyone, including the Marine soldiers, couldn't help but gasped, "Powerful, this is unrivaled power." You know, Whitebeard is already an old man now. What if it was Whitebeard at the peak of his combat power? Everyone couldn't help imagining this scene, and a chill followed. Then I'm afraid, the entire Marine headquarters will be destroyed. In a battle situation that cannot be relaxed at all available combat power has been put into the battle, leaving only Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Whitebeard sitting at the rear. If your comrade falls down in front of you, then step on the corpse. Just when both sides were furious, a warship fell from the sky. Warships falling from the sky. In this kind of battle, will anyone come to join in the fun? Everyone looked at the video on the giant screen with some curiosity. It's Straw Hat Luffy and his crew who just escaped from Impel Down and the prisoners of underwater prison. Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, known as the strongest officer of the second generation. That's okay. Crocodile was defeated miserably by Whitebeard, so he has always held a grudge. One of Crocodile's and Luffy's reasons for coming to Marin this time is to avenge Whitebeard. Seeing that everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was hiding at the front and fighting, leaving Whitebeard alone to guard the rear, Crocodile, who seized the opportunity, immediately turned into flying sand and wanted to sneak attack Whitebeard from behind. Long time no see, Whitebeard. Crocodile raised the poisonous needle and swung it at Whitebeard's neck. What a guy who can't remember his lessons. Whitebeard didn't even look back, not caring about the threats behind him. The sound of breaking through the air came from the right, and Luffy, covered in steam, inserted himself between the two of them and blocked Crocodile's attack. "Why are you protecting Whitebeard?" Crocodile asked. Luffy, who entered second gear, put up a posture and warned, "You are not allowed to attack him, because Ace likes this uncle very much." Hearing Ace's name, Whitebeard looked at Luffy out of the corner of his eye. When he saw the straw hat that originally belonged to Shanks behind Luffy, Whitebeard recalled the conversation he had with Shanks. "A man like you actually left an arm in the East Daxia Sea and came back. Anyone who hears it will be shocked. What kind of enemy did you give your left hand to? I bet it on the new era. It seems that this is Ace's younger brother, Straw Hat Luffy." A look of understanding appeared on Whitebeard's face. "Are you here to save your brother too?" Whitebeard wanted to test the guy who made Shanks bet his future. "Yes, you know who your enemy is, right?" Whitebeard pretended to be angry. "People like you will die." However, Luffy not only showed no timidity, but responded angrily, looking down on people's Whitebeard's and verbosity. "It's not up to you to decide, but I know, you want to be One Piece, right?" Then, Luffy put his hands on his hips and shouted in a loud voice, "I am the one who wants to become One Piece." Chapter 26 The anti-intentional plan on top is exposed. Under the deep sea. Looking at Luffy inside the giant screen, even Whitebeard was in a daze. "This guy?" Then Whitebeard laughed heartily and said, "Goo la 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 la, Monkey D. Luffy, right? Goo la la la, interesting boy, Laozi remembers you." At this time, even Marco Kakuzu, who was standing behind Whitebeard, couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. Sure enough, the person who can become Ace's younger brother must be a crazy person. "Ha ha 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 ha, Luffy. Captain, I feel more and more that you were right in your bet." "Really? Ha 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 ha." Red-haired Shanks looked at his broken arm with his peripheral vision. "Ha ha 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 ha, what a boy." Garp looked at the scene in the video, holding his stomach and laughing so hard that tears almost came out. "I'm afraid Luffy is the only one who can provoke Whitebeard like this. You still have the nerve to smile." Sengoku, who was already furious, saw that Garp was still laughing at this moment, and his braids stood up in anger. Luffy's actions frightened all the pirates and marines present. "You know, since Whitebeard roamed the sea, no one has ever dared to provoke Whitebeard like this. Whitebeard and Luffy have been fighting for a long time." Soon, Whitebeard's face turned into a satisfied smile. "You are so arrogant, if you dare to hold back, I will not forgive you, you snotty brat." Who would have thought? Luffy doesn't take Whitebeard seriously at all. "I will save Ace according to my own ideas." "Ace, let me save you." Straw Hat dared to talk to Whitebeard on an equal footing. This scene shocked countless people. As an unexpected reinforcement, Luffy also brought an important piece of information. After making certain preparations, Marine will execute Ace in advance. But Whitebeard can tell at a glance that this is information that warring states deliberately leaked in order to make them anxious. Marine Fleet Admiral The warring states period is known as a wise general, best at using strategies to defeat the enemy. Monkey D. Luffy. Nika form of the Sun God. As expected, he is indeed a ruthless person. At that time, I'm afraid Luffy was just a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, right? How dare you talk to Whitebeard, who is known as the best in the world, on an equal footing? I really don't even want my life. The video on the giant screen has completely attracted everyone's attention. Can't take my eyes off it. I don't even want to blink, for fear of missing a wonderful scene. The first step of a wise general, leak intelligence. The second step of a wise general: countermeasures. While the two parties were fighting fiercely, he ordered Akainu to secretly meet with the big nest spider squad of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu told Squard that Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of One Piece Roger. In order to redeem Ace, Whitebeard and Sengoku signed an agreement, that is, they will not take action against Ace and Whitebeard's people. Instead, all pirates in the New World will be wiped out. The pirate group that Squard originally belonged to was destroyed by Roger alone. Squard has been hating Roger for all these years, and Whitebeard has hidden the fact that Ace is Roger's son from him. Squard listened to Akainu and counterattacked. Squard came to Whitebeard and stabbed him in the abdomen with a long knife when Whitebeard was defenseless. Quick! Catch Squard quickly! Under the deep sea. Figures flashed out from the Moby Dick. Soon, Marco appeared in front of Whitebeard with Squard in his arms. Squard was filled with horror, and long tears had soaked his whole face. He knelt down on the deck like a puddle of mud, and kept muttering, Why? Dad, why didn't you tell me that Ace is Luo Jay's son? Dad, you clearly know that I hate Roger. Whitebeard looked down at Squard, without any words, but hugged him fiercely into his arms. Under Whitebeard's puzzled gaze, Squard told the reason why he did this. You know what you did, Squard. Whitebeard raised his left hand and dropped it heavily. You actually went to war against your father. This is an extremely stupid son. Squard closed his eyes in despair, but what was waiting for him was a warm hug. Whitebeard hugged Squard tightly. Even if you are a stupid son, I still love you. Whitebeard said, Squard, I deeply feel your hatred for Roger, but it is such a ridiculous idea that Squard's father is in debt and his son is in debt. It doesn't matter whose child Ace is. In this film, we met on the vast sea. Ace is not the only one who is special. All of you are my family. Suck. All over the world, almost everyone is blowing their noses and even shed tears. Charming personality. Whitebeard is simply too charming. Justice. Marine. A plan to divorce. Sin. Pirate. Family love. For a moment, no one knew who represented justice and who represented sin. The long knife in Squard's hand fell to the ground, and he finally realized that all of this was Marine's trick to use the knife to kill people. He who was easily instigated to rebel was the biggest sinner in this battle. Squard cried bitterly in Whitebeard's arms. Dad, I'm sorry, I almost made a mistake that I will regret for the rest of my life. Whitebeard comforted Squard. Silly son, it was not you who was wrong. I should have told you in advance, but you and Ace have been together for so long, just because he is Roger's son, do you have to be enemies? Whoa! The tough guy Squard cried louder and louder. It doesn't matter, no matter what you do, you will always be my son. In order to break Marine's rumors, Whitebeard used his ability to shatter the ice wall behind him, clearing an escape route for the pirates. In this way, the pirates can escape on the warships in the port at any time. Whitebeard regained the trust of the pirates, and because of their guilt, the pirates fought even harder. Daddy! At this time, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates has reached its peak. No more misunderstandings. Totally honest. Chapter 27 Whitebeard, let's go, kids. Whitebeard knew he couldn't delay it any longer. Squard's knife caused his already overwhelmed body to begin to collapse. He must rescue Ace before he collapsed completely. As long as I can maintain one young life into the future, my mission will be accomplished. At this moment, Whitebeard was determined to die. Anyone who wants to go with me should abandon his life and follow me. Amidst the cheers of the pirates, Whitebeard rushed into the battlefield. The strongest man in the world is about to show off his power. The pirates are not afraid of death and use their bodies to block the gunfire to clear the way for Whitebeard. In anger, Whitebeard launched a sea earthquake, tilting the sea and the island, and all the defensive equipment set up by Marine collapsed in the earthquake. Take action. The strongest man in the world takes action. This will also be Whitebeard's last shot. The last line of defense between Whitebeard and the execution platform is composed of only 3 generals. Aokiji was the first to take action, freezing Whitebeard into an ice sculpture with an ice ball, but Whitebeard quickly broke out of the ice with vibrations, wrapped his domineering energy around Kong Yunkai, and pierced Aokiji's armor with a knife. Haki can cause damage to elemental beings. Even the Marine general will be killed immediately with this knife. However, everything was as expected by Aokiji. He used himself as bait to elementalize his body in advance. While avoiding the domineering force, he turned his hands into ice and froze Kong Yunkai. Then he froze the ice spear around him and shot it towards Whitebeard. At this moment, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Josie, neutralized Aokiji's offensive, and then took over the battle, letting Whitebeard go first. Diamond Josie. Akainu stood in the way and kept attacking Whitebeard and other pirates with lava. Whitebeard shook his fist and used shock waves to disperse the lava one by one. The aftermath of the battle destroyed all the surrounding houses. Just when the two were fighting inextricably, Whitebeard suddenly covered his heart and knelt on the ground in pain. His body could no longer support the high-intensity battle. It was like a long-awaited reminder that he was taking advantage of the situation and wanted him to pay the price. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat. Whitebeard gasped and couldn't move for a moment. Whitebeard, time is not forgiving. Akainu struck without hesitation, severely injuring Whitebeard with one punch, and the hot lava burned a hole in Whitebeard's abdominal cavity. Aokiji and Kizaru also caught Marco and Jose's momentary absence and knocked them down. The captains fell one after another, and the Whitebeard pirates were completely defeated. Under Sengoku's order, the Marines swarmed up and besieged Whitebeard collectively. Sharp blades pierced Whitebeard's body, and artillery bombarded him head-on in the face. Whitebeard stumbled, holding on with difficulty to prevent himself from falling. Failed. Whitebeard lost. Everyone looked at the scene on the giant screen in shock. The hole in front of Whitebeard's abdomen was so ferocious that if he were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago. But was it still a defeat in the end? The remnants of the old era. For a moment, the old people of that era couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Whitebeard's failure seems to mean that their era has completely passed. At this time, under the deep sea, the morale of the entire Whitebeard pirates became extremely low. "Dad, why don't you just let us go?" Even Marco couldn't help but say, "Dad, we can definitely rescue Ace." But Marco knew that if they went to Malinfanduo, they would face a 100% death outcome. However, nothing is more important than Daddy being alive. Whitebeard stared at himself in the picture without saying a word, while the picture continued to flash. Whitebeard dances from the clouds again and knocks away all the surrounding Marines. Do these shrimp soldiers and crab generals think they can kill me like this? My beloved knife was so heavy in my hand, but now is not the time to rest. I am Whitebeard. If I die, I know exactly what it means. I will never die before I can see the bright future of my sons. Absolutely not. Whitebeard understands that with his current physical condition, it is impossible to rescue Ace himself. Whitebeard ordered everyone to cover Luffy with all their strength, helped Luffy get on the execution platform, and successfully opened the sea stone handcuffs that locked Ace. Ace is finally freed. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates is high. All they need to do is to retreat smoothly. This battle will be considered complete. 1. Did Whitebeard win? This battle was full of twists and turns, and everyone was staring at the giant screen. But Whitebeard looked at the more distant future and quickly made a decision. In order to atone for stabbing Whitebeard before, Skiyard drove a land speeder equipped with an outer wheel and rushed to the Marine headquarters, using the method of dying together to cover the retreat of his companions. The land boat crashed into the Marine headquarters with an indomitable momentum. Just a few steps away, Whitebeard appeared on the road he was passing through and stopped the land speedboat with just one hand. "Scared, do you know how unfilial it is to ask a white-haired person to send a black-haired person away?" Whitebeard blocked everyone, leaving only a figure behind. "Listen to me, now let's start giving the final instructions. The captain ordered that you and I will say goodbye here. Everyone must survive and return to the new world safely." The pirates asked in disbelief, "Dad, are you planning to die here?" Destructive power surged out from Whitebeard's fist, shattering the marine headquarters into pieces. "Let's go, kids." In the torrent of pirates evacuating, Whitebeard is like a towering tree watching in the middle of the river, seemingly solid but isolated and helpless. Whoa! Now! Everyone really can't hold it any longer. How unfilial is it for a white-haired person to give a black-haired person a gift? A towering tree isolated and helpless. Almost everyone who watched the video felt sad in their hearts, and some people with shallow tears may have burst into tears. Especially the Whitebeard pirates and the pirates from New World. Without exception. They were all wiping the tears from the corners of their eyes and cheeks. "Daddy!" Everyone shouted at Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick. "Dad, we will win." Chapter 28 Blackbeard, "Dad, let me inherit your fruit and your will." Ace looked at Whitebeard's back fighting with the sailors and was reluctant to leave. "Ace, let's go. Uncle is mentally prepared," Luffy advised. "I know that I won't let his thoughts go in vain." Ace lit fire in his hands and destroyed all the ice walls surrounding Whitebeard. The flames shot up from the ground, like a wall, blocking the two people. On the other side of the wall of fire, Ace said nothing and knelt heavily on the ground. Whitebeard slowly turned around and looked at the son for whom he had given great expectations. The young boy who was just a fledgling boy was now a strong man who could stand alone and be famous. Whitebeard's eyes were full of pride and joy. "No need to say more, Ace, let me ask you a question, am I qualified to be your dad?" Ace raised his head and stared blankly at Whitebeard. That year, the two people were also surrounded by fire. Facing Ace, who was obviously bruised and still clenching his fangs, Whitebeard stretched out his hand. It was not like an invitation, but more like a promise. "Be my son. This is it." People pulled him out of the ocean of hatred, tolerated his unruly nature, and gave him a love that was no less than that of his biological father. That Whitebeard tattoo has never been a burden on the body, but an existence worth guarding for a lifetime. Ace's forehead was pressed against the ground, tears sliding down his cheeks. He choked and responded with all his strength, "Dad, of course." Whitebeard was stunned, and an inexplicable emotion burst out from his heart. He couldn't help but laugh to the sky, feeling more happy than drinking the most delicious wine in the world. Whitebeard watched Ace go away with no regrets in his heart. "My dear son, don't look back. Times are changing. Go and welcome the new era. Go and meet your era. And I'm just a nostalgic person who clings to the ruins of the old era and doesn't want to let go. It's time to say goodbye to the past and make a clean break, Marine." Whitebeard, who no longer cared about it, used his full power and planned to sink Marinfondo and himself into the sea. Cries spread throughout the pirate world. Like an unstoppable plague. It can't be suppressed at all. Father. These two words mean so much. And Whitebeard actually did it. You can do better than many people. These words are more like Whitebeard saying goodbye to his era. Death is terrible. But not that scary. For Shanks, he left his arm in the East Daxia Sea and bet it to Luffy. As for Whitebeard, he left his life in Malinduo, giving Ace the hope of living, the hope of a fresh life to welcome the new era. The picture did not end, but continued to play, although many people no longer had the courage to watch it. They don't know at this moment that Huzi is a pirate. But they didn't want him to die. Akainu, who wanted to take Ace's life, showed no mercy and caught up with Ace, who was evacuating, and then humiliated Whitebeard without any words. Akainu fabricated Whitebeard into a loser from the old era, a coward who was greedy for life and afraid of death. As expected, Ace fell into the trap and started a life-or-death duel with Akainu. In the end, Ace was pierced through the chest by Akainu and died in order to protect his younger brother Luffy. Akainu. For a moment, everyone looked at Akainu on the giant screen. Death. The entire members of the Whitebeard Pirates were staring at Akainu on the giant screen, and they had already chosen a grave for Akainu in their hearts. And many ordinary people who are protected by Marine are clenching their fists. The eyes that look at Akainu are spitting fire. Headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Akainu bit the cigar in his mouth and stared at the scene on the giant screen. A blow penetrated Ace's chest. Extinguished the sinful bloodline of One Piece Roger. Even though there were no cheers from the soldiers in the square, the corners of Akainu's mouth were still slightly raised. This is exactly what he insisted on. A dream that no one needs to acknowledge. Absolute justice. After realizing Ace's death, this man who didn't care no matter how badly he was injured shed tears at this moment. Whitebeard appeared behind Akainu, the anger in his heart almost burning his eyes. He punched, kicked, and slashed. In an instant, Akainu, who was seriously injured, was rolling on the ground in a panic. The angry Whitebeard ignored Akainu's attack and exchanged injuries for injuries, determined to kill the murderer in front of him. Whitebeard clenched his fist, and this angry punch hit Akainu on the side, beating his body to pieces. The huge Marin Fondo was also split into two by this blow. Akainu collapsed on the ground as if his whole body fell apart, was swallowed up by the cracked earth, and fell into the sea. Even if he is watching himself dying in the video. About to die. There was no regret in Akainu's expression. Sengoku on the side firmly held Garp, who was about to go berserk. Garp looked at Ace, seeing his godson dead, with veins popping up all over his face. If it hadn't been for the Warring States period, I probably wouldn't have had to wait until the Ding Ding War came. Garp himself can crush Akainu to death. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, a familiar laughter sounded from above. Whitebeard raised his head, and what came into his eyes was Blackbeard's hateful face. Everything happened because of this man. Whitebeard wants to attack Blackbeard in order to fulfill his wish, but Blackbeard's darkness fruit can render all fruit abilities useless. Blackbeard taunted proudly, "It's useless, stop struggling, Dad." However, Blackbeard did not expect that all the previous attacks were actually a cover-up to confuse him. As soon as Blackbeard showed his flaw, Whitebeard slashed him on the shoulder. One cut, and Blackbeard rolled on the ground in pain. Whitebeard pinched his neck suddenly. "Conceit, arrogance, and rashness, these are your weaknesses." Whitebeard activated his power again and turned a deaf ear to Blackbeard's plea for mercy. The shockwave exploded on Blackbeard's head. This was a blow that could have killed him, but Whitebeard saved a small life because of his lack of physical strength. Blackbeard, who had survived the disaster, lay trembling on the ground and ordered his men to attack Whitebeard in groups. Whitebeard silently endured the violent attacks. Blackbeard looked up at the video on the giant screen. Especially when he stared at the Whitebeard's face, he laughed like crazy and said, "Dad. Thief, ha 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 by your fruit and your will by me." Chapter 29 Live Broadcast. Sun God Nika Luffy joins hands with Pluton Rayleigh to cause chaos in Impel Down City. At this moment, Whitebeard thought of Roger, who had been dead for many years, and of their conversation that day when they were sitting under the cherry blossom tree drinking. Finally, Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes and stared at Blackbeard. "At least the man Roger is waiting for will not be you, Teach. Just like there is someone who can inherit Roger's will, one day there will be someone who will inherit Ace. When people of will appear, even if their blood ties are severed, their flames will not be extinguished." The strong men of that era appeared in Whitebeard's mind one by one, and they were all passed down one by one, and one day in the future there will be people who can carry these hundreds of years of history and challenge the world. Then the day will come. Looking at Sengoku's fearful expression, Whitebeard showed his last smile. He took a deep breath and announced to the world who was paying attention to this war, One Piece is real. If One Piece Roger is the one who discovered the door to the new world, then Whitebeard is the one who opened the door. Whitebeard recalled all the things he had gone through so far. In the beginning, he was just running for survival. Later, he had a home and a group of family members. Looking back on that sailing journey now, it was like a beautiful dream. Whitebeard closed his eyes quietly. Even if he dies, Whitebeard still stands proudly on the earth. He holds the cloud cutter in his hand, like a sleeping god of war. His closed eyes seem to burst out with anger at any time, burning the enemy to ashes. Regardless of life or death, this man will always be a legend on the sea. The 72-year-old white-bearded Edward Newgate suffered 267 stab wounds, 152 gunshots, and 64 artillery shells in this battle. Despite this, there is still no scar on Whitebeard's back. He has not left any shame of escape in his life as a pirate. The sea is the source of everything. No matter what magnificent stories will happen in the new era, people will always remember that this era is called Whitebeard. Legend. The legend of the time seems to have come to an end. One Piece really exists. I don't know how many people are going to flock to it. Everyone in the pirate world murmured softly, if Roger brought to the era the enthusiasm for One Piece, then Whitebeard brought to this era the warmth of a moment of family affection. With the ending on the giant screen, everyone in the pirate world is still unable to come to their senses. In the past, they could only see the cruelty and bloodiness of pirates, but now, what they see is more of Whitebeard's affection and gentleness. It turns out that there is still some family affection between pirates. A little while and a half later, just when the people on the street were about to go back, the giant screen that should have been immersed in it for a few days flickered again for no reason. Look! Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads. Look! The giant screen is on again. Is there going to be a new video? Soon, under the gaze of everyone, a line of black subtitles flashed on the giant screen. Sun god Nika, Luffy, joins hands with Pluton, Rayleigh, and causes chaos in the world's largest prison, Impel Down. For a time, the sound of surprise resounded throughout the pirate world. Sun god Nika Luffy. Pluton Rayleigh. Two people causing a scene in Impel Down. For a time, the whole world was divided into two factions. One side is naturally optimistic about Luffy and Rayleigh. Among them, Bartolomeo, Luffy's biggest fan. Luffy is great. Invincible. Luffy will definitely win this time. In addition to this kind of fanatical fans, there are also some rational fans. Today's Straw Hat Pirates are making a splash in the Water City. Although they haven't awakened their Nika form yet, they are already able to crush CP9 with one hand. Yes, yes. And he also defeated Moria. Straw Hat Luffy is now the most powerful and hottest supernova, right? The Nika form has not been awakened. In fact, after the video ended, Luffy had already awakened his Nika form under the white light. But little minions like CP9, Moria, etc. really don't need Luffy to reveal his Nika form. It can be crushed to death with one hand. Yeah. And there's Rayleigh. This was One Piece's deputy at the time. I have made several shots and they are all top-notch in the world. Of course, there are also many bad-mouthers from Straw Hat Luffy and Pluton Rayleigh. Impel the City. This is Impel Down, known as the world's largest prison. Just an old man and a supernova can break into Impel Down. Haha, laugh to death. Impel the City. Straw Hat Luffy. Advancing to the city warden, Magellan looked up at the giant screen and couldn't help but muttered, this, should I stop this or not? Hannibal on the side was also full of astonishment. Straw Hat Luffy is Garp's grandson. Even Magellan wouldn't dare to stop an official with this kind of background from second generation. Let's talk about it on a smaller scale. If Luffy is moved, doesn't Garp want to come to Impel Down? If nothing else works, won't the leader of the Revolutionary Army want to lead his troops to attack the Impel City? Hiss, hiss. Worst. What if Luffy's strongest mentor, Kaido, takes action? A few seconds later, Deputy Director Hannibal looked up at Magellan and spoke slowly, righteously, and solemnly, "Warden, you should take action. It is your duty to guard Impel Down." Magellan looked down at Hannibal with confusion on his face. Why did Hannibal defend justice so much this time? "This way I will be the chief warden," Hannibal said with a smile on the sidelines without concealing his ambition. Magellan was even more speechless on the side. With such a subordinate, what can he do but be helpless? But soon, Hannibal couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and said, "Oh, what a pity. It's a pity that I don't know when the scenes in the video will be available." Just when everyone thought that this scene was also exposed or recalled, unexpectedly, someone outside the city shouted in horror, "Look, look, there is a scene in the video." In the video, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others looked up and stared at the giant screen in confusion. The next second I was shocked. Luffy pointed at the giant screen and shouted, "Look, look, it looks like we are." Zoro, Sanji, and others raised their heads and lowered their heads. Luffy looked like he had never seen the world before, jumping up and down like a monkey. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Live broadcast. It's actually a live broadcast. This time it's a live broadcast. At the same time, the screen suddenly changed. "Advance outside the city. Warden, Warden, it seems like it's us." Domino on the side pointed to the calm sea not far away and inevitably exclaimed, "Look, look, it's a pirate ship. It seems to be the Wanli Sunshine." Finally, the scene changes again. A young man stood at the front of the deck of Wanli Sunshine. Chapter 30 Rayleigh, Little Egyptian, what do you want to do? Aboard the Wanli Sunshine. A young man has black hair and wears a pair of black glasses. The picture comes out. The entire pirate world was in an uproar. "Look, look, this person looks familiar." Almost at the same time. Marine Headquarters. Marlene Mini. During the Warring States period, Garp exclaimed, "Rayleigh. New World Ghost Island." Kaido was holding the potential stimulating stick, his jaw dropped in shock. "Rayleigh. It's actually Rayleigh. Cake Island." Big Mom paused as he threw the cake into his mouth, full of surprise. "Ah, Rayleigh? This is Rayleigh." The entire pirate world said in unison, "Rayleigh, how did this old der become so young?" But the most surprising thing was Magellan, Hannibal, and others who pushed outside the city. Everyone held their breath and stared at the giant screen. The Wanli Sunshine slowly approaches Impel Down City. "Rayleigh. Luffy." Magellan and Hannibal stared at the Wanli Sunshine not far away, and shouted in surprise almost at the same time, "Quick, quick, notify headquarters." Soon, under the gaze of everyone, the Wanli Sunshine arrived in front of the city. "Rubber!" Luffy roared, his arms felt like rubber. He stretched hard, and in the next second he was in front of the Impel Down City, shouting loudly at Magellan, "Ace! Where is Ace? Give me my ace!" All the soldiers pushing outside the city pointed their guns at Luffy at the same time. Magellan was then able to look at Straw Hat Luffy, but he was full of helplessness. Official second generation. "I can't fight anymore." "Swear, hiss, you can still scold." Ace, the evil bloodline in this world, has been escorted to Marine Headquarters and will be executed soon. Ah! Of course, it's not what Magellan said, so what do they believe? Rayleigh, who was on the bow deck, appeared in front of Magellan in a blink of an eye and said in a calm tone, "Escort to headquarters? Will the execution not start until tomorrow?" Rayleigh. Hannibal exclaimed loudly, "Really, why are you getting younger?" Bang bang bang. Under someone's orders, the surrounding soldiers pulled the triggers one after another. Bullets shot out from the bullet chamber and shot towards Luffy and Rayleigh. The next second, a figure flashed past. Zoro, who was wearing a green turban, had already arrived beside Rayleigh and Luffy, waving the armed and domineering sword in his hand, blocking the bullets one by one. Once Zoro took action, he attracted the attention of Magellan and Hannibal. This strength! They couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Is this strength enough to be that of a general? Just when Magellan and Hannibal were shocked, two unparalleled auras burst out from Rayleigh and Luffy. Conquerors domineering. Or two shares. For a moment, all the marine soldiers fell down and fainted on the spot. I saw Magellan, Hannibal, Domino, and Little Sati and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is this still Conqueror's dominance, chosen by one among a million people? This powerful Conqueror's domineering force actually made Magellan and Hannibal feel great pressure. Domino and Little Sadie were even more frightened, sweating, and even fainted on the spot. Thanks to some strength, and having to deal with the cruel and heinous people on the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down City on a daily basis, I naturally still have some composure. Why are there two people in front of me? At the same time, everyone in the pirate world who was watching the live broadcast was also shocked. Hiss! Two bursts of Conqueror's haki. Why does it feel like Luffy is even stronger than Rayleigh? And those people who were originally not optimistic about Luffy and Rayleigh causing trouble in Impel Down City were a little unsure at this time. Why did they feel that the battle was a bit one-sided? In the video. Hurry up and release Ace. Luffy's face was gloomy, without a trace of smile, and he stared at Magellan with great momentum. And Magellan was full of helplessness. He was really a mute-eating Coptus chinensis, so he had to tell the story. Even if Ace is in Impel Down, Magellan can't let him go. Let's not talk about anything else, but Ace is indeed not in Impel Down now. Are we going to let Luffy and others go into Impel Down to take a look? Moreover, now that it is being broadcast live all over the world, Magellan cannot take a step back, so he can only face Luffy with righteousness and justice. Straw Hat Luffy, I didn't expect you to dare to break into Impel Down. For a moment, everyone in the pirate world stared at the giant screen, and the war was really about to break out. Marine headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Garp, look at the good things your grandson has done. How dare you go straight into Impel Down? Outside Fleet Admiral, Senguo looked at the video on the giant screen, staring at Garp with gnashing teeth, wanting to eat Garp alive. But what shocked Sengoku and others even more was Rayleigh. Rayleigh has become younger? Strength? Where is the strength? Compared with appearance, strength is what matters most to them. Deep under the sea. On the deck of the Moby Dick, only the white-bearded man holding the cloud cutter appeared, leaving only his back, full of domineering. Ha 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 ha! Straw Hat Luffy dared to go straight into Impel Down. Marco stood behind Whitebeard, with a smile on his face. As expected, he is Ace's younger brother and Garp's grandson. Straw Hat Luffy, I like it. Even Josie on the side also said, Dad, I think Rayleigh has become younger too. The white-bearded man with only his back grasped Kong Yunki and laughed wildly, Goo la 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 la, this sea is probably going to get lively. Then, only Whitebeard's voice was heard surrounding Moby Dick. Old times. Remnants. Goo la 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 la, let the remnants of our old era stir up the storm of this world again. Just when Whitebeard finished speaking. In the giant screen. Advance outside the city. While Magellan was still arguing with Luffy, Hannibal on the side held up the trident in his hand and was about to thrust at Luffy, hoping to catch Luffy off guard. Who knows? Before Hannibal could take action, a voice reached its ears, Little Egyptian, what are you going to do? The voice was very calm, even a little friendly. But the cold blade on his neck, the cold feeling that was about to pierce the flesh and blood, made Hannibal's whole body tremble. Don't. Cold sweat continued on Hannibal's forehead. For a moment, everyone was amazed. When did Pluton really pass? Little Egyptian. That's Deputy Warden Hannibal. He's also quite powerful. When did Rayleigh go there? Chapter 31 Luffy defeats Magellan with one punch. Marine Headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Sengoku and Garp stared at the flashing picture on the giant screen and said in unison almost at the same time. Strength. Not only has he become younger, Rayleigh has also become stronger. For a moment, the faces of both people were full of shock. I am afraid that for any remnant of the old era, returning to the peak of physical and strength is definitely the greatest luxury. At the same time, the live broadcast on the giant screen did not stop. Warden! Save me, Warden! Hannibal, controlled by Rayleigh, kept moaning and asking for help. Magellan, who was still entangled with Luffy, immediately no longer cared about his official position, second generation, background, or price. If we don't take action, I'm afraid the entire Impel City will fall. In an instant, two dark dragons appeared behind Magellan. Black liquid dripped from the dragon onto the ground. In an instant, bursts of corrosive black smoke rose from the hard floor. Straw Hat, you'd better get out of Impel Down now. Magellan, who entered the poisonous dragon form, yelled at Luffy. For a moment, everyone in the pirate world looked at the picture on the giant screen and inevitably exclaimed. Warden Magellan! How scary! People with Paramecia poison fruit ability are so scary to look at. Look at those venoms, I'm afraid just one drop can kill me. Straw Hat Luffy vs Impel Down City Director, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win. Under the gaze of everyone, the pictures on the giant screen kept flashing. Third Gear. Third Gear is a unique move of Rubber Man. It uses its combat move called Bone Balloon to make part of the body appear huge. I saw Luffy biting his thumb and blowing air into the gaps in the bones. Suddenly, Luffy's right fist became huge. Magellan stared at Luffy expressionlessly, showing no signs of contempt. After the previous exposure of Luffy on the giant screen, not just Magellan, it can be said that everyone in the pirate world has a great understanding of Luffy's background and strength. Sun God Nika form. Comparable to Kaido's strength in Four Emperors. Knock out Kaido with one punch. Magellan was just the director of Impel Down City, how could he dare to underestimate him? Straw Hat Luffy, let me test your strength. As Magellan finished speaking, the two poisonous dragons behind him rushed towards Luffy at the same time. Luffy saw this and yelled at Magellan, give me my ace. Huge fist. Covered with armed color domineering. Surrounded by Conqueror's domineering spirit. Proficient in Ryuzakura Haki. Full firepower. Everyone in the pirate world looked at this scene on the giant screen in shock. Luffy. A skinny monkey figure can actually explode with such huge power. Director Magellan's two poisonous dragons also look very strong. Under the gaze of everyone, the battle situation is not as inseparable as everyone in the pirate world is talking about. Crushing power. Luffy's fist is invincible, and the poison dragon shatters into pieces the moment it touches the iron fist. And Luffy completely ignored the damage caused by the venom. Bang! Only a loud noise was heard. The fist covered with multiple layers of domineering power has already reached Magellan's face. One punch. Just one punch. The director of Impel Down City was almost defeated. Failed. So defeated. Director of Impel Down. Magellan was defeated like this. Everyone looked at the picture on the giant screen in amazement, and were so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths. Magellan. Holy shit, this is Magellan. Magellan is as powerful as a general. Just a moment. But the shock of the picture was not over yet. In the video, Magellan was like a kite with its string broken, and hit the stone slab behind him hard. Bang! A loud bang. Wait until the bursts of smoke caused by the impact dissipate. With blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, Magellan tried his best to stand up from the floor. Director! Director, don't die! Hannibal, who was still controlled by Rayleigh, stared blankly at Magellan, who was knocked away by Luffy with a punch. He was also full of disbelief. Although Hannibal has coveted the position of director for many years, Hannibal still knows about Magellan's strength. Ahem, he's still alive. Magellan slowly stood up and took 2 mouthfuls of scarlet liquid. Luffy walked towards Magellan step by step. Awesome momentum. For some reason, Luffy now has some of the momentum of the 4 emperors. Vision and strength still have a great relationship. Monkey D. Luffy. Magellan looked at Luffy walking towards him step by step, and said in a deep voice, Ace is not an impel down, he has been escorted to the headquarters Malinfanduo. Luffy didn't say anything, but still walked towards Magellan step by step. Under everyone's gaze, Luffy had already arrived in front of Magellan. New World. Ha 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 ha, the little snot from Windmill Village has finally grown up. On the red-haired pirate group, Shanks looked up at Straw Hat Luffy on the giant screen, and a father-like smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Revolutionary Army Base Area. A Revolutionary Army ship docked in the port. It was just Sabo and Ryu standing on the deck. Luffy is so strong now. Sabo couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the picture on the giant screen. Although the dragon on the side did not speak, his face was still quite happy. In the screen, Luffy has already arrived in front of Magellan, looking up at Magellan. Magellan stood in front of Impel Down. The eyes are determined. Word by word, get out of the way and let me in. As the director, Magellan did not step back at all. Venom was dripping from his body, and he waved his huge fist and was about to hit Luffy. Luffy showed no mercy. First level. Covered with 3 colors of haki, Armed Color Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and Ryuzakura Haki, he punches out. 2 fists collide. All the clothes on Magellan's body were shattered into pieces, and the bones in his right arm were even more shattered. Ah! Magellan howled in pain, sweating all over his body, and blood kept spewing out. Marine Headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Garp, Akainu, and others stared at the inside of the giant screen with nervous expressions. Fleet Admiral. Let me go and support Impel Down. Akainu looked at the video with a gloomy expression on Luffy, who was about to break into Impel Down. Standing aside, holding Hannibal hostage with a sharp sword in his hand, he asked for help. Warring States looked gloomy. Support? The war in this headquarters is about to break out. And everyone in Whitebeard doesn't know where they are now. Not supported. Impel Down City is about to face the biggest change in history. The entire Impel Down fell. Chapter 32 Peak Combat Power Rayleigh vs Kizaru. The Warring States period must make a choice. After hesitating for a moment, Warring States' expression gradually became firm. Support. Support is a must, otherwise the entire Impel Down City will be destroyed by Luffy going crazy. A moment of reflection during the Warring States period. The live broadcast on the giant screen continues. Magellan stood tremblingly in front of the gate of Impel Down City again. Waves of prison soldiers rushed out from the advancing city. Holding up the knives, swords, and guns in his hands, he charged towards Luffy and his gang. But in the face of absolute strength, the role of numbers is simply negligible. Zoro held the sharp sword in his hand, and powerful sword energy swept out. It was like a row of children with one sword. Roronoa Zoro. Everyone in the pirate world watched the video of the green algae head who was killing everyone, Zoro. It is inevitable to be a little surprised, the Straw Hats now see that it is not just Captain Luffy who is powerful. The Grand Line. A coffin ship heading towards Marine's headquarters. the world's best swordsman. Hawkeye. Behind him is Black Blade Knight, known as one of the most powerful and supreme swordsmen in the world. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye stared at Zoro inside the giant screen, feeling a little shocked. Is he progressing so fast? The last meeting between Hawkeye and Zoro was in the East Daxia Sea. At that time, Zoro was not yet Hawkeye's enemy. But now, Hawkeye actually feels that Zoro has the power to fight him. It seems that the time has come for the battle between us. Hawkeye murmured softly. The coffin boat changed direction. Destination Impel City. Sanji also steps on Moonwalk to guard Luffy's right. Superb foot skills. Move quickly. It can be said that one kicks a child. East Daxia Sea Restaurant. Jeep raised his head and looked at Sanji, who was growing rapidly in strength and killing everyone on the screen. Look, look. Sanji is too strong, isn't he? Can it actually stay in the air? Is this Marine's moonwalk? Moonwalk, one of the 6 forms. 6 styles. For geniuses and strong people, it may be a basic skill. But for ordinary people in the pirate world, it is a powerful move that is difficult to learn in a lifetime. There are many so-called elite marines who have difficulty mastering any of the 6 moves. Inside the sea restaurant, some chefs, waiters, and customers who know Sanji well can be described as high-spirited. Did you see that? The young man at that time was from this restaurant on the sea. But we, the patron saint of the East Daxia Sea, are friends of the sword god and the sword master. And the restaurant owner standing at the front of the restaurant deck, Jeep. You brat, don't come back if you can't realize your dream. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the live broadcast continues. Bang! Another punch. Magellan received another solid punch from Luffy, and his whole body was covered in bloodstains. At this time, Luffy's right arm was also vaguely black, and the blood vessels had turned black, and it seemed to be spreading towards Luffy's body. Straw Hat Luffy, stop, or you will be poisoned too. Magellan slowly stood up from the ground and vowed to block the iron gate of Impel Down. Paramecia poisonous fruit. Enough for Luffy to kill 1,000 enemies and damage himself 800. And Luffy just looked down at his poisoned arm. Feel the severe pain in your body. Then he lifted Magellan up without hesitation with one hand. Let me in. Now Magellan has lost all his strength and is unable to fight back in the face of Luffy's powerful strength. Luffy. Awakening the sun god Nika fruit. Proficient in mastering the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Armed and domineering. Conqueror's domineering entanglement. Luffy, who is domineering with Ryu Sakura, has become infinitely closer in strength, even standing in the ranks of the 4 emperors. A mere Magellan cannot be his opponent. Then, with the entire pirate world watching, Luffy threw Magellan aside like trash and ran towards Impel Down. The rest of the prison guards are nothing but generals, and they can't stop Luffy at all. Straw Hat Luffy. Win. Is this how we win? Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the giant screen in surprise. Luffy won. And it's so easy to win? Everyone looked at Luffy's back rushing into Impel Down on the giant screen. Apart from being a little disappointed with Marine's strength, they were a little in awe of Luffy's strength. It's actually mixed with some curiosity. Is the scene inside Impel Down City about to be exposed? Is Impel Down City going to be destroyed today? At the critical moment, just when Luffy was about to rush into Impel Down, the live broadcast on the giant screen was full of strange phenomena. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Just hearing a soft voice, the sky filled with yellow light poured down towards Luffy. The speed of the light bomb is extremely fast, let alone Luffy. Even everyone in the pirate world who had been staring at the screen couldn't react for a while. It's Kizaru. I don't know who screamed in the crowd. Then at one end of the giant screen, the appearance of Kizaru appeared. The same justice is awesome. The same obscene. When Kizaru came up, he fired a burst of light bombs at his nephew Luffy. Kizaru, who was originally a fisherman, became so dedicated, and there was really nothing he could do about it. Live streaming is like a pair of eyes. How can Kizaru fish? And not long ago, Kizaru was deducted half a year's salary by Marine because of his fishing skills. General Marine. Kizaru doesn't want to lose this stable life of a civil servant just yet. For a time, everyone couldn't help but have some confidence in Marine again. Admiral Kizaru is here. This is the top combat power of Marine headquarters. Straw Hat Luffy is definitely no match. Who says it's not? Sparkling fruit. But it's an extremely powerful Logia fruit. But soon, a group of pirates said, Pluton Rayleigh. Don't forget that Pluton Rayleigh hasn't made a move yet. One word comes true. Inside the giant screen, a figure flashed past. Only a few crisp sounds were heard. All the light bullets in the sky were stopped. Rayleigh came directly above Luffy, raised his head and stared at Kizaru with a smile. Luffy, just go ahead and save Ace, leave this place to me. Under the cover of Rayleigh, Luffy has entered Impel Down. Immediately several loud noises sounded in Impel Down City. Kizaru looked down at Rayleigh, his little mouth slightly pursed. Hey, Pluton Rayleigh, you have really become younger. Come on, Pora Salino, let me be your opponent. Rayleigh looked at Kizaru in mid-air, looking eager to try. Since regaining his strength, Rayleigh still hasn't let go and has a good fight. And off-screen, everyone couldn't help but start talking again. Pluton Rayleigh vs General Kizaru. I'm afraid Kizaru is in trouble this time. This is One Piece's deputy, with great strength, rich combat experience, and excellent physical skills. The most important thing is that Rayleigh at this time is at his peak fighting power. Kizaru seems to be an impossible opponent. Chapter 33 Kizaru and Rayleigh have a pair of eyes, they are both fishermen. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the giant screen. His eyes didn't even dare to move at all. Even Sengoku, Garp, Kaido and others are like this, they are also looking forward to Rayleigh's action. Rayleigh's strength. To what extent has it recovered? This is very important to the entire pirate world. The technology of the Celestial Dragons, world government and marine headquarters is definitely world class, but trying to overturn a person's age and restore his or her peak physical fitness is simply a fantasy. And Kizaru and Rayleigh, who pushed outside the city, did not disappoint everyone. Advance outside the city. Kizaru and Rayleigh are looking at each other. They looked at each other for a full minute, and then the two of them said nothing. They all started to take action. I saw a yellow light flashing in mid-air, and when Kizaru appeared next time, he came to Rayleigh. Right. Totally on target. This is how the tacit understanding between fellow fishermen was born. Kizaru's operation directly aroused the applause of ordinary people in the pirate world. Look, General Kizaru has taken the initiative. Looking at Kizaru in the video, who chose to take the initiative, these people couldn't help but defend Kizaru. Fish. What about those people who said that General Kizaru took advantage of the fish? Did you see? Kizaru faced the former deputy of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh. No one is timid. At this time, at the Marine headquarters, the Marine soldiers in the square watched the video on the giant screen, clenched their fists, and cheered for General Kizaru in their hearts. Just under the applause of everyone. In the video. Push outside the city. Kizaru with the shining fruit arrived in front of Rayleigh in an instant. A grandpa sweeper's kick. And Rayleigh didn't hide her strength. Also used a blow kick kung fu. Kizaru and Rayleigh's legs collided in mid-air. Hiss. It's just a simple impact, without any momentum collision, and there's nothing fancy about it. The next second, the two people retreated hundreds of meters at the same time. Shock. Surprised. On the giant screen, the battle between Kizaru and Rayleigh instantly aroused everyone's discussion in the pirate world. Could it be that this is a battle between the strongest men? Hey, how normal is that? Yes, yes. Maybe if you are strong enough, it will be normal for you to make moves. Is it the greatest simplicity? While everyone was talking, inside the giant screen and outside the city, Kizaru and Rayleigh also began to communicate. Rayleigh, your strength has recovered so much. Kizaru stood in mid-air, pouting his little mouth, with a look of vulgarity on his face. Hey, yo, Pluton Rayleigh, you are really strong. Rayleigh stood outside the Impel City, looking up at Kizaru in mid-air. Hold your chest. Gasps. He said weakly to Kizaru, Polosalino, you are worthy of being a marine general. You are also very strong. Yo yo yo, Rayleigh. In mid-air, a lightsaber appeared out of thin air on Kizaru's right hand, with a proud and upright face. Pluton Rayleigh. Even if you are strong. But I carry out justice. Today, I must take you down. Behind you, the cloak of justice is slowly swaying in the breeze. Oh, I'm crying to death. General Kizaru. It turns out that General Kizaru is the one who upholds justice. Yeah. Who will ever say that General Kizaru is trying to fish in the future? I am not done with him. Little did they know. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Outdoor. Marine General Akainu's face turned pale. The corners of Sengoku's mouth kept twitching. The marine hero Garp on the side covered his chest and laughed wildly at the giant screen in the sky. As the saying goes, insiders watch the door and laymen watch the excitement, that's what they say. Inside the giant screen. Push outside the city. In the air. Kizaru held the photon sword and arrived in front of Rayleigh in an instant. And Rayleigh didn't have any contempt. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and struck at Kizaru. Bang bang bang. There were several loud noises, and the swordsmanship of the two was matched. Look, the real battle has begun. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at Kizaru and Rayleigh, who were having a fierce fight on the giant screen. General Kizaru's swordsmanship is so fast, I can't even see the trace of the sword. Yeah. I see that Rayleigh is obviously out of breath. General Kizaru will win. All of a sudden, the entire pirate world is cheering for Kizaru. Advance outside the city. Bang bang bang. Kizaru and Rayleigh's fight, they collided thousands of times in just a few minutes. But they didn't hurt each other at all. In a fierce battle, Kizaru and Rayleigh look at each other again. Tacitly. Next second. Ah! With a scream, the sharp sword in Rayleigh's hand slashed across Kizaru's chest. The yellow plaid shirt was scratched. There was even a blood mark on his chest. Then, Kizaru's light speed turned into a particle and quickly spread hundreds of meters away. Hiss! For a time, ordinary people in the entire pirate world couldn't help but sweat for Kizaru. Pluton Rayleigh's strength should not be underestimated. Yes. Everyone looked at the giant screen. Kizaru was covering his scratched chest with one hand, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. General Kizaru seems to be injured. Did General Kizaru lose? No, absolutely not. General Kizaru will not be defeated. While everyone was nervously looking at Kizaru in the video. Advance outside the city. Kizaru glanced at Rayleigh calmly. Next second. The whole person was holding a sharp sword and stabbed Rayleigh at an extremely fast speed. The speed is comparable to the speed of light. Ah! When Kizaru appeared again, everyone was already behind Rayleigh. The cloak of justice behind me slowly rustled. Ben's wretched face has a determined expression. The video slowly comes into focus. I saw a column of scarlet blood spurting out from Rayleigh's chest. Rayleigh was a little unsteady and staggered a few times. He turned to look at Kizaru with difficulty, his eyes full of surprise. So fast, such fast swordsmanship. Kizaru stood there without saying a word, showing off the posture of a peerless master. Ah! Long live! Long live General Kizaru! General Kizaru is so strong, he truly deserves to be the top combat power of Marine. Top combat power. Ah. Va. Outside the fleet admiral in Impel Down City, Rayleigh, known as the Wise General, couldn't help it anymore. FKU. Poor Salino. However, everyone in the pirate world was amazed. When the strong man laughs and insults. Impel City has undergone strange changes. The hard floor of the entire propulsion city rolled like rubber, full of elasticity. The next second, a figure burst out of the bottom of the Impel City, with a smile full of sunshine and ability. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 34 Live Broadcast, Luffy in the form of Sun God Nika. Push outside the city. Under the gaze of everyone. Sun God, Luffy in Nika form jumped from the bottom of the Impel Castle into the air. Sun God. It's Luffy, it's Straw Hat Luffy. Everyone's faces couldn't help but be filled with exclamation, and they couldn't help but look at each other. What on earth did Luffy do? It has only been less than a few hours, and the Impel City has been directly penetrated. And many powerful people also discovered the strange situation in Impel Down City at this time. Fleet Admiral Outdoor. Rubber? Elastic rubber. Sengoku looked at Luffy in the video and couldn't help but said in surprise, Fruit Awakening? Is it Fruit Awakening? On the giant screen, Luffy was under the moon, looking like a man flying on the moon. Garp looked at Luffy in the video, and he couldn't help but look a little surprised. At that time in the Water City, Luffy had not awakened Nika's form. But the strength to master the three-color domination is also quite powerful. But now, with the blessing of Fruit Awakening, Luffy's strength? Even Garp, Luffy's biological grandfather, couldn't help but take a breath. Hey, with this strength, I'm afraid poor Salino is no match for him. Deep under the sea. Whitebeard looked up at Straw Hat Luffy, a look of shock appeared on his usually calm face. Joy Boy. The Joy Boy in the record. Is the rubber fruit really the Nika fruit? Standing on the bow of the boat, Whitebeard slowly muttered in his heart, Nika form. Roger even has your straw hat there. Shanks bet an arm on Monkey D. Luffy. Roger, is the person who inherits the will of D the Straw Hat Luffy? And it's not just Whitebeard who is shocked. 4 Emperors Kaido and Big Mom were also shocked to see this scene in the video. Nika form. If the previous video on the giant screen was exposed, it might be more or less the exposure of unknown secrets, or some prank. And now, the Sun God Nika form, Straw Hat Luffy, has appeared outside Impel Down City alive. Boss, you did not make a mistake in your bet. On a pirate ship heading towards Marine's headquarters, the red-haired man stood at the front of the deck. Watch Luffy enter Nika form in the video. The look is inevitably a bit complicated. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Look, look, Straw Hat Luffy has someone in his hands. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at the giant screen. It seems like there really is someone there. Those people seem to have been kidnapped by Luffy. Advance outside the city. Luffy in the sky fell towards Impel Down like a kite with its string broken. Bang! Only a loud noise was heard. A deep pit instantly appeared on the hard floor of the Impel Down City, and 3 tragic wails came from the pit. Ah! Who the hell are you? We really don't know, Ace. Along with wailing, Luffy has arrived at Rayleigh's side. Rayleigh was inevitably a little surprised when she looked at Luffy in Nika form, but what shocked Rayleigh even more was that there were scars on Luffy's body, and scarlet liquid was constantly flowing out. As the video continues to focus on Luffy, the crowd inevitably exclaimed, Look, look, Straw Hat Luffy is injured. Who can actually make Straw Hat Luffy hurt? I knew that there must be powerful beings imprisoned in the city. Push outside the city. Wait until the smoke slowly disappears. 3 figures. Hiss. It seems inappropriate to say it is a human figure. The bodies of the 3 people can be described as bloody, with blood stains all over their bodies, and their clothes are in tatters. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the videos on the giant screen are chosen to be focused one by one. Unlucky guy number 1 has a tall and thin figure, white hair braided into 2 braids hanging on his shoulders, wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers, and a large blood red cloak with a plaid pattern on the inside, with a blue rose around his neck, red eyebrows, and a gold chain hanging from his mouth. Who is this? He looks like an aristocratic old man. Looks like a vampire. For a moment, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but look at the unlucky guy on the giant screen and started talking. Then, the video on the giant screen slowly moved to focus. Unlucky guy number 2, tall and strong, with a broken right ear, wearing a fixed earmuff, and a large area of scars on the left side of his body. He is dressed in a military uniform, and the collar of the military uniform has a collar badge that symbolizes military glory. The left there is also a sign on the arm. What a strong figure! This person looks so strong. Hiss! He is definitely not a simple person. He looks better than the old man just now. At the same time, Rayleigh, who was standing next to Luffy in Nika form, was slightly startled. Then, another figure appeared on the giant screen. Next, we welcome the unlucky guy number 3, an extremely huge body, wearing a red chicken collar-like helmet, and one of the horns on the helmet is broken, with green hair and beard, and his whole body is covered with frost. Hiss! This person looks so strong. Yeah. Giants. This is a powerful tribe of giants. But why is his whole body covered with frost? Everyone in the pirate world looked at the giant screen and started talking. Who are these people? But since they are imprisoned in Impel Down City, they must be powerful beings. But why isn't there anyone we know? And the giant screen seems to be able to hear everyone's voices. Tisk, tisk, tisk. On the giant screen, the gate to the Impel City slowly opens. The first to appear were 3 figures. The original Shishibukai crocodile with a cigar in his mouth and a golden hook on his right arm. Following closely behind is Buggy, the clown who is one of the future 4 emperors with strong luck and domineering. Standing in the center is the former Shishibukai, future fishman Jinbei of the Straw Hats. As soon as the figure appeared, it aroused everyone's discussion. Crocodile. Jinbei. Is the original Shishibukai also imprisoned in Impel Down? At the same time, someone looked at Buggy standing on Jinbei's side, tilted his head, scratched his hair, closed his eyes and thought for a long time, who is that clown? Who is the clown? That's the clown. Circus clown. Behind the 3 people, stood a row of beings who had previously appeared on the giant screen video. All colors. Wearing a prison uniform and wearing sea stone handcuffs on his hands. And he also has the same identity, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates in the previous video. Chapter 35 Kizaru, Fishing is my profession. Push outside the city. On the giant screen, the entire pirate world was watching the video, looking at the various figures behind Jinbei in surprise. Look, it's Avalo Pizarro. And Katrin Dime. These people seem to be members of the previously exposed Blackbeard Pirates. Yes, and San Juan Wolf. The last one is Basque Shote. Has Straw Hat Luffy captured all the Blackbeard Pirates? Everyone looked up and stared at the video and couldn't help but talk. And the fact is just as everyone in the pirate world said. Previously, when Rayleigh was fighting with Kizaru and others, Luffy directly broke into the Impel Down. But now Luffy of this strength has arrived in Impel Down City. It's like being in a deserted place. After a quick hammer blow, once you enter the Impel City, you will find that it is a mess inside. On the 6th floor. Luffy yelled directly at the prisoners on the 6th floor. Where's Ace? Have you seen Ace? However, no one paid any attention to Luffy. Of course Luffy refused to accept it, and he hammered Impel Down. On the giant screen. Push outside the city. 3 unknown criminals fainted and died in the pit on the spot. The 4 exposed Blackbeard members stood blankly behind Jinbei, Buggy, and Crocodile. The video now focuses on Kizaru. Kizaru was wearing yellow light-proof glasses with blood stains on his chest. He raised his head and stared blankly at the giant screen. Ah! Why did the video start to focus on me at this time? At this time, everyone in the pirate world looked up at Kizaru on the giant screen. I couldn't help but shout loudly. General Kizaru! It's up to you. It's up to you now. Hurry up. Arrest Straw Hat Luffy. On the giant screen. Advance outside the city. Kizaru looked at the giant screen with a complicated expression. Ah! Just me? Do I want to go? Then, Kizaru lowered his head and looked at the current situation. Pluton Rayleigh. Luffy in Nika form. Dizzy Magellan. Hannibal, who was already scared to death, had no help. Do we really want to take action? Kizaru thought in his heart, are you going to let me deal with Rayleigh and Luffy at the same time? At the same time, Rayleigh and Luffy looked up at Kizaru at the same time. At this point, Kizaru has no choice but to take action. A flash of yellow light flashed. Kizaru rushed down and took the initiative to attack Rayleigh and Luffy. They all have to die anyway. It is better to die with more honor. As Kizaru rushed towards Rayleigh and Luffy, he shouted loudly, "Come on! You dare to break into Impel Down without permission, so stay here." On the giant screen. Everyone in the pirate world looked up and stared at the giant screen. At this moment, their hearts were full of respect for Kizaru. Be fearless. What a truly fearless spirit. General Kizaru. How dare you take action against Pluton Rayleigh and Luffy at the same time? General Kizaru is definitely the general with the most sense of justice. Whoever says that Kizaru is trying to fish in the future, he and I are at odds with each other. Push outside the city. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, his figure had already arrived in front of Rayleigh and Luffy. Extremely fast. But for today's Rayleigh or Luffy, it's still a bit slow. Bang! Luffy didn't hold anything back. And punched out with his fist covered in armed haki and wrapped around Conqueror's haki. At the same time, he shouted angrily at Kizaru, "Give me ace!" A loud bang. Accompanied by a scream. Kizaru flew out like a shooting star. Bang! Then there was another loud noise, and Kizaru fell hard from the air to the ground of the Impel Down city. No answer. Kizaru just lay on the stone floor without even opening his eyes. The yellow sunglasses also became shattered. As the giant screen continued to focus on Kizaru's face, the expressions of everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but become dull. Fainted? Come on, General Kizaru. Stand up. How could General Kizaru fall down so easily? Push outside the city. Kizaru was lying on the floor with serious injuries, and he was still muttering in his heart, "It should be okay now, right? My acting skills are so realistic, no one will notice, right?" At the same time, Luffy looked down at his fist in surprise. He looked up at Rayleigh blankly. "Uncle, is the general so weak?" That blow just now, Luffy didn't even feel like it hit Kizaru at all. And when Rayleigh looked at Kizaru lying obediently far away, his old mouth couldn't help but twitch. Hi! The master is really good. Rayleigh felt ashamed and finally understood a truth today. Never challenge someone else's career with your own hobbies. For Rayleigh, fishing is just a hobby. And for Kizaru, catching fish is a suitable occupation for Kizaru. Professional actor. Dare to stage a war on top. So what if it's a live broadcast? Under the giant screen. All the civilians in the pirate world couldn't help but shed tears watching the weak and motionless Kizaru in the video. Dead. Is Kizaru dead? No way. Can Luffy defeat Kizaru with just one punch? Isn't this strength too strong? The so-called insider knows the way. Marine Headquarters. Malinvondo. Looking at Kizaru and Sengoku on the giant screen, Akainu's face turned dark. I was so angry that I was livid. Garp, on the other hand, threw senbei into his mouth and looked at the giant screen with a smile. Kizaru, it has to be you. It's understandable that civilians in the pirate world can't understand. But for experts like them, they can see it clearly. When Kizaru is about to rush in front of Luffy and Rayleigh, that's when Luffy is about to take action. Kizaru performed a sharp turn. Huang Guang turned directly and rushed into the mid-air in the distance. He relaxed his whole body and fell to the floor hardly. I fainted in the next second. Just when everyone was cheering, encouraging, and praying for Kizaru on the giant screen, the screen suddenly turns off. Then when everyone was shocked, the picture appeared again. This time, the familiar title appears again in everyone's sight. At the age of 18, he could draw with Pluton Rayleigh, and at the age of 22, he could challenge Buster Call alone. He is Bullet. Suddenly, the title of the video came out. This caused discussion among everyone in the pirate world. 18-year-old draw with Pluton Rayleigh. Buster Call. Bullet. Who is he? Such a legendary figure. When a person is imprisoned in Impel Down, his legend and deeds will slowly dissipate. Chapter 36 The Devil's Descendant Bullet. Under the gaze of everyone, a human figure appears in the video. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah! I think I've seen this person before." Hiss! Isn't this the person in the video just now? Yes, yes, isn't that the person lying in Impel Down? Amid everyone's exclamations, the video on the giant screen began to play slowly. Grown from despair, tempered by betrayal. Bullet is the most vicious existence in history, and his strength is so powerful that even Blackbeard is unwilling to provoke him. Bullet. Descendants of the Devil. The Devil's descendant. The most vicious existence? So powerful that even Blackbeard doesn't dare to provoke him. At this time, I don't know where I am. Blackbeard, whose face was already as black as iron, turned even more ashen. Previously Pluton Rayleigh and Nika forms Luffy made a big fuss in Impel Down City, completely disrupting Blackbeard's plan. Those were Blackbeard's peak moments. Those are all members of his Blackbeard. And now Jamu dares to slander him? Bullet? Isn't it just a bullet? Blackbeard. You dare to provoke even the red-haired Shanks, you dare to kill even the Whitebeard, and you are still afraid of a mere bullet. Bullet. Paramecia Fusion Fruit. Awakened ability user. Have all 3 colors of domineering. Don't call him the descendant of the devil. The successor of Ghost. The most vicious prison escapee in history. Former Roger One Piece member. Looking at the titles on the giant screen, each one is more scary than the last. No matter which one of these titles is mentioned, it is enough to shock people. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the giant screen, and couldn't help but open their mouths and repeated in confusion, Paramecia Devil Fruit? This is really okay. Paramecia fruits, compared with those previously exposed Nika fruits, dark fruits, and other Logia fruits, are indeed not that shocking. Awakened ability person. Everyone stared at the giant screen in horror. But the fruit awakening is different. There are no garbage fruits, only garbage abilities. Being able to achieve fruit awakening, even the most common animal type fruit is enough to rival a strong person. Former member of Roger Pirates. If you can become a crew member of One Piece, what else can you say about your strength? At this moment, everyone looked up and stared at the giant screen. Looking forward to what's coming next. Bullet born in a country where the Battle of the Great Waterway is endless. Because he grew up in the war, Bullet's body was sharpened to be very tall, and he has eyes that pursue power like a ghost. The baptism of bullets caused Bullet's right ear to be shattered and he had to wear a fixed shield. The left side of his body still has a large area of shocking scars after being bombarded by Buster Call. Everyone looked up at Bullet's shocking injuries on the giant screen. I couldn't help but feel a pinch in my heart, and I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, Sure enough, these are all medals for a man. If you want to become a strong person, you have to go through hardships. As everyone sighed, the picture on the giant screen continued to flash. It is worth mentioning that in Bullet's army when he was a child, the young soldier members were all called Bullets and were numbered. Bullet is number 9, and the unit commander's name is Douglas, so he is called the 9th Bullet of Douglas Unit. This is the origin of the name Douglas Bullet. Push outside the city. Bullet slowly wakes up from his coma. The surrounding area is even more messy. The first time he saw Luffy, Bullet immediately made a fighting stance. This white monkey is indeed a bit strong. Bullet, are you still so bellicose? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Bullet's ears. Bullet was startled for a moment, then looked behind him. Next second, Bullet's pupils dilated infinitely, and he was extremely shocked. Rayleigh. Getting younger. Then, before Rayleigh could answer, Bullet looked around and saw the changes around him in surprise. Magellan, Kizaru, Hannibal, and a group of marine guards were lying on the ground. Directly above, a giant screen stands impressively. And he is still broadcasting information about Bullet himself. Bullet's physical quality in the dimension of strength is simply too exaggerated. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the ceiling of the world. Is this me? Bullet slowly said in surprise, what on earth is this video? Why do you know about me? And you're still praising me? As soon as this statement came out, the entire pirate world also exploded. Power, ceiling of the world. New world. Ghost Island. You, where did you put my admiral? Jack the Reckless shouted in dissatisfaction at the giant screen, my admiral is the #1 living thing in the sea, land, and air. Hearing this, the corners of Kaido's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. When Jack saw this, his eyes couldn't help but roll. It turns out that the boss likes to hear this kind of talk. But the most powerful existence in the world. Kaido looked pleased. Sure enough, he had not hurt Jack, the Reckless King, in vain. But he is the world's most famous teacher. Bang! A loud bang. The potential stimulating rod had already landed heavily on Jack's head, and Kaido was also full of indignation. Sure enough, I paid it by mistake. My little son, I'm not disappointed at all. The video on the giant screen did not stop. Bullet. I have been baptized by bullets and bullets on the battlefield since I was young. Even though Bullet was later arrested and imprisoned, he still did not stop his pursuit of power. For 20 years, day after day, I have never stopped exercising my body. Advance outside the city. Bullet, you are still so persistent in your pursuit of strength. Rayleigh walked towards Bullet step by step. Soon, I was standing next to Bullet. When Bullet looked at Rayleigh, who was the same age as him, or even younger than him, he was extremely shocked for a moment. In the end, he could only say in confusion, what on earth happened in these years? Rayleigh looked at the shocked Bullet and felt a little emotional for a moment. Bullet was just a child at the time, but he didn't know how to answer, so he could only say slowly, you will know it gradually. At this time, Luffy, who was standing not far from Bullet, shouted at Bullet, big guy, don't forget to agree to my terms. Having said that, he did not forget to look at Rayleigh beside Bullet. Uncle Rayleigh, he should keep his promise, right? Keep your promise? Rayleigh looked at Bullet, and then at the two people lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slowly. Promise? Pirates. They are pirates. Rayleigh, who did not want to ruin her reputation, could only look up at the giant screen. The picture on the giant screen is still flashing. Chapter 37 Bullet Power Rating S. Bullet. One can crush a bunch of supernova monsters without relying on domineering power or fruits, just relying on the strength of the body. To sum up, Bullet's power dimension is S. Luffy, who had returned to his normal form, looked at the video and tilted his head. Power dimension S? I feel like that's it. Fruit dimension. Paramecia fusion fruit. Bullet can fuse inorganic objects it touches with its own body to create weapons beyond imagination. The huge armor that surrounds me. The strength of the Superman fusion fruit and the developed abilities after awakening give Bullet more attack methods. Exaggerated attack range. The huge awakening form. Bullet was able to calmly respond to Marine's encirclement and suppression. But this fruit brings Bullet exactly what Bullet believes in. Powerful alone. Bullet likes one-on-one battles, but Bullet doesn't need this fruit at all. Based on the above evaluation, Bullet's fruit ability is A level. Unnecessary? Such a powerful fruit ability is not needed. Everyone in the pirate world looked at the giant screen becoming huge, and Bullet, who had the ability to destroy the world, couldn't help but said, "MD, you don't want to give it to me. It's true that I don't know how blessed I am when I'm in the midst of blessings." Yes, yes. Such a heaven-defying fruit ability is actually not needed. A level. This TMD is definitely S level. You don't need to smell it to know that the air can't help but be a little sour. When you have a perfect body, you will find that all problems will become extremely simple. Terrifying speed. Exaggerated power. Rock-solid defense. Just by practicing his body, Bullet has mastered a speed-increasing attack similar to the sixth form of Marine. To sum up, Bullet's combat skill dimension is A. A. Again. Bullet looked up and watched the video exposing his experiences and abilities one by one. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this Marine's latest technology?" Rayleigh slowly shook his head. "This is probably the work of the creator. Others may not have a deep experience, especially ordinary people who only obtain information through the giant screen. They have no idea how powerful it is to be able to reverse the flow of the body and bring the dead back to life. Resurrection from the dead." Thinking of these 4 words, the hairs all over Rayleigh's body couldn't help but tremble. Can a giant screen bring people back to life? Rayleigh couldn't help but murmured softly, "Then, that Roger." However, the giant screen did not answer Rayleigh's question, but continued to play on its own. Domineering dimension. Bullet. Conqueror's domineering pressure on a large scale. The domineering power of seeing and hearing from a distance. Precise perception. Of course, the most exaggerated thing is that in conjunction with the awakening of the fruit, the external armament color haki that flows like a tsunami and the high-intensity armament color hardening. The color of seeing and hearing that predicts the future. Advanced armed color, Luying haki. Conquerors entangled. Bullet's domineering obviously still has a lot of room for improvement. To sum up, Bullet's domineering dimension is A. See, hear, and foresee the future. Luying domineering. Mobile external armament haki. Can armed color haki be released? Can armed color haki also be used to change the structure of the external world? For a moment, all the strong men stared at the giant screen. Previously, with the popularity of Kaido's mentor, more and more strong people are beginning to pursue domineering training instead of just focusing on the development of fruits. And many beings with Conqueror's haki are also trying to dominate. Nowadays, videos have become popular again. And it's also a fluid and domineering display of armed force. How could this not shock others? This giant screen seems to be for ordinary people to popularize science, allowing them to clearly see the abilities of the strong. Go and know what this sea really looks like. Dangerous level. Bullet. I joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger at the age of only 15, and my terrifying strength is even comparable to that of Rayleigh. Bullet was at most 18 years old at that time. And Rayleigh was about 50 years old at the time and in his prime. The result turned out to be a tie. What? The 18-year-old Bullet can compete with Pluton Rayleigh in his prime. As soon as the video came out, it caused intense discussion. Unbelievable. Can't believe it. What a terrifying talent and ability this is. Of course, there are still sensible people in the pirate world. Release the water. Rayleigh must have let off steam. Yet, otherwise how could an 18-year-old kid be Pluton Rayleigh's opponent? Advance outside the city. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others looked at Rayleigh and Bullet at the same time, their eyes full of curiosity. But Rayleigh just glanced at Bullet. Shrugging my shoulders. No explanation and no acknowledgement. After that, Bullet has been promoting the entire practice for 20 years, but it can be said that there is no progress. 20 years. A full 20 years. Bullet stayed in Impel Down for 20 years. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but be shocked. If Bullet hadn't been imprisoned in Impel Down in 20 years, I'm afraid he would have been one of the 4 emperors today. Sure. Taijutsu, fruit, domineering. Bullet has almost taken over all of them. How can it not be strong? Although Bullet's character is very violent, extremely ambitious. But as far as the world government is concerned, Bullet, who is fighting alone, has actually already made a mistake. Comprehensive assessment, Bullet's risk dimension is B. Marine Headquarters. Today's Marine Headquarters, Marine Lotus. Everywhere is full of gloom and dark clouds. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji and others said nothing. Now, push forward the city. Impel Down has fallen. After the giant screen stopped live broadcast, a continuous stream of information continued to reach Sengoku's ears. Fall. Riot. Revenge. Almost all the criminals were freed, and Luffy rescued them. The appearance of Nika Luffy is like a savior. Believe. And many of the strong men in Impel Down couldn't help but surrender to Luffy. Luffy's condition for releasing them was very simple, there was only one: rescue Ace. The fact is, as the video says, Marine Headquarters didn't take Bullet seriously at all. There are only 2 things that worry them now. Whitebeard pirates. Sun God Nika Luffy. Chapter 38 White Monkey, I hope you won't let me down and can keep your companions. The betrayal of his companions and the betrayal of his country made Bullet realize the cruelty of this world since he was a child. Bullet will not trust anyone but himself. But in the process of pursuing power, Bullet became confused as to why Roger, who had a partner, was so powerful and unshakable. Bullet's thirst for powerful power is unquestionable. But Bullet's heart is not firm. He has always placed his trust in his partners, just like Roger. As soon as these words came out, pushing outside the city, Rayleigh couldn't help but glance at Bullet secretly. Bullet, who was 18 years old at the time, was like a little kid in Rayleigh's eyes. On the giant screen, images of Bullet flashed one by one. 45 years ago, Bullet was born in a country where the Great Waterway has no end. Because his biological father was a soldier of the enemy country, Bullet was abandoned by his mother and became an orphan as soon as he was born. From being abandoned at birth to being raised by the enemy country, Bullet saved his life and started a life of working hard for the war. Bullet undergoes rigorous training every day. As a soldier, Bullet longs for the medal that symbolizes honor. But the reality is that on the battlefield, he was involved in either going to landmines or carrying bombs to open roads on the front lines, which were tantamount to death. But despite this, Bullet, who fought his way out of the battlefield, became more and more powerful, but just when he was only one step away from his goal, he was betrayed by his comrades and had the medal that belonged to him taken away. I never expected that Bullet's power would lead to jealousy and even harm from his comrades. Bullet recognized the reality and no longer trusted his companions. He extended his claws to his comrades and took back the medal. Everyone in the pirate world looked up at the giant screen. It's like reading Bullet's autobiography. A powerful and legendary life. Any strong person may have legends all over his life. At the age of 9, Bullet relied on his strength alone to become a hero who outsmarted the battlefield. The fighting on the battlefield allowed Bullet to find his own value and feel free. When I was 13 years old, after fighting for many days, Bullet finally collapsed from exhaustion. Just when he was about to die, Bullet accidentally discovered the fusion fruit. Perhaps it was God's blessing. Bullet saved his life and became even more powerful, further strengthening his powerful strength. Thanks to Bullet's achievements, his army commander Douglas Gray was promoted to general, and he began to love Bullet very realistically. Even claiming Bullet, "You are like my son." But under the promise of fatherly love, there is more ruthless suspicion and endless use of the free life outside the war. General Douglas's sweet words made the 14-year-old Bullet start to long for a better life in the future. When the enemy army was forced to surrender due to Bullet's great strength, Bullet thought that this endless war was finally over. Bullet was surrounded by his own army. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. The enemy's country is destroyed, and the advisors are dead. The end of the war means that Bullet has no use value and has even become a threat. Betrayal after betrayal, despair again and again, suicide after suicide, the trust established was repeatedly trampled, which made Bullet become furious and more violent. Partners never need trust, it doesn't exist. The country that Bullet destroyed was hunted by the world government, and he went to sea alone as a pirate, and began to seek more powerful power, because only power will never betray himself. For a while, everyone in the pirate world stared at Bullet on the giant screen. Betray. Not trusted. To know. At that time, Bullet was just a teenage pirate. I don't know how many people can't help but even begin to sympathize with Bullet. His tragic childhood life will probably make Bullet live in doubt for the rest of his life. Advance outside the city. Bullet looked up at the giant screen, and the previous scenes appeared again. For some reason, Bullet didn't feel anything at all. It seemed like he had let go. Rayleigh on the side glanced at Bullet secretly, with some expressions of sympathy and pity in his eyes. Soon, the 15-year-old Bullet met Roger and challenged him several times but ended in failure. The thirst for power made Bullet voluntarily join the Roger Pirates as a challenger, and he soon gained a very famous name. The successor of Ghost. When the 18-year-old Bullet learned that Roger was terminally ill, he began to worry that his vow to challenge could not be fulfilled and became very anxious and confused. But at this time, Bullet also came up with the idea that he must protect his companions to feel at ease. But because of this awareness, Bullet thinks he has become weaker. So, after challenging Roger to a final duel, Bullet failed to win even though he tried his best. To become stronger. To become stronger faster. Bullet chose to leave the ship and venture out alone. Although he left his companions who he thought were restraining him, the road to becoming stronger was still not as smooth as he imagined. Well, for a time, there were sighs one after another in the entire pirate world. The shadow of childhood makes Bullet no longer trust his partners. Even regard it as a burden. The successor of Ghosts. Some people couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, what kind of successor of Ghosts? I feel like a miserable, hurt person." At this time, advance outside the city. Even Luffy, who has always been nervous, has a little red eyes. It wasn't until the moment Roger was executed that Bullet finally collapsed. He never had the chance to challenge Roger, who had passed away, and the vows he had made could not be fulfilled. Bullet, who had lost his goal, went completely crazy. He turned the entire sea upside down. Finally, facing Bullet's mischief, Marine issued a buster call. After a heroic duel, the 22-year-old Bullet was seriously injured and imprisoned in the Great Prison under the sea. And this imprisonment lasts for 20 years. During the days in prison, Bullet's mind matured day by day, and he no longer struggled with regrets about the deceased. But with the goal of transcending logic, alone, become the strongest One Piece. In order to achieve the ultimate feat of personal strength, Bullet devoted himself to training in prison and developed his personal strength to the extreme. The power of oneself. Only one person's One Piece. For a moment, when looking at Bullet in the video, everyone in the pirate world felt not only fear but admiration. But a little sympathy. Powerful? Companion? For most people, they probably prefer the latter. Just like pushing outside the city. Luffy dodged and arrived at the bow of the Wanli Sunshine. He shouted at Rayleigh, who was pushing out of the city, "Uncle, let's go. We are going to rescue Ace." The voice was extremely firm. "Marine headquarters. Malin Many. Ace. I am coming." All of a sudden. Straw Hat Pirates. Rayleigh. Criminal. A pirate ship. Several warships began their mighty migration. As the video ended, the giant screen slowly closed. Bullet stood there, seeming to be still recalling his life. It is difficult for anyone to read his autobiography without any disturbance. After a few minutes, Bullet stared at Luffy's figure. He pushed hard with his feet and was at Rayleigh's side in an instant. "Companion. Then let me believe it again. White Monkey, I hope you won't let me down and can keep your companions." Chapter 39 Ace Early Execution. As the video on the giant screen was turned off, everyone in the pirate world was ready to leave after sighing with emotion. But who knows that the real turmoil in this sea has just begun. Marine Headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Fleet Admiral Interior. Those gathered here are all senior executives from Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Waring states. Marine Staff Officer Lieutenant General He. Marine Hero Garp. The three generals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, have not returned to their headquarters at this time. Fleet Admiral, Straw Hat Luffy and a group of impelled-down criminals are coming to Marin Fandu. Marine Staff Officer He looked up at Sengoku Road with a gloomy face. "Fleet Admiral, I have a plan." "What?" For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on He. He stood in the center of the Fleet Admiral room and slowly said, "Execution in advance. Execution in advance." Himoto's voice, which was not loud, filled the room of Fleet Admiral, and everyone was whispering these 4 words over and over in their hearts. Execution in advance. These 4 simple words represent a lot of meaning. Although it is enough to make Straw Hat Luffy, Whitebeard, and the others extremely embarrassed. But it's enough to cause Marine's reputation to suffer a huge loss. This means that Marine Headquarters is afraid. The execution had to be carried out in advance. Impossible. Akainu, a radical, objected decisively, "No one is afraid of us." Akainu's firm voice echoed throughout the Fleet Admiral room. "Isn't it the Whitebeard pirates?" Everyone looked up at Akainu. Akainu continued, "What if we add Straw Hat Luffy?" Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. "Just? So what? You must know that the current Straw Hat Luffy has the strength to rival the 4 emperors." Akainu did not stop, but continued, "Pluton Rayleigh, so what if you are young?" Hiss. "Oh, and there's a Pluton Rayleigh." Everyone's faces couldn't help but look even more sad. Unexpectedly, Akainu continued, "Bullet? He's just a clown who has been imprisoned in Impel Down for 20 years. Hiss. Bullet. This is a bullet. Aren't these people going to overthrow Marine's headquarters, Marine Fanduo? This kind of lineup can probably attack the headquarters." And Akainu wanted to continue, "Those criminals in Impel Down." Cough cough cough. Sengoku quickly interrupted Akainu's casting, with a cough. The tone was extremely firm, "Executed in advance." Fleet Admiral. Akainu bit the cigar in his mouth, looking at Sengoku in disbelief, and wanted to continue to exhort him. Execution in advance. However, Sengoku did not hesitate at all, but stood up and walked out of the Fleet Admiral room firmly. Sengoku stood outside Fleet Admiral, looked down at the Marine soldiers standing in the square, and said angrily, "Now the real bombing battle begins. Announce to the whole world. Ace's execution will be broadcast live in advance. Marine headquarters, in the square with many Marines." Any soldier who can stand here at this time is enough to be called the elite of Marine. Although the plan is ahead of schedule, everyone is carrying out their respective missions in an orderly manner. Just half an hour. Marine's live broadcast lights up on every big screen. Sabayati Land Islands. All over the world. This time. Not a live broadcast on a giant screen, but screens all over the world. Light up at the same time. In the world of pirates, everyone who wanted to leave could not help but stare at the screen. Some people even said, "It's so busy. I didn't expect we would have such a busy day." Day by day. After broadcasting on the big screen, broadcast on the small screen. After the live broadcast, the video broadcast. I really don't have any time every day, so I'm either eating melon or eating melon. I'm almost full from eating melon. Soon, warring states appeared in the video. Sengoku stands at the center. Marine hero Garp and Chief of Staff Tsuru stand on the left and right. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Borgas D. Ace. He is Roger's son, because he has the most evil bloodline in history. The opening is exposure. Before the video, everyone in the pirate world was not much surprised. This kind of information has been known for a long time, and there is nothing shocking about it. But the next sentence, warring states' voice shocked everyone. Due to the turmoil of the sea, the world is in turmoil. This fleet admiral has decided to execute him immediately. Immediate execution. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the pirate world is even talking about it. Afraid. Is the Marine headquarters afraid? Everyone watching the video couldn't help but whisper, "How can you not be afraid?" Yes. I'm afraid they are afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates and Straw Hat Luffy's gang. Tisk tisk tisk. This war hasn't even started yet, but now it seems that Marine is about to lose. Amid everyone's discussion, the live broadcast started. Marine is heavily guarded. Mountains of cannonballs, Marine soldiers with determined expressions. Everyone has a knife, a sword, or a gun in their hand. For a time, the strength of Marine headquarters was highlighted. The camera sweeps away. The 3 generals appeared on the screen. First Akainu. Aokiji. Finally, there is Kizaru. The appearance of Kizaru caused everyone to exclaim, "Kizaru, look, it's General Kizaru." That's great, General Kizaru is not dead yet. Simply the most dedicated representative in the entire Marine. In the entire pirate world, all the ordinary people looked at Kizaru, yet, look, General Kizaru doesn't even have time to change his clothes. There are still scars on Kizaru's body, and his clothes are in tatters. Even the yellow sunglasses I always wore were shattered. Coupled with a face full of wrinkles and work, I have to say that he is a bad old man who makes others feel pity. But if someone is around Kizaru at this time, you can hear him muttering in a low voice. Life is miserable. Laozi's life is really miserable. Laozi just came back and has to go to work again. The live broadcast just now has been life-threatening. Good guy, do you want to risk your life again? There is no way, who will allow a live broadcast? Live broadcast, real-time monitoring of fish hunters. Kizaru couldn't help but feel full of anger. Who invented the giant screen and live broadcast? If I let me know, I will definitely kill him. The next second, Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I have to think carefully about how to fish this time. Under the spotlight, the 3 generals were honored on the throne, showcasing the might of Marine's strongest combat power. Under the execution platform, in the dark passage, Ace, who was wearing sea-cut stone handcuffs, walked toward the top of the steps. At the same time, a pirate ship and several warships were speeding towards Malinduo. Chapter 40 Ace. I'm here to save you. Soon, under the gaze of everyone in the pirate world, Ace, who was extremely weak and embarrassed, had already appeared in the live video. Execution. With the whole world watching, Ace was led to the execution platform. The dazzling sunlight almost blinded Ace's eyes. Ace had forgotten how long it had been since he had seen the sun. Ace was pressed down on the execution platform and looked around. Looking at the huge marine plaza. It was almost full of soldiers. General. Lieutenant General. Major General. Almost all of Marine's combat power is gathered here. Beheading. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the giant screen, and some ordinary people even raised their hands and shouted loudly. Execute Ace! Execute Ace immediately! For ordinary people like them, pirates. It represents no evil. It represents burning, killing and looting. Even if there are good people among pirates, they are still murderers who kill without blinking an eye. And now that Ace has been executed, it seems that the whole world can be calmer. In the video, warring states stood in the center and said with great energy, "Today is of great significance to the entire world. Poor Ghastly Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. One Piece Roger's son." On the execution table. Roger's son. Hear these words. Especially in public, Ace's eyes couldn't help but shrink. In addition to video exposure, this is the first time Ace's identity has been revealed in person. Immediate execution. Warring states did not hesitate and ordered directly. If for Sengoku, executing Ace was a trap dug for the Whitebeard pirates. And now, Ace, who is about to be executed, is like a time bomb. If Ace doesn't die, Marine Headquarters, Marine Lotus, at least have to face Whitebeard Pirates, Straw Hat Gang, Roger Yu, advancing the siege and suppression of criminals in the city. Under the execution platform. Bufo. Fofo. Doflamingo wore sunglasses and looked up at Ace on the execution platform. He couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "Sengoku, are you scared?" The giant Mariah had a pleasant smile on his face. Ace. Straw Hat Luffy's brother. One Piece Roger's son. He should have died a long time ago. Hancock's face was completely calm. Luffy now has no relationship with her, and has never even met her. As for Mihawk, during the live broadcast of Straw Hat Luffy causing trouble in Impel Down City, he saw Zoro's powerful swordsmanship and changed the track he was traveling on. The live broadcast keeps focusing on the execution platform. The executioner raised his sword high. Nowadays, Ace has no power to restrain a chicken. If he swings down the sword, he will definitely die. All of a sudden, the whole world held its breath and watched the video of Dedeo nervously. Big event. Once the sword is swung, the pattern of the entire world may change. Under the execution table, Garp clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and all the muscles in his body were bulging. Sengoku kept one hand on Garp's shoulder. If the warring states period once lets go, I'm afraid Garp will really go berserk immediately. Garp watched helplessly as the executioner raised his long knife to the highest position. Then he swung down suddenly. And Garp closed his eyes in despair. My whole body is trembling. I can't bear it. How could Garp bear to see Ace die in front of him? Is it over? Is this how it ends? Ace is dying. Is this the end of the battle that has been brewing for so long? And drama fills every world and every plane. Chiang. Marine Headquarters, Marine Lotus. The loud phoenix voice sounded, and a fire phoenix flew straight into Ace in the air. No one had time to react. In an instant, the fire phoenix hit the executioner behind Ace. Ah! With a scream, a hole was punched through the executioner's chest, and then he fell down, straight down the square. What happened? Everything happened so fast. Yes. Are they the Whitebeard pirates? Still the Straw Hats? Just when everyone in the world was astonished, a small black spot appeared in the square filled with Marin. For a time, the black spots slowly enlarged infinitely. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. The sunshine miles descended from the sky. Cans of Coke were burning freely in the cabin. It's the Straw Hats. Warring States looked up at the wan Lee sunshine, and couldn't help being slightly startled. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Garp, your grandson is here." And Garp also opened his eyes at this time. Ace is intact. Then, Garp looked up at the wan Lee sunshine, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Save, or, not save. Death, or, immortality. Faith, or, family affection. These are two difficult decisions for Garp. But Luffy's appearance seemed to bring hope to the old man. Garp hopes Luffy can save Ace. Bang bang bang. The soldiers in the square were all well trained as expected. They instantly raised their spears and pulled the trigger at the wan Lee sunshine in mid-air. The bullets in the sky are like locusts, trying to swallow up the entire wan Lee sunshine. A middle-aged man, holding up the long sword in his hand. Take a stroll on the moonwalk. Swing out several knives. The sword energy split the bullets in the sky into two. Run! Everyone, please retreat quickly. Seeing that the wan Lee sunshine was about to hit the square filled with horses, all the soldiers couldn't help shouting. I'm afraid I'll be crushed to death under the boat. There is only a slight difference between the wan Lee sunshine and the floor. A thin figure appeared instantly. One hand raised. Bang! Another loud noise. Under the huge impact from the sky, a huge pit appeared under this person's feet. But the ship is intact. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. A ship. The figure under the boat caught everyone's eyes. Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. There were many Marin in the whole world, and the whole pirate world looked at Luffy and exclaimed. Luffy looked up at Ace on the execution platform and murmured softly, Usopp, thank you. That fire phoenix just now. It was Usopp who ejaculated. The so-called Usopp in desperate situation is not a name he deserves for nothing. Afterwards, Luffy's voice echoed throughout the huge marine headquarters. Ace. I'm here to save you. At this time, Luffy was a thin figure alone in Marine's Square, surrounded by Marine's elite soldiers. Not far away is the headquarters Fleet Admiral Warring States. The three generals who represent the strongest combat power of Marine. Each elite lieutenant general. One person versus hundreds of thousands of elites. Luffy just took off his hat and placed it on the deck of the Miles Sunshine. He didn't want it to be damaged in the war. And Luffy is also prepared to be buried in Marine headquarters. Chapter 41. The battle is about to break out. For a while, almost everyone in the pirate world is staring at the video. Looking at Luffy's back. So thin, yet so determined. And at this time, Marlene is abundant. Ace on the execution platform looked down at Luffy, who would rather break into Marine headquarters than save himself. For some reason, my eyes became moist instantly. Soon, tears flowed down along with Ace's roar, Luffy, are you a fool? Why did you come to save me? Just let me die like this. It's all because I was too willful and didn't listen to Dad's advice, so I ended up in this situation. Luffy said nothing. But in the square, the surrounding Marine soldiers had already raised their weapons and rushed towards Luffy. One person can drown Luffy with just a mouthful of spit. On the execution platform, Ace shook his head feebly when he saw this. While shaking his head, he said regretfully. Why, Luffy? You're going to die. Run away. Ace tried his best and roared at Luffy, who was surrounded by Marines in the square. Ace, what nonsense are you talking about? Luffy also shouted at Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace. The words fell. Just when the weapon in a soldier's hand was about to strike Luffy's body. A powerful momentum swept out of Luffy, covering the entire Marine headquarters. Marine Conquerors domineering. Conqueror's dominance is so rich that it's almost transformed into substance. Conqueror's dominance. More like a momentum. Disdainful. Fearless momentum. But now, facing hundreds of thousands of elites. Facing the 3 Marine generals, Lieutenant General, Fleet Admiral. So what? Luffy doesn't seem to be afraid. Bite. Above Luffy's head, the knife that was about to be chopped off fell to the floor. Then, there were bursts of feeble wailing. All the elite soldiers around fell to the ground. Conquerors domineering. Powerful conquerors hacky. Everyone in the pirate world saw soldiers falling one after another in the headquarters square, and they were shocked beyond measure for a moment. How can one person be so powerful? The execution platform is not far away. The 3 generals sat firmly on the Diaoyute, and after seeing Luffy's brilliant appearance, there was no emotion on their faces. But actually, everyone has their own thoughts. Kizaru, hey, Straw Hat Luffy. The grandson of Lieutenant General Garp, the son of Dragon. Mentor Rayleigh, Kaido. If that punch outside the city really hits me, I'm afraid I will lose my skin even if I don't die. Forget it, I'd better just pretend. Then, Kizaru gasped consciously to show his weakness. Aokiji, Lieutenant General Garp's son. I'll wait a little longer. Akainu, MD. Straw Hat Luffy, Sun God Nika form. Grandson of Garp. Go to hell. Speaking of tiger, it must be Akainu. I don't care who you are. Implementing absolute justice is my mission. Akainu stood up and left his seat in an instant. Kizaru, Aokiji, as expected, it's great to have a colleague who works hard. Next second, Akainu's entire right arm has turned into lava and is covered with armed haki. Like a vicious dog head, it is swallowing Luffy and seems to want to completely crush him. But, just as everyone in the pirate world was staring at the video, Luffy had already sensed Akainu's move, and at this time, Luffy had been harboring resentment for a long time. Come on! Who is afraid of whom? Then, Luffy also punched out. Wrapped in armament-colored haki, Flow Sakura haki, wrapped in Conqueror's haki. Bang! A loud bang. Akainu and Luffy's fists collided. Aftershocks rushed out at the impact point. Luffy opened his mouth and roared, while Akainu was biting the cigar in his mouth, and the veins all over his body popped out. Go to hell! Let Ace go! Luffy shouted loudly at Akainu, using his right arm harder. Sizzle! A lot of haki was released from Luffy's right arm. It only lasted a few seconds. Akainu was completely knocked away by Luffy's punch and hit a wall hundreds of meters away. The whole person is in a panic. One punch. Just one punch. Luffy blasts Akainu out. This strength. Everyone at Marine headquarters couldn't help but open their mouths. Shocked. The majestic Marine General, Marine's strongest combat power, was actually punched by Luffy. At this time, everyone watching the live broadcast was also shocked, which further deepened their admiration for Kizaru's dedication. Really? Sure enough, General Kizaru doesn't know how to fish. Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy, my current strength is probably infinitely close to that of the 4 emperors. What was even more shocking was Ace on the execution platform. Ace looked down at Luffy in confusion, his pupils even more enlarged. This is this Luffy? I'm afraid it's too strong. I'm afraid even he can't defeat General Marine with one punch. After. Aboard the Wanli Sunshine. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. Nami. Robin. Brook. Frankie. Jinbei. Jump down. They all stood behind Luffy. The Straw Hat Gang gathers. Directly at Marine headquarters. Rayleigh, who was in his youthful state, was standing on the deck of the Miles Sunshine, looking around at Marine headquarters Malindo with an indifferent expression. He looked down at the Straw Hat Pirates standing in a row, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. Partner. This is the real adventure. Sengoku jumped down and faced Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. This was also the first time that Sengoku and Luffy came face to face. Sengoku looked Luffy up and down and said in an indifferent tone, "Do you know where this is? This is Marine Headquarters, Marine Fandu. This is not a place for you to act wild." Luffy stood opposite Sengoku, his figure was straight and he didn't back down at all. "Give me my ace." Luffy stared into Sengoku's eyes. For a while, Crane and Warring States came to Garp's side. "The three generals are also standing behind you." Then came Ghost Spider, Doberman, and other lieutenant generals. Apart from the major generals, there are only a few talented young people left. Then there's Doflamingo and other Shishibukai. Everyone else was shocked and fell to the ground by Luffy's conquerors. What a lineup! Comparable to 2 or 3 Buster Calls. Even the 4 emperors may have to think about themselves. Behind Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and the others had calm faces. Since joining the Straw Hat Pirates, they have long been prepared to be enemies with the whole world, even if they are now facing the entire marine elite. So what? Afraid? Doesn't exist at all. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 42 Kizaru and Garp, an actor among actors. Pirate World. Everyone looked up at the live video. Across the screen, one can already feel the imminent gloomy atmosphere. Hiss. This atmosphere is so terrifying. Yes, be the enemy of the world. A handful of members of the Straw Hat Pirates dare to make an enemy of the entire world. The outcome seems clear at a glance. No matter how strong Luffy and the others are, they probably won't be able to match the entire Marine Headquarters. Marine Headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Akainu. Aokiji. Kizaru. The 3 major forces of the Marine Headquarters came out from behind the Warring States period. At the same time, Zoro holds the sword in his hand, holding it in his left and right hands, as if in a fighting posture. Sanji took a strong drag on the cigarette, then reached out and took the cigarette out of his mouth. Luffy. Zoro. Sanji. The 3 of them faced the 3 generals. Akainu roared at Luffy, big fire breathing. Akainu's arm instantly turned into a giant lava fist made of lava, and then he blasted his fist towards Luffy. Everywhere you go. The entire floor of the square was burned to the ground. This power is enough to instantly crush and evaporate large icebergs dozens of times larger than the giants. And Luffy didn't hold anything back. Bite your finger. It blew inward and then became huge, instantly covered with 3 colors of domineering energy. Same punch. Bang. There was a loud noise and the 2 collided. After the large eruption, it instantly turned into countless volcanic bombs. The power of each volcanic bomb can easily destroy a very large warship. At the same time, Aokiji's right hand was so cold that it instantly formed ice spears. Rushed towards Zoro at breakneck speed. Full firepower. 3 swords covered with armed haki, Zoro rushed towards Aokiji at an extremely fast speed. Wherever you go, all the ice spears became shattered. Kizaru also took action. I heard Sanji, your leg skills are very strong. Kizaru thought in his mind, then let me give you a try. Yellow lights flashed. Kizaru has already arrived in front of Sanji. First kick. Let's test Sanji's strength first. Bang. Feet collide. Kizaru, this guy's strength seems a bit unsatisfactory. Bang. Another kick. Kizaru, that's almost it. This should be the strength. Bang. Another kick. The 2 feet collide, no matter who they are. Kizaru, yes, that's the power. Too much strength, but tired. If the strength is less, then it will not be revealed. Everything is just right, which is the realization of being a qualified fisherman. As the opponent, Sanji was full of questions. Be strong when you are strong. Weak when we are weak. Sanji asked, why do you feel that the power of Kizaru on the other side is getting weaker and weaker? At the same time, Ghost Spider, Doberman and other lieutenant generals took action at the same time. Brooke, Frankie, and others rush into the battlefield. And Rayleigh was standing on the deck of the Wan Li Sunshine, looking up at Ace on the execution platform. The appearance seems to be somewhat similar. Ace also looked at Rayleigh. Eye to eye. The captain's son. Pluton Rayleigh? His deputy. They do look similar, are they so young? The two of them murmured at the same time. Next second, Rayleigh steps on the moonwalk, trying to get closer to Ace step by step in mid-air. At this time, Garp stood beside Sengoku. There was no expression on his face. Step by step he stepped into the air. Came to the opposite side of Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you have really become younger. Garp looked at Rayleigh up and down, and couldn't help but widened his eyes in amazement. How did you do that? I want it too. Who doesn't want it? Rayleigh looked directly at Garp, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Are you going to stand in front of me? This is the Marine headquarters. Garp shook his iron fist. I will do my best to stop you. Ace, who was on the execution platform, stared at Garp's back. Ace understands Garp. It was me who failed to live up to Garp's expectations. Garp wants Ace to let go of his hatred and attachment to his bloodline, but Ace really can't do it. Garp, let me recall your strength when you were young. After saying that, Rayleigh raised the sword in his hand. Rushing towards Garp. Swing out a sword. Phew. I don't know if Rayleigh's strength has recovered too much, or if Garp is really old. A sword pierced Garp's chest. Scarlet liquid splashed out. A scream. Garp fell heavily to the floor like a kite with its string broken. Lost? Garp failed like this. The Marine hero was defeated like this? Incredible. Lieutenant General Garp lost. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the live broadcast screen. Old. It seems Lieutenant General Garp is still old. Yeah, I was defeated by Rayleigh with one move. However, I'm afraid only the parties involved know the real truth. Rayleigh looked down at Garp, who fell on the floor, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. Sure enough. I still have feelings. And Garp is certainly no fool. His grandson is so confident that he really has a chance to save Ace today. As for your own face? What is that? Garp never cared. Not far away, the Warring States period was also full of helplessness, but there was nothing that could be done about it. If the person being executed today was Warring States period, his god-grandson, I'm afraid he would be the same. Even more exaggerated than Garp. But now, the entire war is being broadcast live around the world, and the Warring States period will never allow it to be defeated like this. Never allowed. Just as Rayleigh was approaching Ace step by step, in an instant, a giant Buddha appeared on the battlefield. Warring States' voice echoed throughout the battlefield, the evil bloodline will eventually be completely exterminated. Rayleigh, I advise you to leave here, otherwise, stay here forever. Rayleigh, without any words, rushed towards Buddha's Warring States with a sharp sword in hand. It's okay if you don't know. It would be okay if I weren't here today. But already at the Marine headquarters, where there are many Marines, what reason does Rayleigh have to watch Ace die in front of him? Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral did it himself. Pluton Rayleigh will definitely lose this time. All over the world, without exception, everyone is staring at the video. In the official square with many horses. Bang bang bang. Each small area was ravaged by excitement. Buildings collapsed one after another. Pacifist. Laser beams bombarded Nami, Usopp, and others. Lieutenant generals and major generals surrounded each other. Luffy couldn't kill Akainu in a short time, and even had to protect Nami and others. Zoro and Aokiji couldn't tell the difference for a while. As for Sanji and Kizaru, Kizaru is like a dogskin plaster, always sticking to Sanji, but never letting go of Sanji. Kizaru and Garp, they are all actors. Rayleigh was held back by the Warring States period. For a moment, it seemed that the Straw Hat Pirates' defeat was certain. However, not far away, on a small passenger ship, there were only 2 people standing around, but they were able to appear around the Marine headquarters without any harm. Chapter 43 Luffy beats up Akainu in Nika form. Marine headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Bang! There was a loud noise, and magma poured down from the sky. It seems that Luffy will be completely covered. Obliterated. It was like the end of the world, like a meteor, falling heavily to the ground. The entire Malinfan duo is constantly vibrating. Large-scale AoE attack. Not only Luffy, but also Zoro, Sanji, Nami and others were not spared. He was already fighting with Marine, but now he had to deal with the lava meteors all over the sky, and he couldn't deal with it for a while. The sky is full of magma. Laser light that sweeps across a wide area. The generals and soldiers of our headquarters swarm. No chance to breathe at all. Failed. Are the Straw Hats going to be defeated? Yet, no matter how strong Luffy and his gang are, they can't be the opponent of the entire Marine headquarters. Amidst the discussion among the pirates, Marlene is abundant. Garp was lying comfortably on the cold floor, secretly opening one eye and chewing senbei in his mouth. Even not far away, his own grandson, Luffy was being beaten by a group of people. But Garp didn't take it to heart at all. Another person who feels the same way as Garp is Kizaru. Kizaru practiced one move after another with Sanji, without any joy on his face. Get off work? Hiss. I'm afraid it's still early. Sizzle. In video. Marlene many. Visions abound. Under the lava meteors that filled the sky, Luffy's body began to change. Covered in smoke. Hair turned into flames. The clothes and hair also turned white. The ground started to roll like rubber. 5th gear form. Sun God Nika form. Ha 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 ha. Luffy's laughter in Nika form spreads throughout the pirate world. The whole world cheered. Nika. It's the Sun God. Elbaf's legendary liberation fighter. Cheer. The giants and Barkanians cheered even more. You know, the Sun God Nika is the object of their worship. Ha 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 ha. Luffy in Nika form laughed wildly and jumped up from the ground. He was in midair in an instant. One hand extended. Just grab a lava meteor and throw it down. The already extremely lethal lava meteor is twice as powerful. Bang. A loud bang. The Peacemaker, which was originally made by a machine, collapsed and was scrapped in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Sun God Nika's smile became even brighter and more unbridled. Mid-air. Reach out. Hold. Throw it out. A series of actions flow smoothly. Bang. There was another loud bang, followed by a pacifist scrap. Throw, throw, throw. Bang, bang, bang. It's so cool to see Luffy playing in mid-air. It's fun, it's fun. Luffy laughed wildly while throwing lava meteors. Soon, all the pacifists will be destroyed. Next, even the huge Malinfan duo was riddled with holes, with big pits everywhere. Quick, quick, quick. Sengoku, who was fighting Rayleigh, shouted angrily at Akainu, don't do it, don't do it, this much lava is enough. And Akainu is also full of frustration. Luffy. Monkey form. How could such a young pirate be able to fight on his own? But then, Akainu realized Luffy's strength. Akainu stopped the production of lava meteors. Luffy, who lost his toy, immediately became unhappy and rushed towards Akainu. Huge shock wave. The arms are covered with armor-colored haki, entwined with Conqueror's haki, and flowing with Sakura haki. The air passing by was burned with flames. You can see how fast this is. Bang! A loud bang. Akainu had no way to hide and resisted Luffy's move. Hit Akainu directly in the face. Puff! The cigar in Akainu's mouth was spit out by the huge shock wave, and several of his front teeth were smashed. Then, dense cracks appeared on the floor under Akainu's feet. The next second, a huge pit appeared under Akainu, and he fell deep into it. But Luffy in Nika form did not stop. The arms quickly stretched out and wrapped Akainu. He looked like a mummy. Then, Luffy pushed his feet hard, as if he was stepping on a spring bed, and his whole body instantly flew into the air. Then, Luffy shouted, "Pitch on earth!" The body was smashed downward so quickly that Akainu, who was already dizzy, had no time to resist. The whole person hit the ground hard again. At this time, even the entire Malinfan duo was shaking violently. For a while, Malin many inside. Warring States. Crane. Aokiji. Kizaru. Ghost Spider. The eyeballs of Doberman and others almost broke through the limitations of their orbits. Open your mouth wide. Is this a fight? Whack-a-mole. Trampoline. Is this a fight? There was only Garp lying on the floor, secretly eating senbei, and Kakuzu almost burst into tears with laughter. Ha 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 ha, I am laughing so hard. This is my good grandson. All over the world. People watching the live execution. He also opened his eyes dully. MD. Is this human strength? General Marine is being played like a toy? The Kingdom of Giants. The giants gathered around and looked at Luffy in the video. Hearty laughter filled the entire island. After the long and cruel winter, the warm sunshine will shine on the earth again. Sun God. The Sun God is finally back. The warm sunshine finally shines on the earth again. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Look, look at the execution platform. Lieutenant General, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider is going to execute Luffy. Marine Headquarters, Marine Lotus. I don't know when, the Ghost Spider has arrived on the execution platform, holding up the sword in his hand. MD, wouldn't it be better to just cut it off? Ghost Spider's body is covered with scars, and the Lieutenant General's clothes and hair have been burnt black. Cut. Ghost Spider, this is a real ruthless person. No hesitation. Swing out the knife. Next second, when Ace's head is about to fall to the ground. Hoo ho ho. Suddenly, there was a strong wind in the whole Marin. There was lightning and thunder in the sky. A wailing sound came from the execution platform, and then a figure was seen falling from the platform. Ace. I'm coming. In the strong wind, a firm voice resounded throughout Malinfan Duo. On the execution platform, Ace didn't move, and he was even more stunned. This sound. Yes. Is it Sob? Chapter 44 Akainu, Little Fireman? I've become a toy. Soon. The wind has dispersed. Only then could everyone open their eyes and look up at the execution platform. Two figures appeared in everyone's sight. One of them was wearing a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on the left side of his face, and short black hair combed back. The other person only saw his back. He has wavy blonde hair, wearing a long blue coat and a black gentleman's hat. On the execution platform, their eyes became moist and they were speechless for a moment. Time seems to have stopped. A few seconds later, the two people's faces were filled with tears, and they shouted face to face, "Sob, Ace!" Ace yelled. Luffy, who was playing in the air, also put down his toy. In mid-air, He lowered his head and looked at the back of Sabo on the execution platform with the same shock. The whole person felt like he was in a daze. But at this moment, what is more shocking is probably Marine Fleet Admiral, the great general of Buddha. He walked up to Garp and kicked the already fainted Garp. It can be said that he gritted his teeth and said, "You, Hezi, have you come to Malin Fanduo for a family gathering?" At the same time, everyone in the pirate world also recognized the mysterious man in a dark green coat, on the execution platform. Dragon. It's the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. It's Monkey D. Dragon. The crowd couldn't help but shout in surprise. 3 generations of a family. Grandpa? Monkey D. Garp. Son generation? Monkey D. Dragon. Grandchildren? Monkey D. Luffy. A battle. It happened at Marine Headquarters Marin Fanduo. A family of 3, all participating. 3 identities, Marine, Revolutionary Army, and Pirates. Wonderful. How wonderful. No matter who wins this battle, the winner will be the Monkey Clan. Ha 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 ha. Luffy threw Akainu down from mid-air. Bye, little fireman, I'll play with you next time. Bang. Akainu, who fell heavily to the floor, heard Luffy's teasing. Bye, little fireman. Puff. Toy. I have spent half my life in the army. After fighting all the way till now, he ended up becoming a white monkey's toy? Akainu spurted out a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Luffy vs Akainu. Akainu is completely defeated. The next second, Luffy was already on the execution platform. Ace. Luffy. Sob. The 3 of them looked at each other, laughing at the same time. I don't know why, but I was smiling and tears were flowing out uncontrollably. Luffy, why have you turned white? Sob, where did the scar on your face come from? Ace, why are you in such a mess now? At the same time, a golden giant palm fell from the sky. What about playing house? Forget about family gatherings? Are you still here to recognize your relatives now? At this time, Sengoku was so angry that he wanted to slap Luffy, Sabo, and Ace to death. Everyone is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Ha ha ha, what a big, bright palm. Luffy looked up at the giant palm. Let me try to see if I can penetrate it with thunder. After saying that, Luffy pushed his feet hard and shot up into the sky like a spring. On the execution platform, Ace and Sabo looked up at Luffy flying into the air, with stars in their eyes. Wow! So cool! Ace's mood seems to have gotten better since Sob appeared. But now, the outcome seems to be a bit elusive. Under the gaze of everyone, Luffy rushed into the sky, stretched out his hand and caught a thick thunderbolt. Just like a thunder spear. Then, Luffy roared and rushed down. PK hard towards the huge palm that shines with Buddha's light. Let me see if you are afraid of electricity. Sizzle. The lightning spear was glowing on the Buddha's palm, but it couldn't penetrate at all. Around the world. Hold it. Look. Fleet Admiral Sengoku held it. As expected of Marine Fleet Admiral. At present, since Luffy in Nika form appeared, no one seems to be Luffy's opponent. And the Warring States period did it. Buddha's Warring States period did it. But has it really been done? You know, Kaido. That being is said to have the thickest skin on land, sea, and air, and it can't even withstand Luffy's attack in Nika form. Not to mention the Warring States period of Buddha. How about adding some armed domineering? Sun God Nika held a flashing blue lightning spear in his hand and grinned wildly, ha 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 ha. Moment. The armed domineering energy completely wraps up the thunder spear. Continue. Keep pricking. Luffy raised his spear and continued to thrust. Sizzle. A little mark has appeared on the palm of Buddha's Warring States period. No penetration. Still no penetration. Everyone in the entire pirate world looked up and stared at the video, and the vast majority of people were still on Marine's side. After all, there are still more ordinary people in this world. Many people are cheering for the Warring States period. Fleet Admiral, you must hold on. Yo! Luffy, who was still holding the Thunder Spear, tilted his head and said in confusion, "Can you resist so well? Hey, let's have some more ingredients." Ryuhu Sakura Haki. Another layer of domineering. Hiss. At this time, the Warring States period could not help but take a deep breath. Don't say it, really don't say it. This little white monkey PK really hurts. Sengoku Fleet Admiral is still carrying it. Sengoku Fleet Admiral can really carry it. Ah! Luffy, who was so playful, shouted, "Okay, okay. Say it." Luffy is about to wrap Conqueror's Haki around the Thunder Spear. But not before Luffy entangled Conqueror's Haki. Warring States period is fierce. He took the golden palm back. Warring States period. Known as a wise general. Are you a fool? He was already in pain just now, but he was just holding on. Are you still waiting to be completely embarrassed? On the execution platform, Luffy and Sengoku were confronting each other. Sob has got the keys. I subconsciously want to open Ace's handcuffs. Luffy is a fool, he loves to play so much, he doesn't care about the occasion. This is Marine's headquarters. The Marine headquarters is ready for support from the world government at any time. Why don't you save Ace and run away quickly? Zi. Just when Sabo was about to open Ace's handcuffs, a laser beam appeared. The key was shattered in an instant. Aha! The key was broken? Crushed by Kizaru? At this time, Kizaru still raised his little mouth. Now, who dares to say that I am fishing? Exert the least effort. Make the greatest contribution. But Kizaru didn't know it. What he just did was tantamount to seeking death. Exert the least amount of force and get the biggest beating. Chapter 45. 5 Elders appear. Sluggish. On the execution platform, he looked at the sea stone handcuffs that were shattered by a laser beam. Sabo was stunned. Ace was stunned. Nika Luffy was stunned. Rayleigh was stunned. Even Garp was stunned. Isn't this kid Kizaru Luffy's uncle? What on earth is he doing? I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. The Nika human form went straight towards Kizaru without any hesitation. It was a punch wrapped in 3 colors of domineering energy. Kizaru screamed. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and the whole person was like a kite with its string broken in the air. The 3 great generals, Kizaru. Sparkling fruit. He is known for his speed, but no matter how fast Kizaru is, he is still no match for Nika Luffy. Anyone who possesses the Logia Shining Fruit would probably not be willing to practice their own physical skills, right? Talk about physical skills. Luffy can beat Kizaru 100 blocks away. Bang! Another loud noise. Kizaru landed hard, and the whole ground probably shook several times. Dragon's Claw. Sabo struck Kizaru again, who had not recovered yet. The dragon's claws were burning with flames and hit Kizaru's abdomen hard. In the pit, Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his whole body bowed slightly. However, Kizaru has not yet recovered. Bang! Another punch. Rayleigh rode on Kizaru's body and punched him on the head one after another. Ah! 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 Kizaru howled in pain, and in just a few seconds, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Finally, Rayleigh, Luffy, Sob. After the 3 of them lost their temper, Kizaru was paralyzed in the pit, with blood all over his body. This fat beating can be described as a crooked nose, a slanted face, and a cramped mouth. Boom boom boom. A strong wind blew. The next second, Kizaru's swollen and red eyes opened slightly, and a tattooed shoehorn face appeared in front of Kizaru. "You! Dragon! You! Even you!" Before Kizaru could finish speaking, Ryuho kicked Kizaru. Just this kick. Kizaru completely lost consciousness. At the same time, Ace, who was on the execution platform, was also rescued by the dragon and handed over to Rayleigh. See cut stone handcuffs. It can be said to be the nemesis of any ability user. Failed. Is Marine going to lose? Everyone in the pirate world stared at the live broadcast in the video. Marine Fleet Admiral, giant Buddha form. Standing in front of the execution platform. Marine Hero. The oldest member of the monkey family. Lieutenant General Garp fainted. 3 generals. Akainu faints. Kizaru fainted to death. Aokiji looked around alone in the square, staring at the surrounding scenes in a daze. In the air. At least 3 conquerors' haki stunned all the elite soldiers. It looks like we are really going to lose. Marlene is abundant. A figure flashed past. After everyone in the pirate world saw the figure, all the live broadcasts that were being broadcast were closed. Ah! What's wrong? Why is the live broadcast turned off? Has the Marine headquarters been defeated? All of a sudden. Ordinary people in the pirate world can be said to be worried, but this is Malinduo. This is Marine headquarters. What if you were defeated like that? Who will guarantee their safety? Who will guarantee the heavenly gold they have paid over the years? Marine headquarters. Marlene is abundant. Luffy, sun god Nika. Rayleigh, dragon. Have you had enough trouble? You've had enough trouble, just stay here. The powerful and firm voice echoed throughout the huge Marine headquarters. I saw an old man standing in the sky. Strong body and thick hair. There is a scar on the left side of the face, a head of white curly hair, and a fluffy white beard. Wearing an aristocratic flat hat, black suit trousers, a white shirt, and a dark purple tie. He's still holding a cane. As soon as the figure appears, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be slightly startled. Rayleigh, did even the 5 elders show up in person? Warring States also exited the form of the giant Buddha, standing next to Garp, who was still fainting, staring up into the air. Monkey D. Luffy. In midair, the burly old man stared at Luffy with burning eyes. Looking at Luffy in Nika form, the old man's eyes were quite wonderful. Sun god Nika. You seem to be a greater threat to the world than Ace now. Then, the old man glanced at him. Straw Hat Luffy, there are so many rumors about you. You are truly worthy of being the Monkey D. Garp, the Monkey D. Dragon family. Ha ha ha. Luffy saw that Ace had been rescued and was jumping on the ground and laughed. Ha 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 ha, old man, who are you? Before Luffy could even finish his words. Mid-air. The giant screen that had been silent for a long time suddenly lit up. People in the entire pirate world looked up almost at the same time. At this moment, no one paid attention to Malin's numerous changes in the battle situation. And the video on the giant screen did not disappoint everyone. It's Marine's headquarters. Marlene many. Pictures of war on top. The screen flashes. An old man came into everyone's sight. Everyone in the crowd said, "Who is this old man?" 5 elders who are celestial dragons. Compared to powerful men such as Marine soldiers, the 3 generals, and the Sea Emperor, their popularity is indeed a bit lower. They are more like the manipulators behind the scenes. The deep sea bed not far from Malinbandu. Aboard Moby DK. This is Malin Fanduo. Several pirate ships were all staring at the video on the giant screen. Full of shock. Scarlet liquid everywhere. Corpse. Collapsed buildings. Could it be that the war is over? There are no more pictures in the video, it just focuses on the old man. Whitebeard, who was standing at the front of the deck, held Kong Yunki harder and stared at the picture on the giant screen. Others don't know it. But Whitebeard must know him. Saint Jagalusha Satan. Whitebeard whispered softly, even the 5 elders are here. What is the headquarters and not the headquarters? What marine is not marine? What to win or lose? For Whitebeard, the most important thing is ace. And this is especially true for the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they looked at the giant screen nervously. There was probably only one sentence in their minds: Ace, where is our ace? I don't know who it is. A voice came from the crowd: Dad, look, look, look. There is no ace on the execution block. Immediately afterwards, the man shouted loudly, there is no body of ace. Call. It can be seen that as soon as this statement came out, everyone on the Moby DK could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Marco, how long do we have until we get to Malinfando? A blue flame fell next to Whitebeard. 1 hour. Good. Whitebeard only answered one word, and then stared at the giant screen intently. I don't want to, and I can't miss a single scene. Under the deep sea. There is no video that can be broadcast live at all, so Whitebeard and his gang naturally don't know the changes in the battle situation. Chapter 46 Momo Fruit plus Fusion Fruit equals Big Giant. New World. Within 4 Emperors' territory. Ghost Island. Kaido, who turned into a green dragon, was hovering in mid-air, his huge dragon head staring at the giant screen, and he kept murmuring. 5 elders. Why did Malinfanduo become like this? At the same time, Jack, Yin and other members of the Beast Pirates also looked at this scene in confusion. Cake Island. Big Mom, who was still throwing cake into his mouth, looked up and stared at the giant screen. Peripheral vision. Big Mom stared at Luffy, who entered Nika form. Sun God, Nika. Big Mom murmured, Sister, you said that the Sun God can bring warmth and light to the world again. I was stunned for a long time. Is it true? Sister. Holy shit. On a pirate ship that was sailing crazily on the calm sea, the usually calm red-haired man couldn't help but curse. Has the war begun? Did even the 5 elders take action? Jagalusha Sartan Saint. How could it be Saint Jagalusha Satan? The 5 elders don't want to go out in force, do they? Others don't know it, but the redhead knows it. The red-haired man stared at the giant screen in mid-air. It seems that I am moving faster, moving forward at full speed. Marine headquarters. Marlene is abundant. There are dark clouds all over, lightning and thunder, and it is no exaggeration to say that Malinfanduo is at the end of the world at this time. The wind was blowing. Nika the Sun God. Pluton Rayleigh. Monkey D Dragon. Saint Satan said continuously, okay, if that's the case, then let's stay here. Having said that, Saint Satan is about to take action. The surviving marine soldiers held up their spears or weapons in their hands. No matter how exhausted they were, the pungent smell of blood around them made them have no choice but to fight for their lives. Take a step back, it's a cliff. They have no retreat. This is already the headquarters of Marine, Malinfanduo, the base camp of Marine. There is no way out. Then fight. And if it was so easy for the Straw Hats, Pluton Rayleigh, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army to rescue Ace, where would they put the dignity of Marine? Wouldn't that be a loss of face? Are we about to start the real showdown? Everyone in the entire pirate world looked up and stared at the giant screen. Don't even dare to blink. If you miss such a big scene, you may never see it again in your life. It's about to begin. Are we going to decide the winner? Just under everyone's gaze. Visions abound. There were numerous and elite Marlins, and the peripheral soldiers who could withstand Conqueror's domineering force suddenly shouted, Fleet Admiral! 2 warships have rushed up. All of a sudden. The attention of everyone on the battlefield was attracted, and they were responded to by several loud noises. A tall figure walked out first. His whole body was wrapped in rock armor. With every step he took, the surrounding rocks, buildings, copper, and iron gathered towards him, and his figure continued to enlarge. Boom! Boom! Giant! It's a giant! Some marine soldiers were scared out of their wits, but they did not retreat at all. Bang bang bang! Countless bullets were ejected from the barrel of the gun, but they did not leave the slightest trace on the giant body. Bullet! Warring States looked at the giant who was walking towards the square step by step, and squeezed out a few words from his mouth. Sure enough, at this time, everyone will come to join in the fun. It was already a difficult high-end game, but now there's another bullet. However, this is far from over. Behind Bullet, a giant walked out again. Momo Fruit Power User Berndi Wald. I saw Valder put his hand on Bullet's body, and Bullet, who was already a giant, suddenly grew in size again. Step out. Even the entire Malinfan duo is shaking. Look. What's this? Is the world going to end? Giant, this is already 10 stories high. What kind of ability is this? Can one actually become huge? Momo Fruit. Malinfan duo, Saint Satan naturally knew Valder, but still murmured in disbelief. The Paramecia Momo Fruit can increase the size and speed of objects it touches hundreds of times, and you can also increase your own movement speed at will. But Saint Satan's pupils are infinitely enlarged. But you can't change the size of living things. What Saint Satan didn't expect was that Bullet's body did not become taller, but the armor surrounding Bullet was instantly enlarged hundreds of times. Momo Fruit and Fusion Fruit. Even the body shape of the Elephant Master can be created without any accident. Fruit combination. Bug exists. So handsome, ha ha ha. Luffy in the Nika form looked up and down Bullet, his eyes shining. This armor is so handsome, isn't it? Say it. Luffy's figure has also grown infinitely. Just a few seconds later, another giant is formed. Nika giant form. Luffy, as a rubber fruit, can naturally enlarge his body. Suddenly, two giants with powerful combat power stood in front of the Straw Hats, and the entire Marin Island seemed a little small in front of them. This. Everyone in the pirate world looked up in shock, looking at the picture on the giant screen in horror. This has exceeded their imagination. Even the residents of some small islands can't help but feel uneasy. This, I'm afraid this can crush our island with just one kick. Marlene Mini. Doflamingo looked at the scene in front of him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. GGG, wonderful, simply too wonderful. Although Brother Ming said this, his figure kept retreating. This lineup? Whoever falls in love with whomever. I'm afraid Malinfan duo is a bit unsustainable today. However, it was not only Doflamingo who retreated, but also Moria. The moment Luffy appeared and entered Nika's form, Moria found a place to hide. Then, Mariah was tortured terribly by Luffy. He was definitely treated as a toy by Nika Luffy. The hand is similar to an onion, like a skipping rope, spinning crazily in the air. He also crazily swallowed the shadow in his mouth. His body was even bigger than now, and he used one finger to ravage himself crazily. While ravaging, Nika Luffy laughed and said, "Grow onions, ha 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 ha, plant onions." Shadow. For Moria, this is a perfect shadow. I'm afraid it will take a lifetime to heal. But it's not over yet. Another figure boarded Malinduo and participated in the catwalk of this war. Chapter 47. The Red Earl appears. Will Marine be defeated? A tall and thin figure, wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers, black leather shoes with gold rims on her feet, and a wide blood red cape. Wearing a blue rose around her neck, she held a slender bat-handled umbrella in her hand. Elegant, so elegant. As soon as the figure appeared in the video on the giant screen, everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but sigh, what a perfect image of a count. But what kind of existence is he? He was in Impel Down City at that time, and it seemed that he was torn out by Luffy from the bottom of Impel Down City. Some people don't know it, but of course some people do. 5 elders. Warring states. Crane. The eyes of the others could not help but shrink slightly, and their faces became increasingly ugly. This person. Valoric Redfield. Red Earl. Aloof Red. Red Earl. Warring states stared at the figure of the Red Earl and couldn't help but murmured, "How can this war end?" At this time, when Lien Long saw the figure of the Red Earl, Kakuzu couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Red Count. This is a real big shot. Extremely powerful. Just one person can keep up with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. I think there are only 2 rivals in the world, Roger and Whitebeard. Even the Red Count's walking posture was extremely elegant. Under everyone's gaze, he walked step by step to Luffy's side and looked at the entire battlefield. It seems that he is looking for someone. Soon, the moment he saw Garp, the always elegant Red Earl couldn't help but be startled. Garp fell down? You know, in the entire marine, the Red Earl only recognizes Garp. In the eyes of the Red Earl, other people's strength is just like that. And this time the Red Earl came to Malinfanduo because he wanted to compete with Garp. Leadfield, are you here too? Rayleigh looked up and down at this old friend. So to speak. Almost half of the people on the lower floors of Impel Down City are Rayleigh's old friends. The Red Count used the calmest voice and said the harshest words. After being imprisoned for so many years, Marines should be taught some lessons. You're old. Rayleigh looked at the Red Earl and couldn't help but sigh. How can I, a mere human being, withstand the erosion of time? The Red Earl looked at Rayleigh at the same time, his jealous expression fleeting. You think everyone is like you? Do you have such good luck? Rayleigh just chuckled twice and did not answer. Ah! The next second, the Red Count immediately made an extremely fanatical sound on the spot. He came to Brooke's side in an instant, with an extremely excited expression, even like a child. By G.E. Brooke, is that you? Is that you? The Red Earl stared at Brooke so hard that his eyes could even pass through Brooke's skull. Although Brooke has already lost his flesh and blood. However, the Red Earl still recognized him at a glance. Idol. Brooke. This is Red Earl's childhood idol. Even the Red Earl didn't expect that they could meet again today. At this moment, several more figures walked out from behind. Hai Xiaojinbei. Original Shishibukai crocodile. There are also a group of subordinates who should belong to Blackbeard. And now? Or volunteer. Or forced. They chose to side with the Straw Hat Pirates. Ordinary people in the pirate world can be said to be ashen-faced. They all stared at the giant screen in shock. He kept mumbling, Marine is going to lose. Marine is going to lose. This kind of lineup can probably easily crush a 4 Emperor's force, right? But now, Akainu and Kizaru are still in a coma after being beaten so badly that they have not regained consciousness. Unfortunately, no one seems to want to give this department a heavy blow. The Straw Hat Crew's goal has been accomplished. Let's go? Luffy. Rayleigh on the side stared at Saint Satan not far away, looked at Luffy and said softly, we have rescued Ace. This is the Marine headquarters after all, it is too dangerous. Hoo ho ho ho. While Rayleigh was speaking, Luffy had been forced to exit Nika form. He instantly became extremely old and was panting heavily. People around are already familiar with this scene. This is the sequelae of Luffy entering Nika form, and he can recover in a while. But where are Ace's sea stone handcuffs? Luffy stared at Ace beside the dragon, focusing on the sea stone handcuffs. See you. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd. The ding-gong with the 3 shape looks extremely fragile. Let me try. Crocodile's former subordinate, Mr. 3, walked out of the crowd of prisoners behind him. However, I haven't brought Mr. 3 clothes yet. Saint Satan said indifferently in mid-air, now that we are here, we can all be here. Suppress. Just hearing Saint Satan's soft drink, Mr. 3, who was walking towards Ace, felt like a big mountain was pressing down on him. It's hard to move an inch. Satan, you are still a little reluctant to be alone, right? Rayleigh steps out. In an instant, he arrived in front of Mr. 3, and a powerful aura came out. Relieve the pressure from Saint Satan for Mr. 3. Chapter 48. 5 elders gather in Malinfan. And Saint Satan had no words. Next second, streams of blazing black lightning were generated around Sardan. A circular magic circle appeared under Sardan, with 5 numbers 5 surrounding the magic circle. Marlene is abundant. Everyone in the square stared at the 5 elders. Magician. Is Saint Satan a magician? What is this doing? Not just everyone at Marine headquarters. The entire pirate world stared at the giant screen in surprise. In the giant screen, Saint Satan has been wrapped in blazing black lightning, and the magic circle is getting bigger and bigger. On a pirate ship. The red-haired man looked up and stared at the giant screen, with a little cold sweat even breaking out on his forehead. There are really not many things that can make the 4 emperors afraid. Sabayati Islands. Holy place. In an office, the remaining 5 elders looked at each other and nodded slightly. The next second, bursts of black light flashed. There is no trace of the 5 people, they disappeared without a trace. Marine headquarters. Marlene Many. Bursts of black and red light flashed, and 5 more figures appeared on the magic circle. One person was wearing a white robe, glasses, and a beard, holding a samurai sword in his hand. One person was wearing a dark red suit, no tie, blonde hair, a blonde beard, and a scar on his chest. One person was wearing a dark green suit, had a splayed beard, and had a Madara birthmark on his forehead. One person was wearing a dark blue suit, had long straight white hair, and a long beard. Teleportation array. Everyone in the pirate world couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. This is actually a teleportation array. Pluton Rayleigh. Red count. Bullet. Even Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku stared at the scene in front of him, extremely shocked. 5 elders. Appearing at the same time. Let's fight quickly. Among them, the bald 5 elders, who was holding a long sword, lowered his head and looked around the crowd and said coldly, let's have a big purge today. Say it. The bald 5 elders rushed down. Take 1 step. The bald 5 elders' lower body instantly transformed into the limbs of a skeleton horse, while the upper body remained in the human centaur posture. Body type and pacifist no doubt. Fully 6 meters high. The whole body exudes a black atmosphere. Everyone in the pirate world stared at the giant screen and couldn't help but marvel at such a weird creature. Centaur. What centaur? This is obviously a half-skeleton horse. Only Kaido from Onigashima raised his head and stared at the giant screen. Animal phantom species. The centaur rushed out and brandished his sword at the same time. In an instant, a cold sword energy came out. Hit the bullet. And how could bullet be so easy to hit, punching the bald 5 elders? Bang! A loud bang. The 2 attacks collided violently. The entire island with many marine species is shaking. However, this is not the end yet. Blonde 5 elders also stepped out. It instantly turned into a huge sandworm, wrapped in black smoke from the awakening of the animal system. Go straight towards Rayleigh, yelling as you go. Pluton Rayleigh, let me see what you were capable of when you were young. Ghost Island. Kaido. Staring at the video on the giant screen with red eyes, he kept muttering. Another animal type fantasy beast fruit. Marlene is abundant. Rayleigh is not used to blonde hair at all. 5 elders. Use your right foot hard. The whole person ejected. In an instant, he arrived directly in front of the giant sandworm's head and swung his sword. The sword covered with armament and domineering is extremely sharp. Phew! A scarlet liquid spurted out. The head is split in two with the giant sandworm. Dead. Marlene is abundant. Everyone looked up at Rayleigh's figure, like a sword god. Who is the stronger sword master and the sword god who is familiar with Donghai? Everyone in the entire pirate world was also shocked to see such an awesome appearance. Received the lunch box in less than half a minute? Isn't this a bit too inferior? But the next second, the top of the giant sandworm's head grows savagely at an extremely fast speed. Just a few breaths. The head is in perfect condition. I'll cut it. Poof. The sandworm head falls to the ground again. Grow again. I'll cut again. I poof. I will grow longer. I'll cut it. I grow. The fight between Rayleigh and the giant sandworm was extremely strange. If it weren't for the dozens of sandworm heads covering the ground, it would have been as if the two had just fought. At the same time, Mustache 5 Elders sighed. Well. Then, he also chose to take action. The moment his footsteps stepped out of the teleportation array, the body size has become extremely huge. 4 fangs appear from the mouth. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he turned into a warthog with Madara spots on his body. Also surrounded by black flame clouds. Animal-type fruit awakens. Bang bang bang. In the square, the wild boar didn't care whether it was an enemy or a friend, howling while charging towards Luffy who was still in a weak state. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the floor in the entire square shook several times. A huge body with the same shape as a wild boar appeared and punched the wild boar's head. The whole body is wrapped in armed domineering color. With the blessing of Momo fruit, not only the size but also the speed increased dozens of times. However, this is far from the limit. Chapter 49 The peak Whitebeard appears, Malinfan. The speed and power are extremely strong. World Destroyer, Vardy's reputation is not in vain. Under the gaze of everyone, shock waves were generated at the collision point between the two. Buildings hundreds of meters away collapsed. There were dense cracks on the floor under the two of them, and thick smoke rolled up. However, wait until the smoke clears. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise. In mint condition. The wild boar stood intact, not damaged at all, not even leaving any traces of injury. Looking back at World Destroyer, Iron Fist is a little purple. Everyone around the world who is watching the giant screen can't help but marvel. What a strong defense! Of course, except for one person in the crowd. Kaido, whose eyes had completely turned red at this time, turned into the form of a blue dragon. While soaring wantonly in the air, he yelled, "Another, another, another animal-type phantom beast!" Just as the 5 elders were fighting the others. Go T5 elders! Not a word said. The whole person stepped lightly in mid-air. His face instantly turned into a bird. Then bird wings and claws grew. The body is huge, but the body shape is like a snake. There are still black smoke clouds wrapped around the body. Birds and beasts were entrenched in mid-air, opening their big mouths at Luffy below. In an instant, the raging flames rushed towards Luffy, trying to burn him to death. Luffy, on the other hand, had his hands on his legs, still recovering from the after effects of Nika form. Not far away, Zoro and Sanji are dealing with the Lieutenant General and Major General of the headquarters. There was no time to provide support. All I could do was stare at Luffy with wide eyes. A critical moment. Just when the flames were about to completely envelope Luffy, a figure stood in front of him. Black umbrella. Covered with armed color domineering. Standing in front of Luffy, flames sprayed on the black umbrella, but it had no effect. Wait for the bursts of flames to stop the attack. The Red Earl appeared in front of Luffy, but Luffy only saw his back. Red Earl, are you sure you want to take action? In the air. Bird Beast stared down at Red Earl and said coldly, Red Earl, do you know? Why didn't the government execute you? The Red Earl walked into the air step by step on moonwalk. He didn't say a word, just stared at the birds and animals. Seeing this, the bird and beast screamed into the sky, and slowly said, "You claim to only be able to see Whitebeard and Roger, but do you know? Your threat is far less than them." Every sentence is heartbreaking. However, this is not the end yet. Besides, you are an old man now, what qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Get out of my way. The Red Earl's expression remained unchanged. But hold the umbrella harder and harder. Step out again. The whole person disappeared from midair in an instant, and reappeared in front of the bird and beast. Swing out a sword. The birds and beasts screamed and tried to retreat. Old? So what if I'm old? Seeing this, the Red Earl couldn't help but taunted, "Aren't you afraid of the umbrella in my hand? Ghost Island." Seeing this, Kaido couldn't help but raised his head to the sky and roared fire. Again, and again, and again. The animal-type phantom beast species has been awakened again. And at this moment, everyone in the world was staring at the giant screen. He murmured in shock. Hiss. Is this an animal platter place? First there was the skull centaur, then there was the giant sandworm, then there was the wild boar with 4 tusks, and now there's another bird and beast. Isn't the animal-type fantasy beast so rare? I'm ba ba ba. As soon as these words came out, the person who said these words was instantly drowned in saliva. Isn't the animal-type fantasy beast rare? Give me one. Dare I say it, this is something rarer than natural fruit. Everyone in the pirate world looked up and stared at Saint Satan, who appeared first, and couldn't help but murmured in their hearts, "No way, it's not another animal-type fantasy beast, is it?" And the result naturally did not disappoint them. When Saint Satan saw 4 old guys taking action, he naturally couldn't be lazy. Take the same step. In an instant, the lower body turned into the shape of a spider, and the upper body took the shape of a bull's head. The body shape was also very huge. Ghost Island. Kaido seemed to have been greatly stimulated, his eyes were red, and he kept breathing heavily. Again, 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 another awakened animal phantom species. Why not mine? Kaido's dream is to build a super fleet composed entirely of animal fruits. And now, 5 animal-type fantasy beast species appeared in one day. How can we keep Kaido from going crazy? Moving extremely fast. Luffy is on the verge of collapse. If this blow hits, Luffy definitely had a narrow escape from death. Not far away. In an instant, strong winds blew up, and just as a figure was about to save Luffy, a figure appeared in front of him. The whole body is exuding air conditioning. He even held a spear in his hand. Aokiji. Long looked at Aokiji and shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" But Aokiji had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, a dense number of small ice spears appeared behind him, and they all rushed towards the dragon. Satyr Saint is extremely fast. Except for Rayleigh, Dragon, and World Destroyer, no one can react at all. And at this time, they have no time to spare. In front of them are the top masters in the pirate world. If they are even the slightest bit cautious, I'm afraid I'm the one who will die. Luffy. The eyes of Zoro, Sanji, Nami and others suddenly shrank, and they shouted towards Luffy, who was in a weak form. And Luffy just stood there. The feeling of powerlessness spreads throughout the body. Don't call it a fight. It's hard to even move. He could only watch as this monster with a spider lower body and a bull head on the upper body rushed towards him. Ace, who was beside Luffy, pushed away Mr. 3, who was trying to unlock his handcuffs. The next second, he was standing in front of Luffy. Sabo, who was stopped by Sengoku not far away, could only watch helplessly as Saint Satan kept approaching. Luffy looked up and faced Ace. A face with a warm smile. Ace looked at Luffy with a smile, opened his arms, and wanted to exchange his life for his life to save his dearest brother, Luffy. The memories can't help but be pulled back to my childhood. No matter what mistakes he makes, Ace will stand in front of Luffy and protect him. So close. Only a few dozen meters away. Saint Satan is about to penetrate Ace's body. Ace! The weak Luffy shouted at Ace, no. At this moment, it seems that the world has stopped. Whether it's Miranduo or the world of pirates. A voice appeared in my heart at the same time, Ace, Roger's son, is he going to die here? Bang bang bang! At this moment, the air in front of Saint Satan shook violently. In an instant, a violent explosion occurred. Only a few cents. The body of Saint Satan, whose lower body was a spider and whose upper body was a bull's head, was blown hundreds of meters away. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, before anyone could react. The picture on the giant screen flashed violently. Moby Dick emerges from the bottom of the ocean. A young figure holds a Kong Yunkai in his hand and stares at the battlefield with cold eyes. Chapter 50 Peak Moment Whitebeard, let me be your opponent. The picture comes out. The whole world is boiling. Everyone stared at the picture on the giant screen with their eyes wide open in fear. Young. Is this the Whitebeard of youth? Almost everyone wiped their eyes vigorously and swallowed unconsciously, full of disbelief. Whitebeard. The man who claims to be the most powerful man in the world has also regained his peak strength? Not just Pluton Rayleigh. Marlene is abundant. The 5 elders are fighting. Warring states. Aokiji. Pluton. Bullet. Wait. Everyone present could not help but look at the Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick in horror, with shock on their faces. Snap! Malin Fan was thrown loudly, and a crisp slap sounded. Garp didn't know when he stood up from his fainting state. The moment he saw Whitebeard, he slapped Sengoku on the face. Garp, why are you slapping me? Sengoku was still in a daze, but was slapped back to reality by Garp. He was so angry that he smoked at Garp and yelled loudly. Garp dropped all the senbei in his mouth, and his eyes nearly burst out of their sockets. It hurts. This is actually real. Garp seemed to have discovered a new world, staring at the Whitebeard at the front of the Moby Dick, maybe if it weren't for the different camps. Garp had already rushed in front of Whitebeard. At the same time. Also shocked were the 5 elders. Panic appeared on Ben's face, which held the winning ticket. The 5 elders did not expect that the Whitebeard pirates would support them so quickly, nor did they expect that Whitebeard would appear at his peak. Before Whitebeard appeared, they had a slight upper hand. And now, the peak Whitebeard has appeared. The upper hand. What a haha! Ace was standing in front of Luffy. He looked blankly at the familiar figures not far away, especially when he saw the young Whitebeard. 2 lines of tears couldn't help but flow down. Fire Fist Ace. Captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. The super pirate, who had a bounty of hundreds of millions, stood like a child and cried bitterly, Dad, Marco, Luffy, everyone, why did you come to save me? Especially when Ace saw Luffy, who looked like he was 50 or 60 years old and extremely weak. He opened his mouth wide and cried loudly, why did you come to save me? There are so many Marlins here. New World. Ghost Island. Kaido, who was still jealous because he didn't have the animal-type phantom fruit, seemed to freeze in midair the moment Whitebeard appeared on the screen. The huge longan is infinitely enlarged. He kept mumbling, impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Looking at the familiar figures on the screen, Kaido's thoughts couldn't help but be drawn back to the Rocks pirates at that time. That's what Whitebeard looked like at that time, his strength was invincible. And at that time, he was still a dazed young man. Now they are 4 emperors. But, Whitebeard actually became younger. Cake Island. Whitebeard is so old and young now. Big Mom suddenly threw the cake in her mouth in the huge open-air palace. My delicious food! What about my delicious food? According to Big Mom's plan, he is to kill Whitebeard, the old man, and then take the opportunity to plunder the Fishman Islands that are full of delicious food. But now, it has failed, it has completely failed. It's not just a failure. Straw Hat Luffy in the form of Sun God Nika, Rayleigh who has returned to his peak form, and Whitebeard who has returned to his peak form. Bullet escaped from the propulsion floor. Red count. World Destroyer Momo Fruit Power User Vardy. His and Kaido's status seems to be in jeopardy. Mom, Kaido is Straw Hat Luffy's mentor. In the palace, the Candy Minister looked up at Big Mom, with the same sad look on his face. To know. There are so many territories in New World, who will be the 4 emperors? When a new person rises, the old man will definitely withdraw from the stage of history and become a stepping stone for the new person to become king. What should I do? The top brass of the entire Big Mom Pirates group are all looking sad. Calculate carefully. Whitebeard equals Ace's dad. Ace equals Luffy's brother. Yes, Whitebeard Luffy's dad. Therefore, ruled out. Do the math again. Red hair equals Straw Hat Luffy's guide, and even blocked one of his own arms. Therefore, ruled out. Final reckoning. As we all know, Kaido equals Straw Hat Luffy's mentor. Therefore, ruled out. Finally, we came to the conclusion that Big Mom must suffer first and be bullied by the monkey family. Ah! A pirate ship is heading towards the Marin Island at a fast speed. The redheads opened their mouths wide and wiped their eyes in disbelief with the same movement. What is going on? Young Whitebeard at his peak. A Pluton Rayleigh who has returned to his peak fighting strength is not enough? Now here comes another Whitebeard who has regained his peak fighting power? Doesn't this allow them young people to hang out? Captain, are we still going to Marine Fanduo? The fat green man holding a huge chicken leg in his hand asked. I feel like something is going to happen to Marine. Ha 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 ha, and those 5 elders. Jesus Bulletin couldn't help but laughed. Look at my son, he is also a man who broke into Marine headquarters and fought against the 5 elders. We're going even more. After the shock, the red-haired man regained his senses again. This battle is enough here, it can't go any further. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look at the red hair. Don't understand, but respect. This is the captain's order. Others don't know, but the red-haired person knows very well. Marine. The strength of world government is far from that simple. Knights of God. I'm government. The world's chief scientist Vegapunk. There are even some that even redheads don't know exist. Sabayati Islands. Holy place. In a huge palace. Was sitting on the throne, and couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw Whitebeard regaining his peak strength. The next second, stand up from the throne immediately. Just a moment. Sat down again and looked up at the giant screen. As if thinking about something. Marlene Mini. Under the gaze of everyone, Whitebeard leaped high from the Moby DK. A sharp jump. Then he came to Ace, holding Kong Yunkai tightly in his hand. Seeing the 5 elders entering the fruit awakening form, they couldn't help laughing and said, "Gu la 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 la, let us be your opponents." Then, an even more invincible conqueror's domineering energy poured out from Whitebeard's body. Another fatal blow to the already dilapidated Malin Fan duo. At the same time, Marco, Josie, Baista. Wait. Rush into the battlefield together. The entire battlefield was clearly divided into 2 camps.